782. A cross-continent ferry was traveling to the central divine continent. This ferry belonged to the Elephant Dragon Sword sect, which had only been established a few years ago in the South Saw continent. Sect Master Qi Tingji was an old sword immortal who had once carved words on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was said that Lu Ji, the chief consecrator, was also temporarily the Minister of Justice. She was also one of the top 10 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Other than that, there was also Xiao Yunyan, the sword immortal of Inverted Hanging Mountain Spring Banner House, and Madame Ruoyan of the Plum Blossom Garden. Other than that, Qi Tingji had taken in 18 disciples in less than 10 years. They were all potential sword immortals from the Central Plains and the Southern Swirl continent. He was known as the 18 Sword Masters. Rumor had it that the Elephant Dragon Sword sect had business dealings with the Lu family of the White Mountain continent and the Yu family of the Central Plains. Their relationship with the Qin family of the South Swirling continent was even more unusual. This was because it was Qi Tingji who had first escorted Qin Chunan out to sea. It was also Qi Tingji who had challenged Qin Chuan's sword. In the vast 9 continents, Qi Tingji appeared on the battlefield of the 3 continents one after another. The Fuyao continent's native ascendant realm great cultivator was called Lu Tuo. If Qi Tingji hadn't blocked a sovereign stage great demon with his sword, his name would probably have been engraved on the city wall like Sun Yuan of the Tongyi continent. After Lu Tu's cultivation level dropped to that of an immortal, he went into seclusion to recuperate in the white porcelain grotto heaven of the Liuxia continent's lower sect for a few years. It was said that he would come out of seclusion to participate in the meeting. Lu Tu was grateful to Qi Tingji and admired him even more. There were rumors on the mountain that Lu Tu came out of seclusion this time to discuss matters in the Confucian temple and also to request to be the guest elder of the Elephant Dragon Sword sect. The Fuyao continent was a small continent, its territory was only slightly bigger than the Aquarius continent. When Lu Tue had ascended to the Ascendant Realm, he was hailed as the Heaven Wasteland Solution. If Lu Tue really became a sect leader of a high-ranking sect, and became a guest elder of another sect, it would be the first time in the world. The ferry was extremely close to an immortal crossing called the Wenjin Ferry near the Confucian Temple. Qi Tingji, who was admiring the scenery at the bow of the ferry, suddenly ordered the ferry to slow down as a gesture of respect to the Confucian temple. Although Qi Tingji was fully deserving of the title of Old Sword Immortal, he had an extremely handsome and youthful appearance. Luckily, the Confucian temple had yet to lift the ban on the mountain and water bulletin. Otherwise, Qi Tingji's magnanimity alone would have attracted a lot of admirers. Qi Tingji, Wu Qingpei, Sun Juyuan, and Mi Yu were once known as the 4 most handsome men of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Later on, there was a 5th person, but it was self-proclaimed by that person. At this moment, there was someone standing next to Qi Tingji. It was a woman with a tall and slender figure. She had a slightly skinny face. In the eyes of ordinary people, there were only 3 words that could be used to describe her standing beside Qi Tingji: mismatched. She was none other than the great sword fairy of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Lu Ji. Qi Tingji smiled and said, "A trip to Luopa Mountain to watch the ceremony has allowed our sect to have 2 more upper realm foreign dignitaries. I have to thank our hidden official. I wonder if he's here for this meeting." Apart from the Confucian sages, the cultivators who participated in the meeting in the Confucian temple were arranged in 4 places around the Confucian temple. Outside the Wenjin ferry, the Confucian temple temporarily opened 3 immortal ferries to welcome the guests from the Hauran 9 continents. The cultivators from the South Pasuo continent, Fuyao continent, and Tongye continent would dock at the Wenjin ferry in the south. Then, they would rest in a small county town called Panshui County. It was a very ordinary county town. The only unusual thing about it was that it was close to the Confucian temple. If nothing unexpected happened, Chen Pingan would most likely appear at the temporary ferries in the east if he came for the meeting. The people who represented the Aquarius continent in the meeting were Song Jianqiang, who replaced Emperor Dali Song He, Heavenly Lord Qi Xin of the Divine Advice sect, and the master of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest. Apart from Song Jianqiang, who was alone, the Divine Wisdom sect and the Jiang family of Cloud Forest each brought a group of disciples like the Elephant Dragon Sword sect. Although they couldn't participate in the meeting and could only travel around the Confucian Temple, the area within 1,000 miles of the Confucian Temple was heavily guarded. It was a great honor for ordinary cultivators to be able to stay in a place with the fairies. Lu Ji said straightforwardly, "I know you two have been plotting against each other, but I hope you don't forget that Chen Pingan's plans are for the good of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He's not selfish. He's not targeting you, and he won't target Qi Shou. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested Xiao Yunyan to be the Elephant Dragon Sword sect's guest elder. I don't wish for the Elephant Dragon Sword sect and the Luopa Mountain to work together and form an alliance. Besides, I don't know about the taboos here. You're the ones who are good at these things." Lu Ji had a similar temper when she was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She had always been straightforward. Either you had the ability to make her say nice things, or you didn't have the ability to make her say nasty things. Qi Tingji smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, don't worry. I'm not that petty, and I won't make things difficult for my own guest elder." Lu Ji had a rare smile on her face. She leaned against the railing and looked into the distance. She said slowly, "You're all very good at doing as the Romans do. I can't do that." Chen Pingan was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and Qi Tingji was at the vast world. Qi Tingji was a little helpless. He reached out and patted the railing. He thought to himself, among the disciples, one of the two that I think the most highly of actually admires Chen Pingan. She even begged me, her master, to help her ask the hidden official for a copy of the Song Sword Immortal Manual once she enters the Jindan stage. Don't you think it's annoying? This was the guest elder Xiao Yunyan's fault. He had nothing better to do. He described the young hidden official as a rare figure in the world. The key was that he was young and handsome, but he was also devoted. How could the little girl not be moved after hearing this? A man's infatuation was actually the greatest romantic. After all, in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were too many exciting stories about the deputy manager to tell. Xiao Yunyan had bad intentions. He picked the good ones to talk about. Lu Ji said, "Don't worry. That girl is too beautiful. If she really meets Chen Pingan, she'll be so nervous that she won't be able to speak. Chen Pingan won't say much either. When the time comes, they'll be speechless and embarrassed to the point that they'll regret meeting." Qi Tingji laughed. Qi Tingji turned to look at Lu Ji and suddenly teased, "Mr. Lu, I'm very curious. What kind of hero can catch your eye?" Lu Ji shook her head and changed the topic. "Is Lu Tu really going to be the guest elder of the sword sect?" Qi Tingji nodded and said, "I don't even know how to turn him down. It's annoying." Lu Ji smiled and said, "This kind of trouble is rare." Qi Tingji leaned against the railing and sighed softly. He's settling down in a foreign land just like that. Lu Ji was silent. Her thoughts drifted far away. When she returned to her hometown, she thought of many old people and things. On the wall of a wine shop, there was once an ensign nameplate that said, "Lu Ji is actually not good looking, but her legs are long. I've liked her for many years. I can't get enough of her." Although the nameplate did not have a name, the handwriting was clear. Perhaps the swordsman did not intend to deliberately hide his identity. Some distant liking could not help but let others know. Only then would he be satisfied. However, before Lu Ji could argue with that old pervert, the swordsman who liked to squat by the side of the road every time he drank died in battle outside the city. Other than that nameplate, the swordsman had not spoken much to Lu Ji in his life. Therefore, no one in the world knew if he liked her too much or not that much. In the last few years of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, everyone left in a hurry. There was once a young shopkeeper who freeloaded on wine. Occasionally, when he drank too much, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He said that when he returned to his hometown in the future, he would open a wine shop to sell wine, yangchun noodles, hot pot, and stinky tofu. People from the Great Wall of Sword Chi could go there and make an exception. They could get discounts and credit. Someone asked if they could not pay back the money. It was meaningless to buy on credit. The young man smiled and said, "Let's talk about it after you go drink." Someone asked if they could hire a few more wine girls. They were so beautiful that water could be squeezed out of them. The young second shopkeeper laughed and scolded. There was no such wine shop in the world. The shopkeeper had to risk his life to earn such a small amount of hard-earned money. The crowd burst into laughter. In the foreign land that had yet to become their hometown, the wine shop in Ascension City was still there. However, the young shopkeeper was no longer there. Most of the swordsmen from the past were also gone. Xiao Yunyan, Madame Xianyan, and a few of Qi Tingji's direct disciples came over. Facing the man who was both the sect leader and their master, these young men and women were very respectful. Instead, they were closer to Lu Ji. After the group of people bowed to Qi Tingji, a young man asked, "Mr. Lu, can you meet Alliance, Zua, Ning Yao, and the hidden official?" Ning Yao had ascended with a sword. The young swordsmen of the Dragon Elephant Sword sect all knew about it. Lu Ji shook her head and said, "I'm not sure." The young man asked, "When did the hidden official get drunk? Did he really say that Ning Yao liked him because of his looks and his talent?" Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "Of course not. Someone tricked him." Madame Xianyan smiled sweetly and said, "That's hard to say. Wine makes people brave." The hidden official didn't dare to say anything and didn't dare to do anything. When two armies faced each other, one person stood in front of the formation with a sword pointed at all the sovereigns. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "Are you praising or insulting him? Why don't I repeat it to him?" She sneered and said, "Up to you." After attending the ceremony at Luopa Mountain, Madame Xianyan had gained a lot of courage. Now, according to the hidden official's decree, she and Xiao Yunyan had both become elders of the Dragon Elephant Sword sect. Every time Madame Xianyan talked about the hidden official, she became calmer and more composed. Another young man said, "The hidden official only has a high position. I still admire Mr. Zhuo more. His swordsmanship is the best in the world." Someone disagreed and said, "Of course Mr. Zhuo is powerful, but I think Alliance is fiercer. After all, he is a true 14th realm swordsman." Qi Tingji left with a smile. He didn't want to listen to these childish discussions. Qi Tingji of the vast world, Lu Ji. Chen Shi of the 5th world Ascension City. Ning Yao. Nalan Xiaowei who traveled far and wide. Old Deaf who returned to the wilderness. In addition to Alliance, Zua, and Chen Pingon. If you counted Xie Songhua, Li Kai, Lu Jinglong, Pu He, and Song Pin, these vast sword immortals. It was as if there was still a great wall of sword chi between heaven and earth, standing tall and strong. The current vast world still didn't understand the relationship between the two swordsmen who had once fought side by side on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The former Great Wall of Sword Chi was like the world's purest place for cultivation. Local swordsmen were waiting for death, while foreign swordsmen were courting death. When someone from both sides survived, if they could meet again, they would be close friends, friends who would live and die together. Wu Shuang descended and the interrogation official in Rongrong City. The two outsiders on the ferry had a real fight between immortals, which involved the entire night boat. Wu Shuang suppressed his realm to the Ascension realm and fought against the interrogation official, Q sword. Tai Bai, Taoist scripture, Wanfa, and naivety. For immortal swords imitated a sword and cut the entire fairy into 2, 4, 8, and 16. A middle-aged scholar and a monk with closed eyes appeared together. Court Chief Wu, can you put away your swords? The originally fragmented night boat instantly gathered back into one without any abnormalities. There wasn't even the slightest loss of spiritual qi. It was similar to the Great Wall of Sword Qi that had been split into 2 by the wilderness Grand Ancestor. Wu Shuang smiled and said, Teacher Zhang, are you teaching me how to behave? The 4 imitated swords hovered around, their tips pointing in all directions. Bai Luo, the guardian of the year, appeared. The interrogation official held a sword in one hand. 2 halos, one golden and one silver, appeared behind him. They were like the sun and moon hanging in the sky, like a pair of eyes of a deity, piercing through the void and looking down on the mortal world. They were the 2 natal flying swords of the interrogation official. There was a sword wound on the interrogation official's face and chest, dripping with blood. However, his injuries weren't serious and didn't hinder him from using his sword. However, in this Q-sword battle, the interrogation official, who was a sword cultivator, was at a disadvantage against Wu Shuang, who wasn't a sword cultivator and was suppressing his realm. This was a fact. The monk opened his eyes and chanted. He raised his hand and a string of prayer beads appeared. If one didn't count the beads used for counting, there was a total of 108 beads. All of them were snow white and flawless. The monk twirled the beads gently. It was as if every time he twirled the beads, his troubles would be reduced slightly. Wu Shuang smiled and flicked his sleeve. A string of snow-white brilliance that was as bright as the Milky Way came out from his sleeve. It was also a string of beads. Each of them was more than 3 zhang long and surrounded Wu Shuang. However, each of the Taoist beads was as big as a Polonia tree. Each bead contained a vast Taoist intent and was as round as the full moon. There were 365 beads. They rotated slowly and the stars moved. The cycle of the great Tao was boundless. The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, Court Head Wu, not only did you help your Taoist companion return the sword, you also learned a superior sword technique and unlocked the boat's restriction. You killed 3 birds with 1 stone. That should be enough, right? Wu Shuang was one of the 10 of the Qingming Tian. He was a military scholar and an unparalleled general. The root of the great Tao was that of a military cultivator. It was just that Wu Shuangjiang was a master of whatever he learned, which made his identity as a weapon cultivator less conspicuous. There were only a few cultivators in the Qingming Tian. There weren't more than 100 people in the Qingming Tian, which didn't match the Qingming Tian's position. Other than the high requirements and strict requirements for accepting disciples, the most important reason was that Wu Shuang had accomplished 2 great feats. When he was still in the immortal realm, he defended the sect and destroyed the sect. After the 2 battles, a first-rate sect in the Qingming Tian was destroyed. It wasn't a huge blow to its vitality. The sect-protecting formation, the ancestral hall, and a few vassal forces were all destroyed. This meant that the Qingming Tian didn't need to care about numbers. It was enough to have Wu Shuang overseeing the mountain alone. He was good at killing and wasn't afraid of being surrounded. On the path of cultivation, he had killed more than once. He was proficient in concealment and escape techniques. His divination was even more brilliant. His thoughts were meticulous and his attacks were precise. Moreover, he was especially vengeful. He was fine when he didn't attack, but when he did, he was like a lion hunting a rabbit. He had to kill in a single strike, uprooting the weeds. After all, he was a cultivator that even Sun Huaizhong, the head of the great Xian dynasty, described as haunting. He was such an extremely difficult existence to deal with. Now that he had even reached the 14th realm, even the night sailing ship wouldn't be willing to become enemies with him. The middle-aged scholar smiled. Court head Wu, the ferry has already reached the southern sea's ruins of Sinkhole. Wu Shuang smiled and kept the 4 imitation swords and a string of flowing pearls into his sleeve. He then dispelled the ability of the sparrow in the cage and left the night sailing ship with Bai Luo. He wanted to pass through the ruins of Sinkhole and head straight for the wilderness. In a pavilion by a lotus pond in Chuang City, the disciplinary officer put away his sword and 2 life-bound flying swords and landed in the pavilion. The monk vanished in a flash, leaving only the middle-aged scholar standing beside the disciplinary officer. The middle-aged scholar smiled, still all right. The disciplinary officer muttered to himself, if the 14th realm is already like this, then what about the 15th realm? The middle-aged scholar said, unimaginable. Wu Shuang and Bai Luo hovered side by side in the air. Beneath their feet was the ruins of Sinkhole that had been opened by the great ancestor of the wilderness. The door was difficult to open, and even harder to open. Wu Shuang lowered his head and looked over. The ruins of Sinkhole was in the shape of a huge ravine. In ancient times, it was said that the water of the 9 continents in the world and even the water of the stars in the heavens would flow majestically into the 4 ruins of Sinkhole. It was also said that within the ruins of Sinkhole, there was a huge turtle. Its back carried the territory of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. In the ruins of Sinkhole, it was still as small as a bonsai. There were also 4 dragon gates erected within. It was once the opportunity for all the flood dragons in the world to transform into a dragon. Wu Shuang pointed and smiled, our luck isn't bad. It seems to be 2 turtle fishes. Bai Luo followed his gaze and looked over. In the depths of the ruins of Sinkhole, there were 2 turtle fishes with the head of a dragon and the body of a fish. They were tens of thousands of feet long and were swaying their heads and wagging their tails leisurely. One of them was a male fish with the tail of a golden gourd, while the other was a female fish with the tail of a silver hibiscus. They were extraordinary and mystical. Although the 2 turtle fishes were huge, in the depths of the ruins of Sinkhole, they were like 2 slender fish in the river. They were completely negligible. Bai Luo said helplessly, you want to fight with others for this? You're already at the 14th realm. When you're outside, you should at least act like an immortal master. How was it good luck? It was clearly someone fishing for turtle fishes in the sea of clouds in the sky. Even ordinary fishermen in the mountains and rivers would have to spend money to set up their nests and lure the fishes if they wanted to catch something big from the great rivers and lakes. Now, these 2 rare turtle fishes were clearly lured over by the skinny old man with long eyebrows in the sky. They swayed their tails and floated up, slowly approaching a dragon pearl. The dragon pearl flickered in the ruins of Sinkhole's Xianming water. Every time it lit up, it shone brightly. The dragon pearl was only the size of a fish, but its light illuminated a radius of hundreds of feet. Wu Shuang raised his head and looked over. In the gap in the sea of clouds in the sky, a white-haired old man was fishing with his legs crossed. He held a verdant bamboo fishing rod in his hand and used a breath of pure martial arts as the fishing line, sinking into the depths of the ruins of Sinkhole. The old man with long eyebrows was giving Wu Shuang a look, probably telling him not to scare the 2 turtle fishes. Wu Shuang thought for a moment and retracted his aura, merging with the heavens and earth. Bai Luo also used a concealment technique to not disturb the old fisherman's fishing. She said telepathically to Wu Shuang, Jiang, this person is called Zhang Taoxia, nicknamed Dragon Count. He's a 10th realm martial artist and has reached the pinnacle. Apart from martial arts, he's only obsessed with fishing. He's indifferent and stands aloof from worldly affairs. Only when he has no money to set up a nest would he run to the central divine continent to earn some fishing money. When the ruins of Sinkhole first opened, Zhang Taoxia was close to it, so he was the first person in the world to come here. He then waited here for the prey, picking up the bigger ones that slipped through the net. He successfully stopped several great demons that tried to escape back to the wilderness. Wu Shuangjiang nodded. He's indeed a god, but it's a pity that he's just a god. The two turtle fishes were still very cautious. They chased after the dragon pearl for a long time, but they never took the bait. The old man with long eyebrows suddenly raised his chi, and the dragon pearl that was pulled by pure chi suddenly rose up, as if it was trying to escape. One of the silver-scaled hibiscus tails no longer hesitated. It stirred up a huge wave, leaping up high and biting down on the dragon pearl. The skinny old man laughed loudly. He stood up and pulled back. The fishing line was pulled taut, and a huge arc appeared. However, he did not pull it to death. Instead, he began to walk the turtle fish. Without a few hours of struggle, it was impossible to pull such a female turtle fish out of the water. Wu Shuangjiang narrowed his eyes and watched for a moment. He stepped to the shore of the Sea of Clouds and stood beside the old man. He smiled and asked, "Old senior, if you catch this turtle fish, will you sell it?" "How much?" The old man called Zhang Tiaoxia held the fishing rod to his abdomen and ran around the edge of the Sea of Clouds. The strength of a 10,000-foot-long turtle fish was not small. The old man laughed as he ran. "Sorry, I've always let go of my fish. Especially this pair of Taoist companion turtle fish. Once one of them is caught, the other will be alone forever. Isn't that pitiful? The joy of fishing is never about filling one's stomach." Wu Shuangjiang nodded lightly to express his agreement. He smiled and said, "What a fisherman." Bai Luo heaved a sigh of relief. If she was not careful, this dragon count would be brought along by Wu Shuangjiang on a trip to the wasteland. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly asked, "That female martial god from the great Duan dynasty is called Pei Wan, right? Did you fight with her?" Zhang Tiaoxia still held the fishing rod with both hands and focused on fighting the turtle fish. He laughed heartily and said, "When I could beat her, I didn't want to bully a little girl. In the end, it seemed that after a few days, I realized that I couldn't beat her. Who can I reason with? There's no other way. I'll just catch my fish." Zhang Tiaoxia suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He held his breath for a moment and sighed. He actually took the initiative to break the fishing line, allowing the turtle fish to swallow the priceless dragon pearl into its stomach. The two turtle fish crazily fled into the depths of the ultimate. In this way, unless Zhang Tiaoxia could change the bait to something like dragon pearls and dragon eyes, they would not be able to take the bait for at least 100 years. Wu Shuangjiang asked, "Senior Dragon Count, are you going to the Confucian Temple of Middle-earth to discuss matters?" Zhang Tiaoxia nodded and said, "The Grand Chancellor of the Rites Learning Palace invited me. I have to go." Zhang Tiaoxia would be playing with his life if he said that he did not guard against these two uninvited guests who suddenly appeared beside the ultimate. Although he could not see through the depths of the two people, he could tell from their expressions that they were at least two immortals. Zhang Tiaoxia thought for a while and could not find a righteous cultivator who fit his image. However, the long-browed elder felt that he had been wandering around the sea for a long time and could be said to be ignorant of the matters on the mountain. It was normal that he did not know them. Just like the sword immortal Su Ku from the Jinjia continent that he met earlier, he had never even heard of him before, let alone seen him. However, Zhang Tiaoxia did not have any enemies on the mountain, so he just treated it as a chance encounter with the two people. After living for a long time, he was not surprised. However, if he really had to fight a brainless fight, Zhang Tiaoxia did not mind stretching his muscles and bones. The 10 realms of martial artists were not just for show. Wu Shuangjiang gave a fist salute and smiled, "Farewell." Zhang Tiaoxia returned the salute with a fist salute, "We'll meet again if fate wills it." Wu Shuangjiang looked towards the depths of the ultimate and raised his hand. He formed a seal with 2 fingers and said, "Imperial edict to all the water descendants of the world." The 2 AO fish that had already traveled thousands of miles away shook their heads and wagged their tails as if they had received an imperial edict. They obeyed the edict and changed their direction, swimming towards Wu Shuangjiang rapidly. Finally, they raised a huge wave and leaped out of the water. The 2 huge creatures with dragon heads and fish bodies were extremely docile and obedient. They hovered below the sea of clouds, as if waiting for Wu Shuangjiang to board the ferry and travel to the ultimate. Wu Shuangjiang brought Bai Luo and landed on the AO fish's back. They entered the ultimate and traveled far away. Zhang Tiaoxia thought for a while. Fortunately, they did not fight. Indeed, one had to be kind to others when one was outside. A 10 realms peak martial artist kept the green bamboo fishing rod and turned into a rainbow, heading towards the central divine continent. In the ravine of the ultimate, Bai Luo and Wu Shuangjiang each rode a AO fish. Bai Luo smiled and asked, "Palace Master, I heard that there is a saying of big and little Wu in the Qingming world." Wu Shuangjiang nodded, "That kid's fortune is just like mine. In other aspects, we are not that similar. The one who is truly like me is the young man that Lu Qin spoke of. Fortunately, he is not a cultivator of the same realm." No one knew why Alliance would get along with the lineage of the scholarly sage. Why did he become a sword cultivator who called himself a swordsman? Why did he like to roam the world so much? Why did he go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Green Netherworld? Alliance patted his knees lightly and hummed a small tune. He was preparing to change into a scholarly robe and go to the Confucian temple in Middle-earth to look for acquaintances. There was one good thing about having friends all over the world: drinking didn't cost anything. Outside the entrance of the secondary saint's residence, there was a travel-worn young Confucian scholar. Beside him was a yellow-robed old man who had a jade tablet issued by the Confucian temple hanging on his waist. It was Li Huai and his retainer. Now, the old man had changed his Daoist name to Daoist Nun. Li Huai looked at the majestic entrance of the secondary saint's residence from afar and swallowed his saliva. He didn't dare to get close. He didn't have the guts to knock on the door. He felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone to the Confucian temple in Middle-earth with the old blind man who was more than half his master. Otherwise, everything would be fine once he found Li Baoping and Mao Fuzi. The young Ascendant Realm Daoist nun was even more nervous than Li Huai. He said softly, "Young master, I think that Alliance is definitely not at home. It would be good if that B*TCH wasn't at home. Then, he wouldn't have to deal with him later." Li Huai carried the bamboo box on his back and held the mountain walking stick in his hand. He asked tentatively, "Then, should we go directly to the Confucian temple and wait?" The young Daoist nun rubbed his hands and nodded. "That's a good idea." Unexpectedly, a man wearing a scholarly robe walked out quickly from the entrance. He actually looked a little like a human. When the man saw Li Huai and the Ascendant Realm Daoist nun, he laughed and said, "Oh, isn't this Master Li Huai? You're not as handsome as when you were young. You were so good back then." Li Huai waved his hand. Alliance walked on the street while Li Huai strode forward. Suddenly, he handed the mountain walking stick in his hand to the young Daoist nun who was walking behind him with heavy steps. Almost at the same time, Li Huai and Alliance stopped 5 or 6 steps away from each other. The two of them got into a boxing stance and started to circle around each other. Alliance jumped and changed his left fist to his right palm. Li Huai jumped and twisted his waist. He looked serious and didn't punch out. The young Daoist nun almost wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Are these two idiots? I don't know either of them. The two of them shouted softly and stepped forward at the same time. they started to fight back and forth. Their movements were extremely slow, but their fists were as fast as thunder and had the momentum to break bricks. The young Taoist nun couldn't stand it anymore. He turned around and looked at the shops on the side of the street. The two of them suddenly hugged each other. Li Huai laughed and said, "Brother Alliance." Alliance laughed and said, "Brother Li Huai." They both took a step back. Alliance lowered his voice and asked, "Now that I'm your brother-in-law, do you still have a chance?" Li Huai rolled his eyes and said, "No chance. My sister is married. He's a scholar and is taller than you." Alliance said angrily, "You didn't stop your sister? Are you just going to watch your sister miss out on a good husband?" Li Huai laughed and said, "Alliance, you seem to be shorter." Alliance touched his head and sighed. Li Huai said, "It's okay. You can go home and put more cotton in your boots." Alliance's eyes lit up, "Brother Li Huai, you're a genius." Alliance felt that this was feasible and was in a good mood. He turned to look at the young Taoist nun with a face full of surprise. He wiped his mouth hard. "Hey, isn't this brother touting?" That Ascendant Realm dog felt that he was in danger. Li Huai, this kid, still had some conscience, but this damn Alliance in front of him would really eat dog meat hot pot. Great Duan Dynasty, on a city wall in the capital city. A man in a dragon robe with white hair. Beside him was an extremely tall woman with a long sword in a bamboo sheath hanging from her waist. Female martial god, Pei Wan. There was also a young man in white, Chao Ci. Pei Wan had a total of 4 direct disciples. So, in addition to the eldest senior brother who was stuck at the peak, Chao Ci also had 2 senior sisters who were both in their 50s. They were both in the remote travel state and had a good foundation. There was no doubt that they would reach the peak. Moreover, this seemingly ordinary evaluation of "not bad" was relative to Chao Ci's junior brother. The martial arts fate of the Great Duan Dynasty was indeed shocking. In the words of the people of the Central Plains, the Great Duan Dynasty was the owner of the martial arts shop. His Majesty, who had once traveled to the inverted hanging mountain with Pei Bei, was already an old man past his prime. He looked at Pei Wan and said self-mockingly, "Miss Pei, you still look the same. I'm actually much younger than you, but I'm already so old." Pei Wan smiled. He said, "Then I won't disturb you and Chao Ci from going to the Confucian temple." Pei Wan nodded. He suddenly said, "I've never touched Miss Pei's hand in my life." Chao Ci left silently. Pei Wan patted the old man's arm and said, "I'm glad to meet your Majesty." The old man patted the back of the woman's hand and said with a smile, "Okay." The emperor suddenly felt a little regretful and asked, "If that young secluded official is also going to the Confucian temple, then our Chao Ci won't be the youngest person to go to the Confucian temple, right?" Pei Wan nodded with a smile. Actually, she didn't think it was a big deal. The old man turned to the seemingly flawless young man in white and asked, "Chao Ci, why don't I help you change your age? After all, it doesn't matter if you're 1 year older or 1 year younger in the Great Duan Dynasty." Chao Ci stood in the distance and cupped her fists with the childish old man. She said with a smile, "Your Majesty, let's forget about it." The old man was a little disappointed. At the temporary ferry to the north of the Confucian temple, the largest snowflake ferry in the world couldn't even reach the shore. It could only continue to consume spirit chi and eat immortal coins while floating in the air. The owner of the ferry didn't care about this little consumption. Between the ferry and the ferry, a 1,000-foot-long azure cloud bridge appeared. It was another money-consuming method. A group of people walked down slowly. A woman dressed elegantly was talking to the young man next to her. She said that he should take this opportunity to meet that fairy sister. That girl was a woman from the mountains. She was around 100 years old, so she wasn't considered old. A family of 3. The god of wealth of the snow mountain continent, Lu Jubao and his wife, and their son, Lu Yuzhou. Other people cultivated hard, but Lu Yuzhou was busy with only one thing. His parents forced him to go on blind dates. After the blind dates, Lu Yuzhou had a lot of excuses for his failures. That girl's cultivation level is too high. She's already in the unpolished jade realm at such a young age. Why would she like a good-for-nothing cultivator like me? She's only here for my money. She's too beautiful. She's like a goddess who walked out of a painting. I'm not good enough for her, so I can only look at her from afar. She thinks my painting skills are mediocre. We're not the same type of person, so we can't talk to each other. Cultivators have long lives. They sleep on the same bed every day and have different dreams. Accidents are bound to happen. Therefore, his father was anxious, and his mother was even more anxious. Lu Jubao thought that Lu Yuzhou, the only seedling, should help the family to spread its branches. However, Lu Yuzhou's mother's thoughts were a bit unusual. She always felt that she had given birth to such a handsome and promising son. If she didn't show him off, she would feel uncomfortable chatting with those coquettish female cultivator friends. And this Mrs. Lu was famous for spending a lot of money on Howren Mountain. Any rare robes, beautiful hairpins and jewelry, expensive rouge and face powder, dressing table, letter paper, eyebrow pencil, painting of court ladies. As long as she bought it, the price would at least double. Therefore, every time the forces on the mountain that did business with women had a new style of goods, they would take the initiative to send it to Mrs. Lu of the Snow Peak continent. If she didn't like it, she would return it. If she liked it, she would buy it at a high price. For free. Who are you looking down on? One of the biggest interests of the woman and her friends was to comment on the great cultivators on the mountain, or the young and handsome Taoist companions. That woman was bewitching. At first glance, one could tell that she wasn't a decent woman. The uglier a village girl was, the more she liked to wear flowers. The flowers were fancy, and she wore money on her body when she had no money in her pocket. Don't be fooled by her appearance. Her cheekbones were high, and she killed her husband without using a knife. A scorpion carrying a wasp, this man and woman were really a perfect match. Don't be fooled by the two of them being intimately attached to each other. Just wait, in fact, they couldn't be tied to the same groove. Lu Jubao didn't care about his wife's private gossip. Anyway, a dozen old women would find a reason to gather together and chatter. The content of their conversation couldn't be spread outside. The woman took her son's hand and said softly, "Son, do you know what kind of wife a rich family should look for?" Lu Yuzhou was a little absent-minded and said perfunctorily, "How would I know?" The woman said to herself, "A woman who is too beautiful is either a femme fatale or a femme fatale. Don't look for her. First of all, she really likes you. Secondly, she has filial piety. She can treat her parents-in-law as her own parents. Finally, she has to have money in her eyes, but not to the extent of falling into the eyes of money. Otherwise, she is a prodigal woman. Of course, no matter how extravagant a daughter-in-law is, our family can't continue to be a prodigal. But the problem is, there are so many gossipy women on the mountain. They love to gossip behind people's backs. I can talk about others, but others can't talk about me. If you look for the wrong person, a disaster can suppress 100 riches. No matter how big the family business is, it can't be protected. But as long as you find the right person, you can suppress 100 misfortunes with one blessing." Lu Yuzhou could ignore it, but the god of wealth of the Baijin continent could only patiently listen to the woman's nagging. He didn't have the right to speak. The key point was that it couldn't go in one ear and out the other. From time to time, there would be a test. What was the third sentence? If he wasn't careful, the woman would cry and complain that his heart was too wild. Once he went out, he was absent-minded. He didn't have her, this old woman, in his heart. The flowers at home were not as fragrant as the wild flowers. In the end, the woman restrained her expression and said softly, "Yuzhou, when you marry a daughter-in-law, you must marry a kind-hearted girl. That's a true blessing. It's the best way to attract wealth." Lu Yuzhou nodded. Although mother didn't study, she's still very honest. The woman patted the back of her son's hand. Our Yuzhou is so good at talking. Why can't we find a daughter-in-law? There's no justice. Lu Jubao nodded in agreement. The woman remembered something and urged, "Why do you want to go to Tongya continent? Don't go. It's a foul place. It's not interesting." Lu Yuzhou said helplessly, "Mother, can you stop nagging?" The woman took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her eyes. Lu Yuzhou could only comfort her. He tried his best to persuade her so that she wouldn't cry. Lu Yuzhou suddenly thought of a girl he met at Leigong Temple. A ferry shuttled through the clouds to the west of the Confucian Temple. It was about a few thousand miles away. Compared to Jade Peak Continent's Lu family's ferry, it was very shabby. However, wherever this ferry from the Fuyao continent passed, regardless of whether it was wind-riding cultivators or other ferries, not to mention greeting them, if they saw them from afar, they would take the initiative to take a detour, afraid that they would not be able to avoid them. The reason was simple. White Emperor City. White Emperor City's city lord, Jingzhuzhong, was on this ferry. There was also Lu Qiqing, who had returned to Glass Pavilion. He wore a pink Daoist robe. There was also Lu Qiqing's bad-tempered senior sister, Han Xiaose. This senior sister was recognized as the cultivator with the best aptitude in White Emperor City after the city lord. She had once vowed to learn 12 kinds of spells of the Great Path, but she had only learned 10. The problem was that the last 2 were especially difficult. Jingzhuzhong only brought 2 direct disciples with him when he left Fuyao continent and returned to the Central Plains. His eldest disciple was Fu Jing, a sword cultivator. His flying sword was Autumn Cicada. A blade-strengthening gourd hung at his waist. Fu Jing and his master wore snow-white robes. His youngest disciple was Gu Kan. He wore a green robe and had a gentle look on his face. His aunt master, Han Xiaose, was currently standing next to Gu Kan. She was talking to Gu Kan in a low voice about the eccentrics on Mount Vast Expanse. She was talking about who had good relations with White Emperor City, and who had bad blood with them. Han Xiaose's only good temper seemed to have been given to her martial nephew, Gu Kan previously. Gu Kan had found the ruins of an ancient shattered grotto heaven in Fuyao continent, and she had been secretly protecting him. However, she had not had the chance to do anything from the beginning to the end. On the ferry, there was also Chai Bofu, who was trembling in fear and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Thanks to little devil Gu, he had gone through a lot of hardships to reach White Emperor City. Although he had not been able to become a direct disciple of the White Emperor City's Hall of Ancestral Masters, he had become a registered disciple. Chai Bofu's gratitude was from the bottom of his heart. After all the cultivators in the world regarded White Emperor City of Colored Clouds as a holy land, just like the Confucian Temple in the eyes of scholars. Lu Qiqing brought Chai Bofu to Gu Kan's room. Just because he did not knock on the door, Han Xiaose, who was on the observation deck, rewarded him with a spell. Lu Qiqing was fine, but Chai Bofu had already fallen to the ground, lying in a pool of blood in the corridor. After struggling to sit up, he did not even need Lu Qiqing to comfort him. He got up alone and returned to his room to recuperate. It was not easy to reach the heavens on the path of cultivation. How could one succeed without suffering? It was fine as long as one got used to it. After obediently knocking on the door, Lu Qiqing swayed his sleeves and walked into the room. He came to the observation deck and leaned on the railing. He turned his head and smiled. "Senior sister, we might be able to meet that celestial algae of drifting cloud continent this time." Han Chaosa sneered, "Bullshit, immortal." He didn't even dare to fart when he saw Alliance. "What kind of dog is that?" Lu Qiqing asked with a smile. "Senior sister, why don't I pull Gu Kan along and meet that celestial algae together? If something really happened, senior brother would take care of it. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, that celestial algae was just a paper immortal. She only had a cultivation level, but no real ability. Otherwise, how could celestial algae not have made any contributions in the southern battlefield of drifting cloud continent? It was more like a sightseeing tour. Compared to her junior sister, immortal Tsong Si, who was good at killing on the battlefield, she was much weaker. Even a sect master was not qualified to participate in the discussion. Han Chaosa's eyes turned cold. Lu Qiqing immediately raised his hands. Okay. Junior brother promises not to drag Gu Kan into trouble." In White Emperor City, Han Chaosa and Lu Qiqing were of high seniority. Only when the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain became sword immortals could they take the long sword away and put it back in the ancestral hall. He had put a lot of thought into this. Therefore, this place was also called Sword Mountain. The guardian consecrator of Xinjiang Mountain, the white ape Yuanjinye, cultivated on Swordback Peak all year round. As a descendant of the mountain-moving ancestor, Yuanjinye had a good name, which meant peak. As Xinjiang Mountain succeeded in becoming a sect, the white ape status also rose. Therefore, every time Yuanjinye occasionally appeared on other peaks, the disciples of the sect would call him Ancestor Mountain Moving Ancestor in a deafening manner. Especially when rumors began to spread on the mountain. The Moving Mountain's forefather actually quickly reached the shocking upper 5 realms cultivation base. Therefore, many young cultivators simply called him the Moving Mountain's Great Sage. The first upper 5 realms Lord of 5 mountains in Aquarius continent was Wei Pai of Cloud Pinning Mountain. Then, this guardian consecrator would be the first upper 5 realms cultivator born as a demon. The hearts of the people of Xinjiang Mountain had never been so united. The spirit of the cultivators had never been so agitated and high-spirited. Even if it was an outer sect disciple who had just entered the mountain, even if it was an ignorant boy or girl, they began to feel that the once vast and boundless Aquarius continent seemed to have suddenly become very small. Their vision and thoughts would drift to their ally, the North Continent, which was full of sword cultivators, and to the Tongyi continent in the south, which was like a broken basket filled with ruins. When the clouds parted to see the moon, it meant that Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden had died. When it was like the sun in the sky, it meant that Xinjiang Mountain had not only become a sect, but was also building a subsect. Although it seemed a little bumpy, no one doubted that Xinjiang Mountain would have a proper subsect. In the entire Aquarius continent, even the Divine Grandeur sect, which was the leader of the mountain, did not have a subsect. Nowadays, the busybodies of Xinjiang Mountain loved to comment on the influential people of the continent. More and more young cultivators on the mountain sincerely felt that Li Tuanjing was lucky to have died early. Otherwise, he would have been easily defeated by a young sword immortal of Xinjiang Mountain. Tian Wan returned to Zhuyu Peak. Her cultivation place was very simple. It was located in an elegant and quiet courtyard in the valley of the mountain. It was not even at a high point in the mountain with a wide view. She was Tian Wan of Xinjiang Mountain's ancestral hall, a female ancestral master who sat at the back. She was in charge of the Mountain View Bulletin and the Mirror Flower Water Moon of Xinjiang Mountain's Yamen. Nominally, Tian Wan was also in charge of intelligence, but she had long been taken over by the ancestral hall's discipline branch. She did not have the qualifications to interfere in this matter. She could only be brought out when there was a mistake. Therefore, Tian Wan was the member of the ancestral hall with the least sense of presence in Xinjiang Mountain. In the ancestral hall, there were not many with or without her. She did not teach any proud disciple with outstanding sword skills, nor did she have the right to speak. She only guarded Zhu Peak with few visitors. It was said that the height of a mountain did not matter, as long as there was an immortal. Poor Zhu Peak. Because of Tianwan, it was said that birds do not stand. However, she was also the junior sister of that, speaking of heavenly affairs, Zhou Zi. She was also one of the 20 people who held a secret meeting. It seemed that as they chatted, they forgot about the proper business. Qiu did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. In any case, she had nothing to do here. Her days in this foreign land were similar to that of the Dragon Whisker River, swaying leisurely. She suddenly said softly, still as if she was talking to herself, "Old duck stew with dried bamboo shoots is quite delicious." Lu Xianyang was a little embarrassed. "It's not cheap to buy a duck." Qiu asked, "It costs money to pick up a stone by the river." Lu Xianyang smiled awkwardly. It had been getting harder and harder to find ducks by the river recently. Qiu hesitated for a long time, but still could not help but ask the biggest question in her heart: "Why is Chen Pingan so afraid of you?" That guy was really a fearless person. He dared to enter the Dao integration stage and build half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Over there, he had to be neighbors with the Dragon God and face Wenhai's careful schemes. He had guarded it alone for so many years, but he still managed to return to his hometown alive. Lu Xianyang leaned back in his chair, stretched his legs, and stretched. "That's not called being afraid." Qiu asked, "Then what is it?" Lu Xianyang thought for a moment and said, "It's hard to say. Chen Pingan is a very strange person. He has been like this since he was young. It's hard to understand what he's thinking. He has been neighbors with Song Manchai for so many years, but he has never taken advantage of him. He doesn't even envy him. You say that he doesn't care about anything, but that's not the case. Ever since I met him, Chen Pingan has been thinking about earning money every day." I was puzzled. Why was he in such a hurry to earn money? Back then, he had just become an apprentice at the kiln. He was so young, and he was only short of naming the copper coins. But it didn't seem like he was saving money for his wife. Chen Pingan was a blockhead who did not know anything. He didn't even know how to eavesdrop. Qiu was even more puzzled. "The two of you are so different. How did you end up together?" Lu Xianyang smiled and said, "Back then, Chen Pingan saved my life at Mud Bottle Alley. I was thin-skinned and never thanked him. So I changed my method and told him that as long as he worked with me, he would definitely have a good life. However, after Chen Pingan became an apprentice, he didn't have to worry about food anymore. On the other hand, I spent money extravagantly. Every time I received my salary, I would either treat him to a meal or buy things blindly. So I often had to borrow money from him. He also kept accounts, one by one. At that time, he was a bit like an accountant, but he never asked me to pay him back." Qiu blinked and turned to ask, "Since he kept accounts, he must still be thinking about when you can pay him back, right?" Lu Xianyang shook his head, "Miss Yu, you don't understand. When he kept accounts, he only recorded how much money he earned. He really never thought about me paying him back. Chen Pingan borrowed money from a lot of kiln workers and apprentices. It seems that from the beginning, he never thought about them paying him back. It was best if they didn't pay him back, so he didn't ask. However, there is one thing that I'm different from everyone else. If I don't pay him back, the next time I borrow money, Chen Pingan will still give me as much as he wants without hesitation. However, if other people borrow money once and don't pay it back, Chen Pingan will keep a record of it in his heart no matter what others say. At most, he will borrow money again. After that, he won't lend me any more money. He won't even give me a copper coin. Kuei Yu's mouth twitched. Oh, he could even use this to show off. He was really thick-skinned. As expected of a scholar. Lu Xianyang smiled and said, "Let me tell Miss Yu something. To be honest, back then, I thought that Chen Pingan was stubborn and wouldn't be able to make a living. He didn't have the life to make a lot of money. I reckoned that before he got married and started a family, he could only follow behind me as a little follower. The little slug would be his burden, his follower. In his heart, the little slug in Mud Bottle Alley and the ant who used to feed him were his other family. He absolutely couldn't lose them again. He had to protect this small place with all his might. Because Gu Kan's mother was his elder, his relative. The little slug was his younger brother. Who in the world likes to suffer hardships when they're born? A child who didn't study at all and whose parents died young. To put it bluntly, was it because of his upbringing? At such a young age, with a nominal age of 5, how much can he remember even if he remembers the good things about his parents? Therefore, Chen Pingan didn't become a good person for the sake of being a good person. Of course, he had a request, and it was nothing more than that. He wanted to make a deal with God. He heard the old sayings of the old people under the old locust tree. They said that good people will be rewarded, and that if he did more good deeds, he would be reincarnated as a human in his next life. Therefore, he wanted to be a good person for the rest of his life, including his parents. If he did 100 good deeds, then as long as God didn't always take a nap and saw a few good deeds, he would have profited. Therefore, when Chen Pingan was young, he was not afraid of death, and he was most afraid of death. He wasn't afraid of death because he felt that living was just the same. He was most afraid of death because he didn't do enough good deeds. The heart is Futian, and words and deeds are Feng Shui. Therefore, he must know how to cherish his good fortune and be able to hide the wind and gather the water. It was only at this moment that Kuei Yu realized something. Although Lu Xianyang was usually sloppy, when he spoke seriously, he really did look like a scholar. Lu Xianyang had taken out a pot of wine at some point. He bent over, drank the wine, and looked into the distance. Kuei Yu asked, "Have you ever thought that things would become like today?" Lu Xianyang smiled and said, "Me, Chen Pingan, Gu Kan, never thought that things would become like today." Kuei Yu nodded. "It's all about the same. As we walked along the road, things became like this." The light rain was hazy and soft. A graceful woman holding an umbrella walked leisurely along the riverside. It was as if she had entered a painting. She only passed by the blacksmith shop and walked toward the arch bridge. Lu Xianyang's expression became strange. Kuei Yu looked in that direction and asked, "She's GQ from Clay Bottle Alley, right?" Lu Xianyang nodded. Kuei Yu asked, "You're so familiar with each other. Why don't you say hello?" Lu Xianyang smiled and said nothing. For some reason, Wang Zhu returned to his hometown alone. He walked past the Dragon Whisker River Water God Temple without a statue. The incense there was very ordinary because the water god of the Tiefu River not far away was the highest-ranking river god in the Dali dynasty. A little further, after Chiduan Mountain and Red Candle Town, were the 3 temples of Xiuhua River, Yuyo River, and Chongdan River. All of them were higher officials than the river god temple. After crossing the arch bridge, she walked into the small town and strolled casually. The supervision office, the county office, the Yang family's shop, an abandoned school, and the Yuan family's ancestral house in Erlang Alley. She walked past them one by one. Then, she held an umbrella and stood under the stairs of Dragon Riding Alley. Not far away were the neighboring Sui Sui shop and straw shop. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The day was as dark as night. Wang Zhu clenched the oil paper umbrella in his hand and said nothing. Chen Zhuilio smiled. All right, we're just catching up today. By the way, let me remind you, don't think about going to the savage world through the ultimate. You'll die. Wang Zhu still did not say anything. Chen Zhuilio shook his head. You're really stupid. You haven't improved at all. The only smart thing is that you know to hide here based on your intuition. You know that if you run to the ultimate in front of me, you'll definitely be killed. Wang Zhu asked, there's a trap in the ultimate. A chi refinement warrior of the dragon nurturing technique. Chen Zhuilio clicked his tongue in wonder. You're not that stupid. The green-robed scholar opened his umbrella and brushed past Wang Zhu in an alley. Wang Zhu did not turn his head, asking, why did you save me? The scholar stepped in the mud step by step, no different from a mortal teacher. He smiled and said, compared to the dragon nurturing technique, the dragon slaying technique hopes more for true dragons to exist in the world. Also, you're too skinny. Wang Zhu frowned. That person's meaning was simple. He would kill him after he fattened him up. After that person walked out of Mud Bottle Alley, Wang Zhu's golden eyes were filled with hatred. She leaned against the wall and looked at the two neighboring houses. As for Chen Zhuilio, he went to the Riding Dragon Alley and walked down the stairs. Chen Lingjun was sitting with his legs crossed, munching on sunflower seeds. He was shocked and jumped up, laughing loudly. He stood at the door of the shop with his hands on his waist. Brother Chin, did you F** King walk to Huaihuang County without any money? Otherwise, it would take you so long. You made me look forward to the stars and the moon every day. That was such a long wait. I've already told you that we're all in Beiyue. I'm good friends with that Lord Wei Shanjun. As long as you mention my name, you can drink and take the sky ship for free. Among all the flood dragons and aquatic descendants in the world, only Uncle Chin would dare to say that to a dragon-slaying cultivator. The shabby scholar with muddy trousers jogged down the stairs. When he reached the roof of the straw shop, he put away his umbrella and smiled. I forgot about that. Chen Lingjun slapped the scholar on the head and said angrily, you can forget anything but this. You're an outsider from another continent. If you encounter a dangerous accident on the mountain, you can save your life if people know that your brother's friend is that Lord Wei Shanjun. The scholar smiled and nodded, then said apologetically, I can't stay for long. After drinking, I'll have to go on a long journey. Chen Lingjuan's expression was gloomy. He had already thought of how to entertain this brother of his, how to stroll around his own Luopa mountain, how to discuss with Wei Ba about pinning Cloud Mountain, how to bring his friend to a few more scenic places that outsiders could not visit, and how to leave after drinking some wine. However, Chen Lingjuan's smile soon brightened. He had to understand his brother. Chen Lingjun immediately turned to the old Taoist and shouted, Brother Jia, prepare a table of dishes. The old Taoist gave him face and laughed, since Brother Lingjun has spoken, I must prepare a table of good food. The scholar crossed the threshold with his umbrella and suddenly asked, if there can only be one true dragon in the world, who do you think is more suitable? Chen Lingjun chuckled, look, you haven't even drunk yet and you're already talking big. Good. As expected of my good brother. You're like this before drinking, but after drinking, the heroes of the world are only those around the table. He winked and deliberately lowered his voice. Do you know that woman called Wang Zhu? She's a true dragon. She walked out of our house. Didn't she just pass by Riding Dragon Alley, right after you? She even greeted me, calling me little brother Lingjun, making me feel a little embarrassed. Do you know why I'm so familiar with her? My master has been her neighbor since young. What relationship? Childhood sweethearts are nothing. It's this. Chen Lingjun stretched out his hands and tapped his thumbs. The scholar dismissed it with a smile. He reached out and touched Chen Lingjun's head. In the end, he was elbowed by that brat and scolded, impudent. I treat you as a brother, but you treat me as a son. A drifting cloud boat appeared suddenly, as fast as a startled swan. In the blink of an eye, it steadily docked at the northern ferry. 3 people walked down. A vulture-like youth with a sharp gaze. A handsome young master carrying a bird in a cage, suave and elegant. There was also a beautiful girl as beautiful as a flower. He was the great cultivator who dropped in Fuyao continent and came out of seclusion to recuperate in Drifting Cloud continent, Lu Tuo. The 2 immortals of Drifting Cloud continent were from the same sect. Sect Master Qin Zhao and Senior Sister Tsong Nyo. Qin Zhao, who did not dare to speak along the way, finally could not help but say, "Senior Sister, are we really going to bicker with that guy?" He was talking about Alliance, who was a guest at the sect and specially came to visit Senior Sister. Tsong Nyo glared at him, "You don't have to do anything. When the time comes, just wait at the side." The extremely old great cultivator with a youthful face, Lu Tuo, gloated, "If we fight here, Alliance will definitely be at a disadvantage." A bearded old man with a bamboo cane and straw shoes, followed by a youth with a backpack and a young girl with a big bag, were called Ju Yu and Dian Su. Inside an immortal shop on the Wenjin ferry, there was an immortal master on the mountain who was asking the shopkeeper about the price of the shop's most treasured calligraphy. It was a wood and stone painting, and was said to be Su Zi's authentic work. The shop had just obtained it from Fuyao continent. There was a small cluster of bamboo on the slope, and a withered tree. It was full of wild charm. The old man with the bamboo cane smiled and listened to the 2 sides haggle. Dian Su said softly, "Master, it's a fake." The old man waved his hand, "Don't talk nonsense." The youth rolled his eyes. The shopkeeper knew how to do business, so he did not argue. However, a young shop assistant said angrily, "How is it a fake? Dozens of painting masters helped to inspect it. It's authentic." The old man with the bamboo cane quickly pulled the youth and the young girl out of the shop. In Panshui County, a handsome young man in white had a willow branch hanging from his waist. Beside him was a man who looked like he was in his 30s, carrying an oil paper umbrella. Beside the 2, there were 2 women. One of them wore a headdress and had a slender figure. The other was a young girl called Chunqing. Around the Confucian Temple were the North Continent's heavenly lord Xia Shi, the great sword immortal by Shang, the Deyuan dynasty's Emperor Lu, the Chongxian Agency's Cloud Palace Master, and the Deyuan imperial tutor Yang Qingju. The Aquarius Continent's heavenly lord Qi Xin of the Shinzhou sect and the Dali dynasty's Song Zhangqiang. There was the young emperor with 2 beauties. When the ferry docked, he hesitated for a while and took off the great frost armor on his body. He gave the military armor pill to the beauty called Zhu Xiu. There was a white-haired, barefoot old man in a purple robe with a wine gourd hanging from his waist. He appeared from the sky like a falling star. The Suishan mountain god and the 9-headed mountain god left their respective territories and rushed to the Confucian temple. Other than them, the 5 Lakes water god was also on his way. On the Tongye continent, the new sect master of the Yugui sect, Wei Ying, came to the Confucian temple alone. At the meritorious forest of the Confucian temple, an old elementary scholar was teaching 2 old men how to play chess. Naturally, neither side would listen to him. Several times, the old elementary scholar tried to help one of them place a piece, but each time, his hand would be slapped away. The old elementary scholar lamented, "How can there be people like you who don't want to win but rather want to lose? Come. Listen to me for once. Old man Dong, place your piece here. Such a godly hand is earth-shattering. I'm worried that this chessboard and table won't be able to withstand such an imposing aura." No one paid any attention to him. The old scholar suddenly thought of something. "Teacher Dong, I don't think you have any scholarly achievements." The old scholar named Dong did not care about the old scholar's obvious question. He smiled and said, there was no imperial examination at that time. The old scholar nodded while twirling his beard. He turned to the other person and said, Mountain Elder Zhou, you're a jinshi. You're really something. He quickly added, it's a pity that you're from a small vassal state. Only a few people passed the imperial examination and only a few were jinshi. You're not that good. The mountain elder nodded and said, you're definitely not as good as the second place of the imperial examination, the disciple of the sage of literature. It's boring to chat like this. The old scholar shook his head and said, Mountain Elder Zhou, do you know why you're the mountain elder of the academy but not the grand chancellor? The former mountain elder of the Yugue Academy said, I don't know. The old scholar whispered, maybe it's because your name is Zhou Mi and you didn't choose a good name. Zhou Mi held back. Forget it. He couldn't win against the sage of literature. He could only be annoyed by the old scholar. He couldn't possibly discuss Tao with the old scholar and learn from him. If it were an ordinary mountain elder of the academy, a gentleman, or a sage, he would have changed his style. Teacher Dong suddenly stood up and said that he was going to receive guests. Zhou Mi was about the same. There were people in the North Continent who needed his help. The two bad chess players left. The old scholar was left sitting on the stone bench. He could not understand the game anyway. Since he had nothing to do, he thought about all his disciples. The old man was a little lonely. 783. The four immortal fairies around the Confucian Temple were the resting places for cultivators. They were Panshui County, Yuanyangzhu, Turtle Head Mountain, and Parrot Continent. An old man with long eyebrows, who had just arrived from the southern sea, was already fishing at Yuanyangzhu. Two immortal fairies stopped at the ferry near Turtle Head Mountain at almost the same time. They were from the Xuanmi dynasty and the Shaoyuan dynasty. The Xuanmi dynasty and the Shaoyuan dynasty were both ranked among the 10 great dynasties of the central divine continent. A black-clothed youth walked down from one of the ferries. The dynasty was blessed by the water virtue, and everyone worshipped the black-clothed youth. A plump old man was rubbing a piece of jade against his face. One was the new emperor of the Xuanmi dynasty, who was only 16 years old. The other was the current emperor, the previous emperor, the head of the Yu family, Yu Panshui. Beside the old man were Yu Bifu and Yu Qingqing. The Shaoyuan dynasty had more people. Other than the emperor in his prime, there was also the imperial tutor, Chao Pu. He wore a wide laurel belt, had a scholarly appearance, and held a snow-white sword tail in his hand. His proud disciple, Lin Junbai. There was also Mr. Shi Lu, Jiang Longxiang, who wrote the Pleasure Pavilion chess manual. The Shaoyuan dynasty's patriarch Yan had a plump servant girl by his side. Her eyes were naturally charming, and there was a beauty mark beside her mouth. Together with Lin Junbai, Jin Mingjin, Zhu Mei, Yan Lv, and Jiang Guanqing, the 5 potential sword immortals, had once traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi with sword immortal Ku Xia. Jiang Guanqing was the direct disciple of sword immortal Ku Xia. 2 elders in his family were once gentlemen of the academy, and they came from the lineage of the secondary saints. They were once because they had died on the battlefield of the South Hausa continent. As for sword immortal Ku Xia's martial uncle, he was once one of the 10 great masters of the central divine continent, the old sword immortal Zhou Shenji. Ku Xia and Zhou Shenji, 2 sword cultivators, had both died in battle. One died on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, while the other died on the Fuyao continent. Yan Lv was the great-grandson of the patriarch. Zhu Mei was no longer a young girl. She had already grown into a graceful woman. One of her granduncles was the mountain lord of the academy in the Liuxia continent. It was also rumored that when Zhu Mei was young, she had sleepwalked to the Yenji mountain and signed a secret contract with the great mountain lord, a woman of high status. It could be said that she was extremely lucky. Soon, 2 Go games were set up on the side of AO2 mountain. One was Go, and the other was Chinese. The 2 main defenders were young people who had been forced by their elders to do things beyond their abilities. They were Lin Junbai from the Shao Yuan dynasty and Su Bai, one of the 10 young substitutes. Jiang Longxiang and Lin Junbai went first. There were many spectators, including Yu Zhuanfu and Yu Qingqing. It was said that this Mr. Shi Lu had followed the imperial tutor, Chao Pu, to this place to visit White Emperor city's Xingjuzhong. However, the bystanders were very certain that Jiang Longxiang absolutely didn't have the qualifications to meet that overlord of the devil Dao. It was extremely likely that even Fu Jing wouldn't be able to invite him. It was rumored that the little White Emperor, Fu Jing's chess skills had been passed down by his master. He had personally created a seal. He was the 4th in the world. If nothing unexpected happened, the first was Xingjuzhong, the second was Cui Shi the embroidered tiger who had published the Kaiyun manual in White Emperor City, and the 4th was Fu Jing. As for who the 3rd was, it had become an unsolved case that was neither too big nor too small. Su Bai's side was also crowded. As for the bounty on Song Zhangqiang's head, they did not mention it at all. They only said that Song Zhangqiang had caught the attention of the experts of other continents. The current Aquarius continent would definitely not do such a thing again. The cultivators of Aquarius continent would think that they were 1 head shorter than Dwarf Tree continent and 2 heads shorter than North continent, which was filled with sword cultivators. As for Central Plains Divine continent, they could forget about it. Even if they jumped up and spat, they would only spit on Central Plains Divine continent's knees. Lu Qiqing spoke up, he has a conflict of Dao with you, I have to help you. If I am not wrong, he should be fishing at Mandarin Duck Zhu. Let's work together and beat him up. Chai Bofu's heart was about to turn cold. Seeing Lu Qiqing walking as if he was flying, Chai Bofu carefully followed behind him. He mustered up his courage and asked, why is there a conflict of Dao? Lu Qiqing said, he has a nickname called Dragon Count, can you bear it? Chai Bofu said anxiously, of course. Why can't I bear it? It was fine if he caused trouble elsewhere, but how could he do it now? Lu Qiqing sneered, you are an earth immortal of golden core now, what are you afraid of? Chai Bofu asked carefully, what is Zhang Tiexia's realm? Lu Qiqing shook his head, neither of them are qi cultivators of the middle 5 realms. Chai Bofu's heart tightened, and he immediately asked, Yu Pu? Immortal? Ascended? He almost asked if Zhang Tixia was at the 14th realm. Lu Qiqing shook his head, neither. Chai Bofu was puzzled. Lu Qiqing said, oh, he is just a martial artist of the 10th realm. Before Pei Bei appeared, he was the leader of the pure martial artists in the world, but he was delayed by fishing. After he reached the End realm, he almost never fought with others, so he was not famous. Chai Bofu stood still. Lu Qiqing reached out and took Brother Dragon Count's arm. Chai Bofu gritted his teeth and directly ran his spiritual qi to knock himself out. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he fainted on the spot. Lu Qiqing was a little regretful. He really wanted to find Zhang Tixia, but not to start a fight, because they had a good relationship, and Lu Qiqing went to catch up. Then let Brother Dragon Count lie down, and don't disturb his sleep. Lu Qiqing was about to go out for a walk. All of a sudden, someone shouted from outside the door, Idiot Fu, get your ass out here. Lu Qiqing was stunned. The voice sounded a little familiar. It was just that he had been locked up in the Aquarius continent for more than 1,000 years, and he was a little rusty. On second thought, he thought, damn, it's Gu Qingsong. This old man, who seems to be rushing to the gate of hell every day, hasn't been killed yet. Lu Qiqing had never seen such a suicidal person in his entire life. In the end, he was still alive. Back in the day, Old Man Dong had traveled the wildlands alone and returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi alive, but this guy had chased him all the way. If it wasn't imprisoned in the 100,000 mountains by the old blind man, given the current situation of the desolate land, it would have piled up a mountain taller than the moon-supporting mountain. When the young Taoist saw Liang's kind gaze, which was like a father looking at his son, he immediately lowered his head and bowed. He couldn't wait to sit on the horse's back on the ground. He smiled flatteringly and said, "I'm not an ascendant realm cultivator. In front of Liang, who has experienced the glory of the 14th realm, my realm is at least halved." Alliance lamented, "It's fortunate that the Confucian temple didn't lift the ban on the mountain bulletin. Otherwise, it would be difficult for you to find a latrine pit on our way to Wenjin Ferry. At night, you'll be swaying like a lantern." Some news about the Confucian temple's meeting was leaked. Moreover, the Confucian temple didn't restrict the news too much. They would probably reopen the mountain bulletin after the meeting. Li Huai asked, "Alliance, why aren't you wearing your Confucian robe?" Alliance rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think that old man you would wear a talisman when he goes out?" Li Huai was puzzled, "What's the reason?" Alliance took a big gulp of wine. "The reason is that too much is as bad as too little. That's why I have to restrain my valiance. It's the same reason why your martial uncle Zhua has to restrain his sword aura. The only difference is that it's easier for him to restrain his sword aura. It's more difficult for me to hide it." Li Huai sneered, "You're bragging again. A leopard can't change its spots." Li Huai suddenly felt guilty. He turned his head and the young Taoist immediately said with a straight face, "It's my honor to be able to eat the same thing as Alliance." Alliance didn't want to waste his breath. He raised his fist and without exerting any force, the yellow-clothed old man was sent flying from his horse. The Rui scepter flew out of his hand and was caught by Alliance. He skillfully kept it in his sleeve. The young Taoist rolled and stood up. He shook his shoulders and his clothes, scattering the dust. He made a profit. If he could scold Alliance by giving away a Rui scepter, the young Taoist could give Alliance a basket full of Rui scepters. Li Huai asked, "Why do we have to take this mountain path? It's better to take the official road at the bottom. It won't be so bumpy if we ride a horse." Alliance said with a smile, "There's an expert living in seclusion here. I'll take you to him so you can see how popular Big Brother Alliance is in the Central Divine Continent." Li Huai said angrily, "I took such a long detour with you just to show off how popular you are." Alliance said with a smile, "Later, when you get to drink some good wine and see a beautiful sister, it won't be too late to thank me." Li Huai was skeptical. There must be immortals in the high mountains, monsters in the deep mountains, and turtles in the deep waters. But this mountain looked ordinary. About an hour later, riding up the mountain became going down the mountain. Li Huai sneered. Alliance, who was pretending to be calm, could only shout in his mind, "There's a friend here. Give me some face. Open the door and give me a cup of tea. We'll leave after drinking." The immortal on the mountain replied straightforwardly, "I'm not here." Alliance was anxious, "Don't say that. It doesn't matter if Brother Yeho is here or not. It's fine as long as Sister Huang Wan is here." That person seemed to have lost his patience, scram. Alliance could only use his trump card, "If you continue like this, don't blame me for letting my dog scratch your house. The person beside me doesn't know how to control his strength. Don't blame me for not being strict." That person only remained silent. Li Yeho didn't even bother to look at Alliance. He nodded to Li Huai and Taoist Nun. Li Huai quickly bowed, "Cliff Academy, Scholar Li Huai." The yellow-clothed old man smiled and introduced himself, Taoist nun, a servant of young Master Li Yeho was a little surprised. Why would a young scholar from Cliff Academy from Aquarius Continent have an ascendant realm? Great demon as a servant. The woman in colorful clothes floated down the corridor. She held a long sword and shouted angrily, "Alliance, make room for my master." The short man who practiced martial arts on the lake also came to the waterside pavilion. He didn't say anything bad to Alliance. Alliance turned his body, back facing the railing of the waterside pavilion. He assumed the posture of a jade mountain lying down, as if he was angry with the woman. He said with a sad voice, "I won't." As the leader of the Bright Moon Lake's water descendants, she was called Huang Wan on the golden jade archive of the Water Lord's residence. She liked to eat moths in her life. As for the water ghost spirit, he was called Sha Qing. He was a 10th realm martial artist when he was alive. His current status was equivalent to the head guest of the Bright Moon Lake. Huang Wan quickly stepped forward and slashed with her sword. Alliance quickly supported himself with one hand on the ground, head facing the ground and legs facing the sky. After dodging the sword, he bent his elbow and used his strength to flip his body. He sat cross-legged and snapped his fingers. Nothing happened. Alliance snapped his fingers again. Still nothing happened. Alliance turned to look at Li Yeho, who was leaning against the railing. He laughed and said, "Brother Yeho, you are half the host. Let me take a look at the scenery around the fourth ferry." Li Yeho waved his sleeves and a painting of mountains and rivers appeared on the lake. The mountains were undulating and there were specks of light. They were as big as lanterns and as small as mustard seeds. The disparity was huge. This was the Qi observation technique of the gods of the mountains and rivers. The specks of light were Qi cultivators. Alliance leaned forward and rested his chin on one hand. There are not many people from the North Continent. Li Yeho kept silent. This was the arrangement of the Confucian temple. He was just a small lake lord. It was not his place to comment. Alliance asked, "Is old Pei here?" Li Yeho held the yellow fan and fanned himself. He said, "The Confucian temple didn't invite him. Pei Min didn't show up either." Alliance asked again, "Is it Monk Ming ran from the Xiankong temple?" Li Yeho said, "He's here." The people from the Buddhism and Taoism sects, the patriarchs of the 100 schools of thought, and the gods of the mountains and rivers, including Sui Shan, won't stay near the ports. The Confucian temple has other arrangements and won't forbid them from visiting friends. However, there aren't many people who are willing to visit. Alliance rubbed his chin and said in amazement, "Most of them might not even be able to attend the meeting. They can't even attend the ceremony. Are they destined to come here in vain? Why do I feel that the Confucian temple is a bit hot-tempered this time?" Alliance asked, "Is it Wei Jin from the Wind Snow Temple?" He was the only local immortal sword cultivator in the Aquarius continent. He was also a military cultivator from the Wind Snow Temple. He had been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and made a name for himself in the Battle of Dali. He should be qualified to attend the meeting. Li Yeho shook his head and said, "He didn't come. The Confucian temple has limited places for military cultivators." Wei Jin gave the opportunity to a young man named Su Bai. Alliance smiled and said, "The kid with the nickname Young Jiang Taigong." Su Xian. Li Yeho nodded slightly. Alliance rubbed his hands and said, "Good guy. Let me play a few rounds with him. I'm going to win the nickname of Old Jiang Taigong. This match with him will be called the Little Rosy Cloud game. I'm destined to go down in history." Li Yeho leaned against the railing and waved his fan. He looked at the man who was eager to have a try. The Central Divine Continent was going to be chaotic again. Some of the immortal sects in the Central Divine Continent did not have the slightest bit of integrity in their reports. The cultivators with the best battle records in the world, the top 10 young talents in the Central Divine Continent, and the top 10 cultivators with the most affinity with women in the world, without exception, all of them included all young. Fortunately, these immortal sects didn't sell well. They probably had a knife to their necks. They had to bite the bullet and deal with this son of AB*TCH. Alliance looked at the short man named Sha Qing. The latter had no choice but to throw out a bottle of bright moon wine. Alliance said angrily, "Sha Qing, to think that I taught you a few peerless fish techniques. Just a bottle of wine. Has your conscience been eaten by a young Taoist?" Fortunately, there were outsiders here. Otherwise, Li Huai would have strangled Alliance's neck to shut him up. When they were traveling to study, Li Huai was the youngest. He often rode on Alliance's neck and shouted, "Go, go, go, go." He waved his straw sandals and asked Alliance to run faster. The 10th realm martial artist who appeared like a ghost could only throw out 2 more bottles of wine. Black tiger steals heart, moon in the ocean, monkey plucks peach. Hee, what a good fish technique. Alliance moved his butt and sat in front of the guqin. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands. He suddenly grabbed the wine bottle and took a sip. Suddenly, he shivered. As if he was possessed, he began to play the guqin. His head swayed back and forth. Alliance was intoxicated. The atmosphere in the pavilion became strange. The little monsters who rang the bell covered their ears. Li Huai couldn't take it anymore. More importantly, he saw that the fairy in colorful clothes was pale. The tip of her sword was trembling. She might attack at any time. Li Huai quickly coughed. Alliance pressed his hands on the strings. He turned his head and asked, "What?" Li Huai raised a hand and wiped his neck. "Reminding you is enough. Otherwise, don't blame me for not caring about our brotherhood after we leave this place." Alliance sighed. They were all rough people. They didn't know what he meant. Alliance raised the wine bottle and sniffed. He asked, "Is it from Tongyi Continent?" Li Yeho said, "Jade Gui sect's new sect master Wei Ying and Marshal Saint Wu Kuang." Wu Kuang came with South Suoshchen clan disciple to Wenjin Crossing. Alliance frowned. Huang Wan gritted his teeth. Lu Qi also came this time. Alliance was a bit guilty. He said, "I know him, but he doesn't know me." That Lu Qi was a bit old. He went to Qingming Tian and stayed in Shiryu blessed land without moving. There was also Great Duan Dynasty's Pei Bei and Chao Xiai. There was also Aquarius Continent's Yunlin Jiang clan. For the 100 Flowers Paradise's host, other than Lushui Pit's Madame Qing Zhong, they also invited Su Zi, White Emperor City Lord Jing Juzhong, Wai Yin, Tongyi Continent's Jade Gui Sex Wei Ying, and Martial Sage Wu Chang. There was naturally no lack of good wine at the banquet. However, it was believed that everyone who attended the banquet was not there for the immortal wine, even if there were green immortal mountain wine, 100 Flowers wine, and cold crisp wine on the table. However, a certain person that Alliance respectfully called Big Dog Yen was probably an exception. So many wine gatherings. Just to welcome me back. Alliance immediately became spirited. He said in high spirits, yes, I'm touched. I didn't think that after not returning home for a few years, my fellow villagers, sisters, and sisters would think more highly of me, Alliance. Unfortunately, there is only one Alliance. It's best if we don't fight until we bleed. It's best if we don't have 3 wine gatherings. Brother Yiho, hurry and tell them that I'll be there immediately. Li Yiho didn't pay attention to this at all. He only said, nowadays, many people think that the sword Qi is south of the Great Wall. Alliance stood up and walked around the zither book. He held the wine pot in one hand and patted the railing with the other. He looked at the calm lake and said, each and every one of them wants to climb up to the sky. How can there be such a good thing? Liang finished the wine in the pot and handed it to Hu Jun. Li Yi-ho took the pot and Liang took the fan in his hand and fanned himself. All right, everyone wants to escape from the heat. If you want to work, go ahead. Anyway, Liang, won't cause any trouble. My chest is free of ice and charcoal. If there's nothing to do, my body will be light. Alliance patted the railing and said, let's go, let's go. Huang Wan looked at the guy who didn't know what shame was. Sure enough, he wasn't surprised in the slightest. He saw him reach behind him with his palm leaf fan pressed against his back. Then, he kept moving. In any case, he was always facing his master, hiding the palm leaf fan. After making half a circle, he bade farewell and ran away. She wanted to chase after him with her sword. Li Yi-ho waved his hand, don't bother with a half-bald man. The strong man was confused, why is Alliance without hair? Why does he look taller this time? Li Yi-ho reminded, boots. Sha Qing had a look of realization as he quietly lowered his head to glance at his boots. The woman in colorful clothes was shocked. Does this guy have any shame? The short man immediately raised his head and said seriously, yes, he has no shame. On the road, Alliance was about to take out the talisman when Li Huai reached out and grabbed his neck. Alliance patted Li Huai's arm and said with grievance, Brother Li Huai, what are you doing? Li Huai increased his strength and laughed mischievously. I've gained face. Today, I've gained face. When we arrive at Panshui County, we'll go our separate ways. Don't tell anyone that you know me. Alliance could only stand on his tiptoes and stretched his neck. He patted his chest and promised, no problem. I'll tell everyone that I don't know Li Huai. Li Huai was so angry that he laughed. He leaned back and Alliance's feet almost left the ground. Yu Panshui would probably cry if he saw this scene. That young Taoist's admiration for Li Huai rose spontaneously. His young master was amazing, a dragon among men. He kicked the old blind man and grabbed Alliance's neck. Most importantly, they didn't fight back. Li Huai let go of his hand and asked, are there so many people in the meeting? Alliance hesitated and said in his mind, there are actually two meetings. One with more people and the other with fewer people. There will be very few people. The meeting at the Confucian Temple was 2 days away. At the Meritorious Forest. The old scholar sat on a stone bench and muttered to himself. Were the people in the Confucian Temple useless? They couldn't even find a single night boat. However, after counting his fingers, he realized that Zhuozhuo and Jun Qian would arrive soon. Bored to death, the old elementary scholar played chess with himself. The restrictive spell suddenly opened and the old scholar turned his head to look. Two familiar figures appeared in front of him. Lu Shirliu's first disciple, the little monster, was temporarily placed somewhere else. After all, the Meritorious Forest was not an ordinary place. Zhuozhuo and Jun Qian bowed at the same time, greetings, teacher. The old scholar didn't see the disciple he wanted to see the most. He turned around and stared at the chess game, pretending that he didn't see or hear anything. After a while, the two disciples still bowed. The old scholar suddenly smiled and waved his hand, why are you standing there? Come, let's play a game. Jun Qian wanted to go behind the teacher but was called junior by Zhuozhuo. She could only sit on the stone bench opposite the teacher. Unexpectedly, the old scholar stood up and gave his seat to Zhuozhuo. He said, it's rare to see you fellow disciples. Let's play a game. The old scholar walked slowly around the table while pointing at the chess game. He patted Zhuozhuo's shoulder and Jun Qian's head. The old man didn't say anything. After a round of chess, the old scholar looked at the chessboard and clasped his hands behind his back. He was very satisfied. Under his guidance, his two disciples had played an exquisite game of chess. At the Confucian temple, a few restrictions were opened. Then, a rainbow-colored figure appeared and went straight to the meritorious forest. The old scholar suddenly raised his head. He was wearing a green robe and had a jade hairpin on his head. He had a sword on his back. The green-robed swordsman, Chen Pingon, bowed and said, "Disciple Chen Pingon greets you, teacher." The old scholar quickly stepped forward and held the arm of his disciple tightly. Zhua Zhua and Jun Qian stood up. The old man said softly, "Very good, very good." There were only two people invited by the Sage of Rites for the meeting at the Confucian temple. One had been cultivating for more than 20,000 years. The other was only 42 years old. Bai Sei. Chen Pingon, the hidden official of the Sage of Rites. 784. The old scholar turned around and complained to the two fools, "Why are you still standing there? Come and meet your little brother." The old scholar was still holding his disciple's arm, unwilling to let go. Zhua Zhua and Lu Shirlu walked quickly to the teacher. Lu Shirlu and the little brother nodded with a smile. They finally met. Chen Pingon immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior Junqian." This senior brother, whom he met for the first time, helped him earn a large sum of gold and copper coins at Luopa Mountain. Zhua Zhua said with a straight face, "You're quite capable." Chen Pingon stood up and looked at the teacher. The old Xiuzai jumped up and slapped his left and right side of his head. "As a senior brother, how can you talk to your junior brother like that? Who taught you to be so sarcastic? Who taught you that?" Zhua Zhua didn't move. He hesitated and said, "Half of it is the truth." The old scholar found that his disciple was still a bit aggrieved. He immediately shouted to Zhua Zhua, "The other half is for you. Spit it out if you can. Say it, the teacher will uphold justice and will not be partial to anyone." Zhua Zhua could only say against his will, "Then it's the truth." Lu Shirlu had a principle, which was to turn a blind eye and turn a deaf ear. It had nothing to do with him. If Zhua Zhua and Chen Pingon really got into a fight, it wouldn't be too late for him to stop them. No one could imagine that among the disciples of the Sage of Literature, Zhua Zhua had the best temper. Therefore, Zhua Zhua was the one who was beaten and scolded the most. Of course, Zhua Zhua wasn't someone who didn't fight back or talk back except for the teacher. Zhua Zhua was a bit better in the sect. As long as he left the Sage of Literature, Zhua Zhua would be a completely different Zhua Zhua after practicing the sword. The talisman was a direct disciple of the Xianmen sect. The noble Huang Zi of the Celestial Master's residence in Longhu Mountain and the direct disciple of Han Qianxi in White Emperor City all had the potential to become sword immortals. Chen Pingon bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior Brother Zhua." Zhua Zhua frowned slightly. He didn't bicker with Chen Pingon because of the teacher. The teacher and student. The four of them sat down. Chen Pingon glanced at the chessboard on the table. Teacher must have taught the two senior brothers before. Only then did old Xiu grin from ear to ear. Look, what does it mean to be able to see the big picture from a small clue? What is a proud disciple? This is it. Anger welled up in his heart. Lu Shirlu suddenly understood the source of Luopa Mountain's atmosphere. That was strange. Teacher didn't have much knowledge to impart to youngest junior brother, and the time they spent together was very short. How did youngest junior brother surpass his teacher? The old scholar seemed to only have Chen Pingon in his eyes at this moment. He said, "My teacher is here every day and can't get away. He can't find you." Chen Pingon stood up and bowed again. The old scholar sighed and stood up. He gently patted Chen Pingan's arm and said softly, "Don't be like this, otherwise the teacher will feel even more guilty. Let's sit down and talk." Lu Shirlu glanced left and right, and his complexion became better. Lu Shirlu shifted his gaze slightly and looked at the young man in green with a sword on his back. He sat upright with his back straight and his fists clenched on his knees. He had a pair of memorable eyes. They were clear and bright, like the streams in Luopa Mountain. There was no place that he couldn't go. The old scholar said, "Left and right, Jun Qian, tell me about you. Don't wait for youngest junior brother to ask you." Lu Shirlu talked about his experiences after returning to the Hao Ran world. He went to Luopa Mountain and asked the Heavenly Fist. After that, he went south to Old Dragon City and then to Tongyi Continent, where he took in a direct disciple in a blessed land. Finally, he went to the wasteland and arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He met up with senior brother left and right, and they went to the Central Plains Confucian Temple. After about half an hour, Chen Pingan listened attentively. During this time, he only asked about two things in detail: the demon-subduing tower in Tongyi Continent and the first disciple of senior brother Jun Qian. When it came to left and right, he didn't say much. He just said, after leaving the Hao Ran world, he fought with people in outer space and didn't die. Chen Pingan asked softly, "Where is Xiao Chua now?" Left and right said, "He was slashed to the Qingming world." Chen Pingan was speechless. Xiao Chua, the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was a 14th level sword cultivator. Even if Xiao Chua's 14th level sword cultivator was not the immortal soul 3rd level that sword cultivators pursued, he was still a true 14th level cultivator. Chen Pingan had just experienced the power of a 14th level cultivator on the night boat. According to senior brother left and right, the fight with a 14th level sword cultivator was like a matter of exchanging swords. They would fight each other until they were killed. For a moment, Chen Pingan felt a little regretful. This was because he remembered the process of practicing swordsmanship at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Left and right said, "Chao Qinglang is strict in her studies and has a clear mind. Pei Qian is diligent in practicing martial arts. She didn't waste her talent. Both of them are very respectful to their teachers. The two students and disciples you took in are not bad." In other words, the teacher of the student and the master of the disciple might not be not bad. Chen Pingan took out a jug of wine and passed it to the teacher and senior brothers. The old scholar opened the mud seal and held the jug with both hands. He raised his head and drank a small mouthful. He smiled and nodded lightly. Just a small mouthful of wine and the old man was slightly intoxicated. Young but eager to learn, like the rising sun. Strong and eager to learn, like the light of the sun. A gentleman's learning is like shedding off, moving quickly. Old but eager to learn, like a bright candle. A gentleman does not worry about the decline of his age, but worries about fatigue. The three disciples in front of him all made the teacher feel that his knowledge was shallow and that there was nothing to teach. Each of them was too good. Even the teacher's exhortations to them to take care of themselves seemed unnecessary. When a cultural vein was declining, the people transformed by this culture would definitely feel pain. Left and right swordsmanship was high and their talents were high, but they were limited by their own temperaments. Jun Qian's knowledge was not bad and her temper was good. She was suitable for teaching and dispelling doubts, but in the end, she was limited by her identity as an alien. Teacher. The old scholar pointed to left and right and Chen Pingan. He said bitterly, "Jun Qian, look at you. You don't even have to talk about your junior brother. Left and right also have many girls who like him. It's just that he doesn't like anyone else. What about you, huh? What's wrong? Don't you feel guilty? Don't you feel embarrassed?" Lu Shirlu scratched his head. Left and right laughed and said, compared to junior brother, I'm far behind. Back in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, many girls went to the wine shop. If this kind of thing is divided into realms, Junqian and I are cultivators of the lower 5 realms. Junior brother is already in the ascendant realm. He's just short of the 14th realm of the mythical path. Lu Shirlu said, I see. No wonder. Chen Pingan kept smiling. You two don't know shit. The old scholar patted his last disciple's sleeve and said with admiration, you're a real hero if you can stand firm among the flowers. Chen Pingan said helplessly, it's not as exaggerated as you say. The old scholar said, it is. How can it not be? Chen Pingan insisted. It's true. The old scholar stroked his beard and smiled. Okay. Let's pretend it's not true. Lu Shirlu looked at his junior brother. There was always an illusion that there were 2 people in one person. Left and right and Lu Shirlu, the 2 senior brothers, had a tacit understanding. They looked at each other and nodded gently. Since this junior brother was so satisfied with the teacher, he couldn't slack off on his sword and fish training. The old scholar swaggered away, his 2 sleeves flying in the air. Suishan Guru, go find that blockhead and have a good chat. You really have to have a good chat with him. The 4th generation of Moism, Juzi, seemed to have arrived. Old Master Dong, who didn't have any scholarly achievements, and Old Fu, who didn't have any scholarly achievements, what are you doing? Let's have a good chat. Yu Xian. Old Xiao felt that he should pay a visit. He couldn't be impolite. After all, he was the boss of this merit forest. He should do his part as a host. As for how to chat, he already had a draft in mind. He would talk to that blockhead about the young man who broke the restriction of Sui Shan with a sword. You don't even want to meet him. The Moism's debate was amazing. It's a pity that my last disciple is already the last disciple of the sage of literature. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to say that he's more than qualified to be the 5th generation of Moism's Juzi. Of course, I wouldn't mind at all if he could be the 2nd Juzi. The Confucian temple is easy to discuss. Don't you know my relationship with the old man and the sage of rites? There's even more to talk about with that old you. The little girl in Jinjia continent who's only a 9th realm martial artist under the age of 30 is called Jingqian, right? What a coincidence. She's my grand disciple. What a coincidence. The young man who broke the restrictions of the Confucian temple is Jingqian's master, my last disciple. The old man looked back. Left and right. Junqian. Chen Pingan. The old man was very proud. However, he quickly turned his head away as if he didn't dare to take another look. The old man felt a little sorry for them. How did they become his students? A 3-story ship sailed on the river. Compared to the celestial ferries at the Wenjin crossing, this ship was not eye-catching. It was not fast either. The ferryman had obviously calculated the time and rushed to the Confucian temple for a meeting. He was very different from Xinfeo and Yan Gu, who had nothing important to do but rushed there early for free food and drinks. The 3 of them rowed slowly to the shore. Alliance saw the ferryman sailing on the river. Coupled with the familiar aura, he immediately understood. He adjusted his bamboo hat, twisted his hips, and stood on the horse's back. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother Ding! Brother Ding! Over here!" As the ship approached the shore, more than 10 immortals appeared at the bow of the ship. Actually, some of them were not willing to show up, but they did not expect that the bamboo hat man's gaze would wander past them. He took care of all his old friends, so they had no choice but to call their friends and ask them to share the burden. They walked out of the cabin together. The man in the middle was like the moon surrounded by stars. He was a short man with an ordinary appearance. However, there were two beautiful maids standing beside him. Even with light makeup, he was a national beauty. The man had an ordinary autumn water goose feather saber hanging from his waist. He didn't have any aura. He looked like an inconspicuous handyman who swaggered among a group of nobles. Li Huai was not interested in these strange people who sought immortality on the mountain. After all, he couldn't afford to be associated with them. It was meaningless to be treated with kindness. Thus, even more attention was still placed on the ferry. There was actually a white dragon and an inky Wyrm pulling the boat in the water. The two miraculous beings slowly stretched out their heads, and there was actually not the slightest splash. This scene gave Li Huai a great fright, but he quickly came to an understanding. It was most likely the work of the talisman. Li Huai lowered his head and looked at the horse transformed by the horse talisman under his butt. He then looked at the celestial mansion's grandeur. It was infuriating to compare oneself with others. He was indeed a little shabby when he was with Alliance. If they were not good brothers, he wouldn't have suffered this. According to Li Huai's usual style, it was better to go for broke and travel on foot than to puff oneself up at one's own cost. When he traveled with Qin Pingan to study, he only had a pair of straw sandals on his feet and a few pairs in his book box. He didn't look down on anyone. Alliance said to Li Huai, "What are you waiting for? Call me Brother Ding. If he's my good brother, he's your good brother, isn't he?" Li Huai was not stupid. He turned sideways and cupped his fists toward the ship. "Senior Ding." This time, Li Huai didn't tell him his identity. He didn't want his reputation to be ruined before he even entered the Jianghu. The two maids beside the man had strange expressions on their faces. The man with the saber didn't care. This cultivator at the top of the mountain in the Central Plains was Guo Fuding. His Taoist name was Yu Ming, and he was the master of a sect. Only the Confucian temple knew his real name. He only took a few more glances at the yellow-robed old man. Was there such a cultivator at the top of the mountain in the world? Guo Fuding didn't think too much about it. She just thought that the weather was like the awakening of hibernation. There were many old mountain people with different identities. Finally, he couldn't help but say seriously, "Alliance, as your sworn brother, can I say something nice?" Alliance glanced at Li Huai. It was rare for this brat to be so serious. He was probably going to say some flattering words. Alliance drank his wine and waved his hand, "Bring it on." Li Huai whispered, "If your parents can still do it, then let's have another child. You're considered a cripple." Alliance spat out a mouthful of wine. Taoist Nun tried hard to hold back his laughter. Alliance raised his fist and slapped behind him. The yellow-clothed old man was sent flying again. Alliance restrained his expression and looked at the ship with a slight frown. The Iron Tree Mountain was formed by Guo Kuding using the collapsed mountain range as a form of punishment. According to the promise, as long as the iron tree on the ancestral mountain did not bloom, Guo Kuding would not be able to. If flowers were not planted on the Iron Tree Mountain, how could it bloom? And the person who almost killed Guo Kuding was the dragon slayer later. He was also the disciple of White Emperor cities Xing Juzhong. He was also the nominal master of Han Chaose and Lu Qiqing. It was said that the first time the Iron Tree Mountain bloomed was when Xing Juzhong ascended the mountain. After that, no more flowers bloomed on the Iron Tree. Alliance knew many of these old stories. Today, the land and water fate of the world had Lady Tantan, whose Taoist name was Qing Zhong. But outside of the land, there was still no proper owner of water fate. The key was that GQ, who came from Pearl Grotto Heaven, was not even Duke Qidu. One had to know that even the great blasphemy of the North Continent had Duke Lingyuan and Marquis Longting. Guo Kuding of the Iron Tree Mountain. Beside her was a group of dragon painters. Since they were gathered together so openly, then it was not a secret plan, but a kind of reminder. It was reasonable. What was the thing that all dragon painters in the world wanted the most? Naturally, there were still true dragons in the world that could let people see their true appearance. Alliance's trip to the Aquarius continent, before meeting the Wind-Snow Temple's Wei Jin, he had passed by a large river near the Cloud Forest Zhang clan. There was a lot of literary fate and dragon chi. The future of the world would be more complicated, and there would be more undercurrents. The vast 9 continents, which originally seemed to be independent, were forcibly connected by a tragic war. People and matters were becoming more and more intertwined. Ao Liang, who was sitting on the horse, suddenly began to gloat. Daoist Nen shrunk his neck. Li Huai asked, "What's wrong?" Alliance smiled, Nothing, it's just that after feeling sorry for the 2 girls, I'm starting to feel sorry for Brother Ding. This is the only bad thing about me, I'm too soft-hearted." On the ship, an old refiner asked curiously, "Mountain Lord Gua, that Alliance, did he really reach Realm 14? Did he only lose Realm 14 because of the moon-supporting mountain?" Guo Kuding said, "I'm not sure why he lost Realm 14. But Alliance definitely reached Realm 14. One of the ships shuddered slightly. Guo Kuding held her blade with one hand and raised the other, indicating for everyone not to act rashly. A hunchbacked old man, who had eyes but no pupils, had one hand behind his back and the other hand supporting his chin. He stood alone not far away and grinned, "You've seen my disciple, and you're still so arrogant. You can't even bear to go ashore, and you're in such a hurry on the Yellow Springs Road." Li Huai was this old blind man's first disciple, and also his last disciple. But now, this old blind man was only half of Li Huai's master. The old blind man liked this kind of unreasonable. Liang no longer cared about the life and death of the people on the ship. He only raised his head and looked at the sky. The heroes of the world could reverse the fall of the heavens. They had to be able to mend the fall of the heavens. The 3 gatherings earlier were just for show. The following private gatherings, visits, and secret discussions were the real highlight. For example, at the Parrot continent, which no one cared about, an immortal wine shop appeared out of thin air. It was the yellow millet shop that was first opened at the inverted mountain. The old shopkeeper was lying on the counter playing with the martial sparrow in the cage. The young shop assistant was worried, because he heard that Alliance was about to arrive. The old shopkeeper's girl was the exact opposite of the young shop assistant. She sat at a table in the corner, busily dressing up. The bottles and jars on the table were piled up like a mountain. The girl was hesitating whether to draw down her pearl-like eyebrows, or to draw out her crescent-like eyebrows. Looking left and right in front of a dressing mirror, she suddenly changed her mind. She felt that she had a pair of red phoenix eyes, and if she drew the lines of her upper eyelids deeper and her lower eyelids lighter, she would be more in line with the so-called beautiful and delightful in those erotic books. But a slight change in one part would affect the whole body. If she changed the makeup of her eyebrows and eyes, she would have to change her face, lipstick, hairpin, and dress. Wouldn't she be worried? At the moment, the guests in the shop were the Wei elder of the military school, Mr. Fan of the Shang clan, a young master of the Yinyang Lu clan, and 2 ancestors of the clan. There was also a swordsman who was used to holding his sword behind his back, the Mahist wanderer Su Ruo. One of Mr. Fan's retainers was drunk and instigated Su Ruo, who was drinking at the same table, to find an opportunity to kill that son of a bitch. In the end, the shopkeeper's daughter slammed the table and scolded him. In a mansion on Turtle Mountain, the 5 mountain lords of the Central Divine Continent gathered for the first time. In the end, 2 groups of guests came to visit together. One group wanted to ask for a few pots of calamus from the 9 Peaks mountain. The other group was a few young sword cultivators from the Shao Yuan dynasty. Zhu Mei wanted to meet the female mountain lord of Yinji Mountain who had formed an alliance with her. Thus, the 5 mountain lords dispersed, but soon other guests came one after another. In the end, none of the mountain lords were free. In an underwater secret realm above Yuanyangzhu, Li Yeho of Bright Moon Lake and the other 4 lake lords were chatting, but no one invited Lady Tantan of Lushui Pit. Lu Tue, who had fallen from the Ascendant Realm to Immortal, found Qi Tingji together with immortals Zhongyu and Qinzhao. Lu Tue was cursing Wanyan Lao Jing, that old bastard. Huayin found the god of fortune, Lu Jubao. Lu Yuzhou and Huai Qian were old friends. Her talent in 100-flower blessed land was shallow, and her position was low. She was nicknamed Rui Feng. She managed to reach Realm 7-3 life with great difficulty and had the reputation of feather guest. But the saying of chrysanthemum servant made her sad, and it spread more and more. And the first person to mention this sad saying was one of Su Zi's favorite disciples. In addition, in the past 100 years, there had not been a single popular poem that had been passed down. The next time Mr. Baishan, Zhang Yi, and Zhou Fuqing held the Blessed Land selection together, it was very likely that she would directly fall to the 9th level. Over at the Wenjin crossing, a man with a bamboo hat under his armpit would go wherever the ferry's catoptric deflection was. He would poke his head out and look around. He would jump a few times here and there, waving a few times there. Otherwise, he would stand on the spot and raise 2 fingers, smiling brightly. The fairies who were more reserved would look at the man with sad eyes and remind him, "Get out of the way." The less good-tempered ones would tell him, "Get out of the way." The young girls nowadays were unromantic. The man was speechless. Didn't he just leave vast heaven for 100 years? He was a little hurt. What was wrong with the world? Li Huai learned his lesson and brought Daoist none far away. Alliance ran to Li Huai's side and asked, "What do we do next? Do we find a place to stay or go directly to Merit Forest to find Chen Pingon? If we want to see him, we have to hurry, because the meeting will start soon." Li Huai asked, "Who are you?" Alliance said helplessly, "Uncle Li, be honest." Li Huai said sullenly, "It's more like Chen Pingon to see me." Alliance sighed. He didn't find it strange. Back then, when they were traveling, Li Huai was the closest to Chen Pingon, and Chen Pingon was the most distant. Alliance suddenly slapped his forehead. "I'm convinced." Not far from Wenjin Ferry, a man in a green robe with a sword on his back slowly walked over with a smile on his face. The route he chose was very particular, and he just happened to avoid the ferries. When Daoist Nun saw that person, his heartstrings tightened. Li Huai had a brilliant smile on his face as he dashed over. Suddenly, he stopped and gave Chen Pingon a high five. Alliance and Daoist Nun stood at the side. Alliance smiled and said, "You're half as handsome as me." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare." In an instant, everyone who was qualified to participate in the meeting heard a gentle voice in their minds. "Let's start the meeting." Chen Pingon and Li Huai said, "I'll find you later." The green-robed swordsman and the man in the bamboo hat disappeared into thin air on Wenjin Ferry. At this moment, the spectators at the ferry were talking among themselves because someone received the message from the flying sword. They realized that those two were the people who participated in the meeting of the Confucian Temple. On the square of the Confucian Temple, the sky and earth were clear. There was no hierarchy in the seats. Everyone sat in a big circle. The sages of the Confucian Temple, the 3 sect masters of the Confucian Temple, the 3 chancellors of the 3 academies, and the headmasters of the 72 academies. The ancestors of the 100 schools of thought. The sect masters, ascendants and immortals. The warrior of the limitless realm. The emperor of the dynasty. The mountain lord and the water lord of the 5 lakes. The owner of the blessed enclave, in the vast world, heroes and sages gathered here. They looked around and sized each other up. The holy master didn't show up. The sage of ceremony, who was the first to attend the meeting, didn't rush to speak either. 5 of them stood together in an interesting position. Qi Tingji. Lu Ji. Alliance. Left and right. Alliance didn't stand next to the quasi-sage. "785, for tens of thousands of years, other than the peak sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was no one else who could make these 4 sword immortals seem to be willing to serve as a foil." Qi Tingji. The leader of the Elephant Sword sect in the South Swirl continent, the head of the Qi family in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was an old sword immortal who once carved words on the city wall. He was at the peak of the Ascendant Realm. Using his sword in 3 different battlefields in a foreign land, he won the respect of the entire vast heaven realm with his own strength. Lu Ji. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the only female sword immortal. Rumor had it that she was actually from the vast world, but Lu Ji always considered herself as a native sword immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She was not an Ascendant Realm, but she could be regarded as an Ascendant Realm sword immortal. Otherwise, her ranking would not be higher than the Ascendant Realm Old Deaf Man. As one of the top 10 peak sword immortals on the city wall, Nalan Xiaowei personally said that he was the bottom sword immortal. Yu Qing and Mi Hu, who were not far behind him, were actually 2 Nalan Xiaowei away from Lu Ji. Alliance, as a descendant of the Saint's Mansion, traveled on the Great Wall of Sword Qi for 100 years. He was once the most famous scholar on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Before Alliance appeared, the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had a very pure impression of the vast world. They only looked down on him coldly. After Alliance wandered around for 100 years, their views changed greatly. His gambling, drinking, and character all made the native sword immortals' eyes light up. If he had not been suppressed by the moon-bearing mountain for several years, and if he did not hesitate to kill countless ghosts and resentful souls to go to the Western Buddhist kingdom, he would be at the 14th realm now. As for the big word carved by Al Liang on the city wall, it was the most shocking one. He believed that when the Mountain and Mountain Bulletin was published, the 2 sections of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would have a mirror image. The word Meng would win countless Lu Chas filled with amazement. Left and right. Ascendant Realm Peak. He was regarded as the sword immortal with the highest level of swordsmanship in the world. He was also the sword immortal with the worst temper and was also the sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was also the sword immortal with the most elegant demeanor when he fought. It was said that on the battlefield, there was once a person who challenged the 14 thrones at the same time. Outside the South Whirlpool continent, Zhao Jiuge sent Xiao Chua into the bottom of the sea with a single strike. This was a majestic scene that countless cultivators had witnessed. There were 5 sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. 3 had ascended, 1 was an immortal, and 1 was Yu Pu. It was the green-robed swordsman, Chen Pingan, who had the lowest cultivation level and was the youngest, who stood in the middle. Moreover, he was in everyone's line of sight and did not appear out of place at all. Most importantly, the 4 sword cultivators clearly had no objections to this. Even though it was hard to tell what was in a person's heart, and cultivators at the peak of the mountain were usually extremely good at cultivating their hearts, when 5 sword cultivators stood side by side, their daos connected and their sword wills fused together, there was no way they could fake it. Even left and right, who had reduced the sword immortal embryo of the central divine continent to a joke, and who was also a senior brother from the same sect as the One lineage, was still standing beside Chen Pingan at this moment. The world was well aware of the domineering nature of the sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. There were even many travelers who had suffered greatly over there. However, after returning to their hometowns, they could only pretend to be young ladies and complain to their teachers and friends. They definitely did not have the courage and ability to take revenge. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, for 10,000 years, one's identity and name were not recognized. One's master and backing were not recognized. Only swordsmanship and battle achievements were recognized. In addition to Chen Pingan, who was in the middle. These 5 sword cultivators. They were like a brand new Great Wall of Sword Chi, like an unparalleled world of sword chi. Even if you were a great cultivator of the 14th realm, regardless of whether it was the right time, place, or people for the Tao unification stage, there was no doubt that you would die if you were to become enemies with them. At the beginning of the meeting, the small group of people who received the most attention were either those with high cultivation levels and good relations with others. For example, Yu Xian, who had already begun the Tao unification stage of the extraterrestrial galaxy, was a confirmed great cultivator of the 14th realm. The saying of Talisman Yu Xian would only be more true to his name. Of course, there was also Venerable Fiery Dragon, who liked to travel the vast 9 continents and never took cross-continent ferries. His gaze quickly scanned half a circle. Apart from the Confucian sages, if he looked at anyone who dared to not look at him, he would visit them as a guest to show his sincerity. This would prevent such an awkward situation in the future. They were either young or unfamiliar faces on the mountain. At the same time, they stood out in this battle. They were young but had made great contributions. Naturally, their future was limitless. For example, Chao Si's hometown was the Confucian Yuanzhu and Su Bai of the Green Netherworld. For every young cultivator who participated in the meeting, those who were younger than 500 years old were considered young. Today, being able to participate in this meeting was equivalent to obtaining the greatest protective talisman in the world. Of course, Chao Si was definitely an exception. This pure martial artist did not need it. At this moment, everyone in the meeting had the same gaze, different thoughts, and different feelings. They were all looking at the 5th sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chen Pingan. He was born in the Pearl Grotto heaven of the Aquarius continent. His ancestral home was Huaihuang County and belonged to the Dali dynasty. He liked to travel when he was young and visited the Great Wall of Sword Chi twice. The last time, he stopped for many years. As an outsider, he replaced the traitorous sword cultivator Xiao Chua and became the hidden official of the last generation of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He led the hidden officials of the Summer Palace and helped Qin Qingdu to arrange troops. He commanded sword cultivators and mobilized sword cultivators. He was an outstanding strategist. One of the 2 military ancestors, Grand Master Wei, had extremely high standards. However, he had a high evaluation of this young man who he had never met before. He was not stingy with his praise and said a few words that carried a lot of weight. In the beginning, the hidden official mobilized 100,000 sword cultivators to guard a city. In the end, Xiao Hu controlled the Dali cavalry to defend half of the continent's mountains and rivers. The young hidden official could be said to be a Confucian general. In the Jiusu mountain, which had the densest martial fate in the world, the great mountain lord Huailian had said that if the Great Wall of Sword Chi fought for a few more years, it would be equivalent to the vast world fighting for a few less years. For the sake of the vast world, countless lives were saved. Huailian, who had the nickname of Abacus, commented that this person was relatively mature and prudent. He said that the hidden official overseeing the Great Wall of Sword Chi's summer palace was more of a matter of taking advantage of the situation. The merit did not belong to Qin alone. However, the person who contributed the most was undoubtedly Qin. Xing Juzhong, who had always looked down on everyone in the world, had also joked that the Great Wall of Sword Chi was a game of life and death that had not been seen in 10,000 years. The winner was that the chess player on the defensive side placed his chess pieces coldly and mercilessly. He viewed both sides, the demon race, the sword cultivators, and even Qin himself, as a dead chess piece. Therefore, he was able to find a way out of death and exploit the vitality of the wilderness. Chen Pinggan's title as the last disciple of the sage of literature was not particularly eye-catching in the eyes of the heroes and sages who were qualified to take a seat in the meeting today. It might even be inferior to the identity of Ning Yao's Daoist companion. He was only in his early 40s and was already a sword cultivator of the Jade primitive realm. He was also a martial artist of the ultimate realm. This young swordsman who had entered the sight of the Haotian mountain peak for the first time had a calm expression in front of everyone. The great deity of Mount Sui was tall and sturdy. He wore golden armor and held his sword with both hands. His pair of golden eyes were sizing up Chen Pinggan. In the early years, it was this kid who had inexplicably split open the Mount Sui's restriction with a single sword. This had caused a lot of exclamations and criticism and was even speculated by the busybodies on the mountain peak. Venerable Fiery Dragon stroked his beard and smiled. Good kid, after not seeing him for a few years, his bearing and magnanimity had almost caught up to the mountain peak. The white-haired, purple-robed old immortal Yu Xian scratched his ears. Previously, he was pulled by the sleeves of his Daoist robe by the old scholar and was nagged so much that his ears almost grew calluses. He was really scared. However, the old scholar's saliva splattered everywhere. There was a reason that was considered fair. Just like Yu Xian's Daoist lineage, the upper beam was straight and the lower beam would not be crooked. Then, Chen Pinggan and Pei Qian, this pair of master and disciple, was even more so. Yu Xian carefully thought about the Battle of the Golden Armor Continent. The actions of the little girl with her hair tied into a bun could not be picked out at all. Yu Xian could not help but think highly of the newly built Luopa mountain in the Aquarius continent. He planned to pass down a decree before returning to the Outer Heavens galaxy, allowing his disciples and his own blessed land to do some small business with that mountain. After all, that Xing Qian had said that her master admired him, the talisman Yu Xian. It seemed that this Chen Pinggan, although he was young, had a shrewd eye. No wonder he could be a hidden official. Lady Tantan in the Lushui pit thought of the white-clothed youth who claimed to be this person's proud student. When it came to business, he was really an expert. Her family's treasury was completely emptied. She could completely predict that in the future, whether it was the Xiang Jun Dragon Lady Dress or the Pearl Bracelet, Luopa Mountain did not dare to say that they would monopolize the market, but at least they would be able to monopolize half of the Xiang Jun Dragon Lady Dress and the Pearl Bracelet. The old man Fu Xing had actually met this youth long ago. It was at the Lu Lion Garden in the Aquarius continent's Qingyuan country. His Daoist lineage had a deep understanding of the 3 graves and 5 classics. Among the few Daoist lineages of the Confucian school, it could be considered as an ancient school. However, there were not many branches and leaves. The key was that the inheritance of the Daoist lineage was relatively loose. Among the 3 great academies and 72 schools, only 3 of them had Fu Xing as their leader. However, in general, Fu Xing could be considered as the founder of the Confucian school in exegesis, music, and calligraphy. However, this identity had never been recognized by the orthodox Confucian school. For example, the number 1 scholar in calligraphy and calligraphy, Lord Zhaoling, was only a good friend of Fu Xing. The 2 of them did not have a teacher. And this Su Zhaoling was Su Bai's teacher in the true sense. However, it was not until this meeting that Su Bai found out that the teacher from his hometown who had come to watch the game, the teacher who stood next to the new family head of the Qin family in the South Hausa continent, was actually the famous Lord Zhaoling. Beside Fu Xing was the current Jixia Academy's Siyi, a middle-aged Confucian sage who was once the abbot of the Hongdu Gate School. He had just been transferred to the position of Siyi for a few years. Fu Xing turned to him and smiled. "Did you not expect this day to come?" The Siyi nodded. "I did not expect it." The Madam of the Green Immortal Mountain looked at the young man with a gentle gaze. Although her smile was faint, it was not easy. She had found out about this person through several channels. Her disciple, Chen Qing, had returned from her travels and had mentioned that Cui Dongshan was that person's student. There was also Ma Kuxuan from the Aquarius continent. Ma Kuxuan, especially, was one of the 10 substitutes. He was extremely arrogant and had defeated Jianyu, Chen Qing, and Su Bai. For some reason, Ma Kuxuan had said something about Qin Pingan to Chen Qing. "Little girl, why are you learning martial arts? You are not even fit to carry the shoes of that Qin guy. You should cultivate well." Then there was the bamboo sea grotto heaven. Now, everyone knew that there was a young man nicknamed Second Shopkeeper, who sold wine from the Green Immortal Mountain at the Great Wall of Sword Chi with a few bamboo leaves. The sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Chi liked this. They liked to squat by the street and drink wine. In the entire world, only that small wine shop would sell wine from the Green Immortal Mountain with a plate of pickled vegetables. They were both scholars at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but there was a world of difference. The current generation of Moism, Juzi, did not doubt the old scholar's words. His last disciple had paid attention to the 3 different Moism. He had also researched about debaters and the 10 different things. However, there were other things. For example, that disciple of mine, at such a young age, was extremely respectful of the school of Moism. He had deep attainments in it. What he said was true, what he said. His understanding was unique, and he did not lose to any of the 3 branches of the school of Moism. Especially with regards to the flying bird's shadow, he almost made contact with it from afar. He showed signs of enlightenment by observing the water. Therefore, the school of Moism had contributed a lot to one of my disciples' flying swords. Therefore, when you return, you should go to my disciple's side. One to thank the other, and the other to accept his gratitude. This could be considered a good story. After all, you can call each other brothers. You don't have to be so particular about seniority. Juzi, with regards to the old scholar's drunken ramblings, it was fine. Pei Wan turned to Chao Ci and smiled. "What do you think?" Chao Ci said, "We can decide the victor with a single round of will-seeking fist. The premise is that Qin Pingan is willing to do so." In fact, there was no need for will-seeking fist to compare the fist techniques of 2 people of the same age. Chao Ci was already at the peak of the returning state, while Qin Pingan was only at the completion of the flourishing state of Qi. However, Chao Ci said that the will-seeking fist was needed to determine the victor. Between the 2 pure martial artists who were at the same level of fist techniques, there was almost no pleasantries. They did not pay attention to the etiquette of a gentleman's friendship, and there was no hypocritical harmony. To be able to use all of one's strength in the will-seeking fist and the other's strength in receiving it was the greatest respect for both sides. Other than that, their words were at most half good and half bad. For example, when Wang Pingan mentioned Li Er, he shamelessly said that he was not good enough, but he also admitted that his skills were not as good as others. Earlier, when Cui Cheng was on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building, he said that the fist intent of the Hans Han repertoire was extremely high, but he also said that the Zhangzhan fist technique was too unsophisticated. Pei Wan said, "There is not much suspense to decide the victor with a fist." Chao Ci suddenly sighed. Looking at the bamboo sheath of her master's sword, she said, "If nothing goes wrong, senior brother will be hit by the will-seeking fist." Pei Wan smiled and said, "If you owe money, you must pay money. If you owe a fist, you must pay a fist. Song Jianqiang's expression was indifferent. He only remembered that in the small town back then, the youth who was still wearing straw sandals once came to him with 3 bags of gold and copper coins, begging him, Sir Song, to help him give justice. At that time, the youth wearing straw sandals in the mud bottle alley had to beg for justice, and he even had to give money. However, the kiln worker apprentice at that time was very calm when discussing business with others. He dared to risk his life and would not act on impulse. After that, the youth carried a bow and joined forces with Ning Yao to fight the moving mountain ancestor of Xinjiang Mountain. Suiyu nodded and said, "Among them is the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain." Alliance, who still had a bamboo blade made of the green immortal mountain hanging on his waist, looked straight ahead and stopped. Lu Ji began to close her eyes and rest. Before participating in the meeting, in the Merit and Virtue Forest, Suiyu asked Chen Pingan how he would treat the upcoming meeting. Chen Pingan's answer was very simple. He knew who he was, what he had done, and what he hadn't done. When the time came to participate in the meeting, he would watch more and speak less. If he could not speak, he would definitely shut up and be a mute. Su Bai stood among the numerous people of the 100 schools of thought's old ancestors. In fact, it was not easy for him. The youngest cultivator participating in the meeting was actually not Chen Pingan, but Su Bai, who had the reputation of Young Jiang Taigong. He was only 30 years old now. This young candidate of the 10 was younger than the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the martial artist of the Great Duan dynasty, Chao Xiai, and the scholar of the quasi-sage lineage, Yuan Li. However, Su Bai only felt extremely awkward at this moment. If old ancestor Jiang did not forcefully drag him along, Su Bai would never show his face even if he was beaten to death. He, Yuan Li, and the others used to be the strategists of a secret military camp set up by the Confucian Temple. There were more than 30 people from the Confucian Temple, the school of the military, the school of Yin and Yang, and the school of Zongheng. They were the most outstanding young talents among the 100 schools of thought and the top aristocratic families. They had influenced the direction of certain battles in the 5 continents to varying degrees. However, the Confucian Temple had never publicized this matter. Therefore, the reputation of these young people was far inferior to the summer palace of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Among them, there was one person with an extremely special identity. He was Lin Junbai of the Shao Yuan dynasty. He was the only young man who was both a sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage and a strategist of the Confucian Temple. However, Lin Junbai was still unable to participate in the Confucian Temple's meeting. Since Su Bai was the youngest, his name would definitely go down in history. In fact, he was the son of Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple, the great sword immortal of the Aquarius continent. That was why he was able to participate in the meeting. The facts proved that Su Bai's thoughts were not unfounded. This was because there were indeed many seniors at the summit who did not conceal their indifference, sarcasm, and contempt in their eyes. It was not obvious and they all hid their strengths well. However, Su Bai could vaguely sense it with his talent. The most terrifying thing was that a few great cultivators at the summit who had a good relationship with the military school seemed to be smiling at him at some point, but their hearts were cold. Su Bai did not care about these condescending gazes. He could not care less about them. He just followed the others and looked at the young hidden official. He was calm and composed, but he did not have the arrogant and wild demeanor that Su Bai had imagined. Instead, he had a gentle and elegant demeanor. In Su Bai's original imagination, the person who could establish himself at the Great Wall of Sword Qi and become a hidden official as a wandering outsider was a pure martial grandmaster who had no shortcuts on the path of martial arts. He must be a young man who showed off his abilities. Of course, one could not judge a book by its cover. It was still hard to tell what the hidden official's true temperament was. Beside the sage of rites stood a quasi-sage and an old shiozai. However, the old shiozai was still not the sage of literature. For example, the suzerains of the sects that had close ties with the dynasties at the foot of the mountain, no matter how they usually cultivated at the top of the mountain or how they looked at the people at the foot of the mountain, every suzerain was clear about one thing. In fact, the dynasties at the foot of the mountain and the ordinary teachers were the living water that flowed to the top of the mountain. The hall of ancestral masters needed to be passed down to the Mountain Lake Kingdom. The golden jade archives of every family in the Mountain Lake Kingdom needed to be flipped to the last page to fill in the names. Within a sept or a sect, there were many mountains. The grand cultivators also needed disciples to inherit their dharma branches so that they would not die out. This was especially true for the 1,000-year-old tycoons who were deeply rooted in the Mountain Lake Kingdom. They had the most opinions on this matter, but none of them dared to speak up. The sage of rites smiled slowly and said, "Don't be shy. You can stand or sit as you wish. Ascendant realm cultivators don't need to suppress their cultivation aura. Martial artists don't need to restrain their aura. It's the same for sword cultivators and gods of the mountains and rivers." The venue of the meeting was the square of the Confucian temple. In fact, everyone was in the sage of rites world. The talisman, Yu Xian, was the first to cast a spell. He sat down cross-legged and quietly removed the camouflage spell. He wore a loose purple Daoist robe with a black and white pattern of yin and yang fish on the back. The wine gourd hanging on his waist started to emit dazzling starlight as if it had refined the entire Milky Way. The fire dragon immortal followed closely behind. He sat in the air and placed his hands on his abdomen. He started to take a nap. The two fire dragons on the sleeves of his Daoist robe started to swim slowly. The current great celestial master of the celestial master mansion of the Dragon Tiger Mountain carried a peachwood sword instead of the 10,000 arts immortal sword. He also sat down slowly. A cushion appeared and Zhao Tianlai started to breathe. The Iron Tree Mountain's Guokuding, who seemed to be heavily injured for some reason, did not treat herself as an outsider. She took out an ancient mirror and started to heal her injuries. Although the mirror was refined into a natal item by this Daoist named Yu Ming, it was still as big as a mountain compared to its owner's body. Under the shade of the Flying Fairy Palace, someone sat on a small couch. The Fuyao continent's grand cultivator, Lu Tu, who looked like a young vulture, sat on the ground. There was a table and an incense burner in front of him. Purple smoke was rising in spirals. Some who wanted to follow his example and be more casual hesitated when they saw the scene on Guokuding's side. They still chose to stand. This was because after Guokuding took out the famous demon-revealing mirror, the mirror became as big as a cushion. However, Guokuding was already as small as a mustard seed. It was not that Guokuding deliberately used any supernatural power to salute the Sage of Rites. The Sage of Rites did not deliberately target this Ascendant Realm demon cultivator. The Sage world was governed by the rules. Jing Juzhong of the White Emperor City placed his hands behind his back and casually looked at the people on both sides. After looking at the Daoist masters who had their own Daoist chi anomalies, he looked at the Buddhist monks with great virtue. Jing Juzhong had his own eyesight and saw some unusual Daoist Dharma forms and eminent monks. Apart from the Xiankong Temple's monk, Ming Ran, who was holding a leaf in one hand and looking down. He was still thinking about how to turn the leaf in his hand into the leaf on the tree. There was also a monk. Beside him was a thin stream that resembled the river of time. These two continents are very different from the Tongyi sect that you chose. Both sides were chatting and plotting. In fact, it involved the foundation of the next 100 or 1,000 years. Chen Pingon hesitated. Qi Tingji smiled. Hidden official, if you have something to say, say it. Chen Pingan said frankly, the lower sect choosing the pure jade continent will be very smooth. But in this way, the Elephant Dragon Sword sect will find it very difficult to become the #1 sword sect in the world. Lu Ji, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her eyes and said, actually, the lower sect is choosing the Fuyao continent. Qi Tingji was a little hopeless. Mr. Liu, as the chief consecrator, you're siding with outsiders. Lu Ji said doubtfully, you can't say this. Chen Pingan smiled. If you ask, I can say it even if I can't. Qi Tingji smiled and nodded. Indeed. Lu Ji said, then you can continue to chat. I will definitely not speak. The matters discussed next could be big or small. How to treat the native demon race of the world, and how to search for those demon race that had not retreated to the wilderness in time and were hiding in the vast seas and continents. In an instant, the 5 sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi became the center of attention again. Guo Cutting of the Iron Tree Mountain also attracted a lot of attention. In the end, Qi Tingji was the only one who spoke at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He did not say anything heroic, but only said that the Elephant Dragon Sword sect was located near the sea. So, including Qi Tingji, the Chief Reverend Mr. Liu, the guest sword immortal Xiao Yunyan, and the 18 new sword cultivators of the sword sect were all willing to go out to sea to kill the hidden demon race. Qi Tingji's words were neither hot nor cold, but it still gave people a feeling of sharpness and murderousness. Qi Tingji's sword skills were excellent, but he could not kill a jade unpolished cultivator of Middle-earth. But when it came to killing demons, this young and handsome old sword immortal would not hesitate to do so. The young hidden official still did not say a word. The new head of the Mellow Chen family, Qin Chunhua, agreed with Qi Tingji. Among the martial arts grandmasters, Zhang Tiexia, Wang Doxiu, and Wu Qiao were all willing to listen to the orders of the Confucian Temple and go out to sea to kill demons. Lu Tue and the Confucian Temple promised that he would temporarily stop cultivating for 10 years and that there would be no demons from the Fuyao continent. Jing Juzhong of the White Emperor City remained silent after hearing that, but he smiled warmly. This was because Lu Tuo's words were like a needle hidden in silk floss, filled with killing intent. The reason was simple. The vast majority of the demon cultivators in the upper 5 realms of the Fuyao continent were now the beloved generals of White Emperor City's city lord. They killed demons. The sect master of the Jade Medallion sect, Wei Ying, a sword cultivator in the immortal realm, also promised that half of the Tongyi continent in the south of the Great Spring Dynasty would be a training ground for the cultivators of her sect to go down the mountain and train for 10 to 30 years, striving to eliminate the remaining demon cultivators in one go. Huai Yin said that the cultivators of the Flying Fairy Palace were willing to go to the South Saw continent. The Grand Heavenly Master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, Xiao Tianlai, only said that he would go down the mountain and travel the 9 continents for 60 years. The head of the Liu family from the school of Yin Yang suddenly suggested that they should give more opportunities for the young cultivators to train. They didn't need to restrict themselves to one continent or another. Since she was in a high position, she did not need such a lackey. There was no point in keeping it by her side. Even if she had to remove the contract, she could just let it establish its own sect. When it became a sect master, it would be a source of pride for her. When the time came, she could get that fellow to give her the title of Grand Sect Master. She suddenly sensed a gaze. It was Venerable Fiery Dragon. She immediately retracted her expression. However, she was still cursing in her heart. If you have the ability, go find her too. Don't you Taoists of the Crouching Ground Peak like to slay demons? Are you dumbfounded now? Venerable Fiery Dragon laughed in his heart. What are you dumbfounded about? Lady Tantan's face stiffened. She tried to test him in her heart. Venerable Fiery Dragon, you know how to read minds. Venerable Fiery Dragon smiled. My spells are shallow. How would I know how to read minds? Lady Tantan's face was bitter. She was miserable. It seemed like she would have to run away after the meeting in the Confucian temple ended. Venerable Fiery Dragon laughed again. You have such a big official hat and a lavish official residence. Where can you run to? Madame Tundun even had thoughts of dying. How could two cultivators of the same realm have the ability to read minds? What was going on? The great heavenly master of Mount Longhu helped to resolve the situation. He smiled and said, "Don't scare Lady Tantan." Lady Tantan heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she realized that Venerable Fiery Dragon's eyes were full of mockery. She then realized that there was another great heavenly master in the art of reading minds. Yu Xian comforted her seriously. Heavenly Master Zhao is a person of virtue and prestige. Even if he knows how to read minds, he won't use it on you. Lady Tantan was dumbfounded. If possible, she wanted to plead with the Sage of Rites to let her leave this place and not participate in the meeting. An art sage who was sitting on the ground had prepared a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He had already finished 2 paintings on the table. One was of the Sage of Rites, the other was of the old scholar who had regained his status as the Sage of Literature, and the other was of the 72 sages of the Academy. However, after Yuan Yan's words, the old man smiled and drew another painting. Chen Pingon knew the power of Yuan Yan's words. This was the power of using rules well. When used in a mysterious way, it was like using the right time, place, and people to create a small world of its own. It was a pity that Guvkan was not here. Otherwise, she would have benefited greatly. If it worked, Yuan Yan would definitely have a say in the layout of the Confucian temple. Even if it did not work, the peak cultivators like Qi Tingji, Lady Tantan of Lushui Pit, and the Flower Lord of Baihua Blessed Land would at least remember Yuan Yan's kindness. Moreover, this matter was closely related to the fate of the entire vast world. Therefore, it was the first time that so many people participated in the discussion. Liang let out a sigh. He knew why the old grandmasters were so eager to give their suggestions. There was going to be a discussion soon. Perhaps it was not even a discussion, but a decision that had already been made in the Confucian temple. These old fellows had done their best and left the rest to fate. For example, Mr. Fan of the Shang clan was so confident. It was because the Shang clan's status would rise today. The Yao clan and the School of Agriculture were the same. This was because they either contributed the most or suffered the most casualties in the war. Just like in Chen Pingin's hometown, the Aquarius continent, the Yao clan's Qi cultivators who were originally indifferent were now respected by everyone. Even the Yao clan's Qi cultivators who traveled to the Aquarius continent were treated as distinguished guests. Even if they were just Qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms, as long as they were seen by the Dali cavalry on the official road, the latter would salute them with cupped fists. As for the school of the military, of course, they had contributed a lot. However, how could they rise? The 3 schools of thought and 1 school of thought had remained unchanged for thousands of years. Was the school of the military going to establish another school of thought? That was impossible. Therefore, Old Jiang and Old Wei, who were part of the 10 philosophies of the martial temple, were the 2 who had the most say in this discussion. However, the school of the military would not change their status. They would definitely benefit a lot. After all, the school of the military led by Old Jiang had a temper as bad as the sword cultivators. Moreover, they had more people and contributed a lot. Naturally, they would speak louder. This was because when talking about the five-colored world, the first thing that could not be avoided was the Ascension City and the first and only Ascension Realm cultivator of the five-colored world, Ning Yao. However, the young hidden officer still did not speak. The old scholar felt heartache and gratified at the same time. The Ascension City did not need anyone to add flowers to the brocade. As long as the current situation could be maintained, it would be the best situation. As long as they followed the established strategy and fought steadily, the Ascension City would be the unshakable leader of the five-colored world. It was much more impressive than the old scholar's self-proclaimed leader in the Merit Forest. Therefore, the Ascension City must not be impatient. As long as the hidden officer, the criminal officer, and the Quan clan did not fight among themselves, so what if they let in a limited number of upper five realms cultivators the next time they opened the door? Would they be able to shake the Ascension City status? Did they think they were the Ascension Realm's heavenly tribulation? How dare they be so unreasonable? Yu Xian asked in his heart, Brother Huolong, is Chen Pingon so good-tempered? He doesn't seem to be a hero if he keeps quiet. I've been paying attention to that kid and I'm a little sleepy now. Venerable Huolong laughed and said, good-tempered? This is called not acting without seeing the hair. Not a hero. If you have the ability, let that kid visit your blessed lands. The sky is not 3 feet high and the ground is not 10 feet deep. I won't call you old man you anymore. I'll call you old ancestor you every time. How about that? Anyway, calling him old ancestor you a few times was not worth much. After all, Chen Pingon had already earned a lot of money. Splitting the spoils was the real deal. Yu Xian stretched out 2 fingers and twirled his beard as if he wanted to give it a try. Whether it was money or not, it didn't matter. He had never been poor in his life. It was really annoying. The 6th thing was to draw a clear line between the 4 seas water fate territory. This was another conclusion of the Confucian Temple. There was no need for outsiders to discuss it. However, the Confucian Temple did not provide a specific candidate for the Water Lord of the 4 seas. However, it was believed that the Water Lords of the 5 lakes would fight for this. Although the 5 lakes were huge, they were not as vast as the 4 seas. Especially the 4 seas end, it was the best place for the water deities and water deities to cultivate. Other than the water god of the 5 lakes, all the water deities of the Great Lakes and Great Rivers, as well as the few marquises of malfeasance, would be tempted. Whether it was to become the lord of the 4 seas or to be promoted to the water god of the Great Lakes, it was worth a try. Next, the Confucian Temple took out 4 blessed lands and gave them to the Elephant Sword sect of the South Sa continent, the 9 true immortal abode of the Fuyao continent, the Jade Gui sect of the Tongye continent, and the Old Dragon City of the Aquarius continent. Wei Ying was relieved. In the lake in his heart, the sounds of congratulations were endless. After replying to them, Wei Ying took a step back and turned towards the southeast. He cupped his fists 3 times. He cupped his fists to Sun Yuan, Jiang Shangzhen, and all the cultivators of the Jade Gui sect who died in battle. Next, the Confucian Temple promoted and demoted the 100 schools of thought. The Sage of Rites took a step forward. He was personally in charge of this matter. This caused many of the old patriarchs who wanted to pour out their grievances to immediately shut their mouths. Among them, Mr. Fan of the Shang clan's Grandmaster was still respectful and bowed to the Sage of Rites after hearing the expected answer. Other than the Sage of Rites' words, the Grandmasters of the 100 schools of thought also said, "Yes, sir." It seemed calm and peaceful, but in fact, the undercurrent was shocking. The Sage of Rites stood on the spot. For some reason, he didn't take a step back. The secondary sage said, "From now on, the Mountain River Palace Bulletin will be lifted. The official language of each country will continue to be used at the foot of the vast 9 continents mountain, but the Great Confucian language must be used. This matter will be evaluated by the imperial court officials and officials. There was nothing much to say about these two matters. They were trivial matters. However, after the secondary saint finished speaking, everyone, without exception, began to hold their breaths and look solemnly at the sage of rites who had taken a step forward alone. In fact, everyone present stood up one after another. This was because the Confucian Temple's meeting was the real finale. It was how to deal with the desolate world. Compared to this huge matter, how to treat the native demon race. It was not worth mentioning at all. The sage of rites smiled and looked at the young hermit sitting opposite him. Speechless? Not necessarily. The young man had been drinking with others at the same table in a foreign land for many years. Now that he had returned to his hometown, he had nothing to say. It didn't make sense. In an instant, a strange phenomenon occurred. The vast world, which was originally standing on a big circle, and all the saints and heroes. They became a straight line. In the distance, the mountain river palace barrier slowly dispersed, and another straight line appeared. Both sides faced each other. Jing Juzhong couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, only the sage of rites could do something like this. Yu Xian pulled his beard hard. Venerable Fire Dragon shook his sleeves. The Iron Tree Mountain's Guo Kuding had a complicated expression. Qi Tingji sneered. Lu Ji placed her palm on the hilt of the sword at her waist. It was just an ordinary sword made by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The emperors and monarchs of the dynasties at the foot of the mountain changed their expressions. It turned out that there were more than 100 demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms in the desolate world on that straight line. The person in the middle was a green-robed swordsman, the leader of the moon-supporting mountain's 100 sword immortals. She was now the ruler of the desolate world. Fei ran. Once again, the same thing happened. All the demon cultivators in the desolate world focused their attention on one person again. It was the man with a sword on his back who was no longer wearing a bright red robe. Instead, he was wearing a green robe. He was a bastard who made the desolate world suffer. He was a foreigner who had lost his mind and was in the Tao integration stage. He was a person who even when Hai Zhou and the sword cultivator dragon monarch could not kill. He was a half-human, half-ghost who guarded the city for years. The Great Wall of Sword Qi, the last hermit of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingan. In one day, 2 worlds belonged to one person. Big Beard Wanderer Lu Cha. Bai Ying. Yang Ji. Fei Fei. Yuan Shou. Yao Jia. Huang Wan. Lotus Nunnery Master. Niu Dao. Chia Yun. Dragon Lord. 5 mountains. They had suffered heavy losses. They had either died in battle, disappeared, or were imprisoned by the Confucian Temple. Most of them were new faces. There were only 3 familiar sovereign stage great demons left. Yuan Shou, the ancestor of the moving mountains, stood on a flying sword and carried a staff on his shoulder. He stared at Song Zhangqiang, who had reached the 11th tier of the martial path with the martial fate of an entire continent. If he could still show off in the Aquarius continent, why not come to the savage world again? Fei Fei, the Yeluo sovereign, was surprised. That little girl who had competed in water arts in the old dragon city didn't participate in the meeting. She didn't have the right to participate, right? As the only true dragon in the world, she should have a seat on the throne in the savage world. She could take the place of Yang Ji's wife. That was why when she had chatted with Yuan Shou in private earlier, they both felt that the little girl would most likely pass through the sinkhole and come to the wildlands where there were fewer restrictions. That was why she and Yuan Shou had made preparations to kill her together. However, she didn't come. She only left the returning ruins when the meeting was held at the moon's supporting mountain. The great demon named Wuyu had 3 heads and 6 arms, sitting on a golden praying mat. It was an Ascendant Realm cultivator at the peak of the Ascendant Realm and a pure martial artist at the peak of the Ascendant Realm. As for the other thrones, on the Great Wall of Sword Chi battlefield, the Lotus Nunnery Master was killed by Dong Sangying in a bright moon. The Lotus Nunnery Master became the first throne great demon to die. Huang Yuan was half killed by Alliance and Yao Chongdao. Her cultivation dropped to nascent soul, which was equivalent to dying once. Later, even though Huang Yuan changed her appearance and hid, she was still found by Wen Hai and refined into a part of his great Tao. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Yao Jia killed the Daoist saint guarding the sky screen, the city lord of the Beko Keikyung building. On the Fuyao continent's mountain water cave battlefield, Zhou Xinji, who was ranked 9th among the 10 of the Central Plains. In the end, Bai Yi, who had returned from the 5-colored world, killed her in 3 strikes. In the end, she was secretly eaten by Wen Hai. On the Fuyao continent, Bai Ying and Xia Yun were killed by Bai Yi, who had 4 immortal swords, in the River of Time. However, a skeleton-throned great demon was Zhou Mi's Yang soul avatar. As for Firen's senior brother, Xia Yun, Zhou Mi had already reached Dao integration in the Tongyi continent. The Dragon Lord tried to stop the tip of the immortal sword Taibai's sword on half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, so he crossed the city wall and was killed by Qin Qingdu. Lu Cha, who had fallen from level 14, was imprisoned in the Forest of Merits. Yang Ji was first blocked by Lu Qi and then imprisoned by the Confucian Temple in the ruins of a group of volcanoes. It was said that they were the alchemy cauldrons refined by the Daoist ancestor in ancient times. The great demon Ox Blade was nowhere to be found. The golden armor cage on its body had already been broken. It had been refined into a great halberd. However, it did not return to the desolate world, nor was it imprisoned by the Confucian Temple. The grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain was at the Flood Dragon Ravine, facing the sage ancestor who was sitting on the peak of Sway Mountain and flipping through books. Both sides were wearing down the great path. In the end, the gray-robed elder could only fight to the death. He messed up the world and almost helped the gods from beyond the heavens to destroy the Sage of Right's protection. Zhou Mi ascended to the sky. Among the new sovereigns, there were not many who could convince the people of the desolate world. The level 14 sword cultivators Xiao Chua, Firen, and Shurchen were relatively acceptable. As for the rest, even Guan Xiang and Zhong Guang, who had sufficient experience, battle achievements, and a decent level, they were not very convincing. As for the remaining sovereigns, the demon cultivators at the peak of the mountain did not think much of them. Since when did the sovereigns of the desolate world become so worthless? Instead of filling up the positions and fooling around, it was better to leave the positions empty and wait for the peak experts to fight their way to the top. Unfortunately, the little girl with the ponytail was nowhere to be found. Even Zhuozhua had returned to the Confucian Temple, but she had not returned to the desolate world. Otherwise, with Xiao Chua's temper, she would definitely not have agreed to let those useless people join her and become sovereigns. She would definitely beat those at the bottom and force them off the sovereigns. If they were unlucky, they might even be beaten to death by her. The Xiao Chua who returned to the desolate world was different from the Xiao Chua who was at the righteous world and Zhuozhua. Even if Xiao Chua had not reached the level 14, she was still the sword cultivator who had killed the most demons in history at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. She was the master of the moon-bearing mountain, Firen. The 2 demons on Firen's left were the direct disciples of the moon-bearing mountain's grand ancestor. However, they had never participated in the battles at the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the righteous world. One of them was a beautiful woman whom Alliance called Big Sister Xian Zhuang. She and her senior brother were in charge of guarding the moon-bearing mountain. She first glanced at that son of AB*TCH, then at the Madam of the Green Immortal Mountain. She was beautiful, but she was not as stunning as she had imagined. As for the woman with 100 flowers embroidered on her dress, she was most likely the flower lord of the 100 Flowers blessed land. She was even more disgusted. It was a pity that Chia Yun had died early and did not win the battle. Otherwise, these two women would not have ended well. The Sword Immortal escort, a one-eyed man with 6 swords hidden in his sword sheath. He wore an emerald green robe, banana refining. This famous demon sword cultivator in the Great Wall of Sword Qi stood beside her junior brother, Shou Qinggao. As the first disciple of Wenhai Zhoumi, escort had just broken through the bottleneck of the immortal realm. Therefore, he was already in the ascendant realm. Actually, there were many times when the teacher had prepared a backup plan. For example, escort's opportunity to break through the realm, Firen's ascension and breakthrough, and the general things that needed to be done in the desolate world in the next 100 years. Escort had participated in the Battle of the 13 in the early years. Later on, with the emergence of young hidden officials, a saying of escort in the south and hidden official in the north began to spread in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the desolate world. Beside him was the junior sister of the Jade Unpolished Realm, Lu Bai. The other disciples of the three, Kai Ying, Tong Xian, Tong Yin, and Yu Zhao, had all followed their teacher, Zhou Mi, and ascended to the sky together. For some reason, the female sword cultivator, Lu Bai, was not taken away by her teacher. She glanced at the green-robed man in front of her. There was a gap between the first glance and the second glance. Jiazi Tent, the great demon official Ali. The great demon Chongguang, who wore a bright red robe, was an old rival of the Great Wall of Sword Qi sword cultivators. Later on in the Tongya continent, he was in charge of encircling the Jade sect and fought with Jiang Shangjin several times. However, he had never met Wei Ying of the Lower Realm sect at that time. However, he recognized Wei Ying. Therefore, he smiled at the Jade sect sword immortal and said, "Jiang Shangjin is dead?" Otherwise, with his temper, he would have crawled to the Confucian temple. Could it be that there was an internal conflict in the sect and he was killed by you? If so, I respect you as a man. You will be my guest in the future. If he wasn't, then was he a watchdog raised by Jiang Shangjin? That's boring. Of all people, why did you have to learn from our hidden official? Wei Ying laughed it off. She would remember this grudge. The cultivators on the mountains of the wilderness had fewer rules and taboos compared to the people in the Confucian temple. Most of them were whispering to each other. For a moment, all kinds of dialects were mixed and it was very chaotic. The green-robed Fei Ran, who carried a sword on his back, raised an arm. The line, which was originally noisy, gradually became silent. Although Firen's actions were far from immediate, it was rare for her to be able to follow the rules in such a manner, given that she was flanked by 2 domineering greater demons. This made the cultivators on the mountains of the vast world feel that today's meeting would be very difficult to talk about. Or rather, it would become meaningless. Fei Ran retracted his arm, straightened his robe, and bowed to the Sage of Rites. This was probably the first official action of the heroes of the wilderness. It was also the beginning of this meeting. The green-robed swordsman, who was now the owner of the moon-bearing mountain in name, did not seem to care if his action would be remembered by the arrogant great demons of the wilderness. Another immortal demon tried to fan the flames. Chen Pingon, didn't you get the status of a sage in the Confucian temple? Anyway, the secondary sages are useless. They're all trash, and they can't even compare to you. If you come to our side, who else can sit on the thrones? The hidden official's swordsmanship is top-notch, and his scolding skills are at the peak. The 100-sword immortals of the moon-bearing mountain who stayed on the city wall have all experienced it. Who doesn't admire him? When the hidden official ascends to the thrones, I'm willing to lie on the ground and be his stepping stone. An old Ascendant Realm great demon with snow-white eyebrows and a hunched figure was the great demon official of Jiaozi tent. He looked at the young man who he had heard of for a long time and said with a smile, "Hidden official, are you interested in visiting my house? I have a favorite junior in my family. She's quite good-looking, and she admires you a lot. Both of you should have met before. She drove to the Great Wall of Sword Qi with her friend to see you. She said that both of you hit it off, and the hidden official even gave her a love token. She said that she's willing to be the concubine and won't fight with Ning Yao for the position of the first wife." Chen Pingan ignored him. He covered his sleeves with his hands and closed his eyes to rest. Alliance was eager to try. If they weren't in the Confucian temple, he would have shouted, "Come at me if you dare." However, a demon immediately laughed out loud and said, "Damn you, Alliance, call me Grandpa. How does it feel to be a tortoise for so many years?" Alliance smiled and imitated the little bastard Li Huai. He raised his hand to his neck and shook it slightly. He hinted with his eyes that he would look for the demon to catch up with him the next time he traveled the wilderness. Unexpectedly, the demon immediately shouted, "Grandpa Alliance, you're my grandpa. My home is on the moon-bearing mountain." Alliance pulled the collar of his Confucian robe and felt a little depressed. In fact, most of the people in the Confucian temple couldn't understand the language of the wilderness. Therefore, the Confucian temple had a headmaster of the college who was proficient in the language of the wilderness. He was responsible for explaining the content of the demon's words. Yu Xian listened to the messy language and asked doubtfully, "Brother Fire Dragon, it sounds like Chen Pingan is very good at scolding people." "It doesn't seem like it. That kid looks like a scholar. He's handsome and doesn't talk much. He fits the description of a mountain visitor written in the Taoist books." Moreover, Chen Pingan's disciple, Jing Qian, was a well-mannered and well-behaved girl on the battlefield of the Golden Armor Continent. Only her punches were ruthless, like a jealous woman. It was as if the people she killed were a bunch of shameless vixens. However, when she stopped punching, she looked like a lady from a respectable family. Venerable Fire Dragon thought for a while and was actually puzzled. In his impression, Chen Pingan was indeed not good at scolding people. However, Venerable Fire Dragon acted as if he was more familiar with Chen Pingan than the old elementary scholar. He stroked his beard and laughed, "You don't understand. This kid's words are very sarcastic in private. Only when he's around an elder like me, whom he sincerely respects, Chen Pingan would be gentle and polite. Think about it. Chen Pingan was born in a small town. Even if he hasn't eaten pork, he would have seen pigs run. Even if he hasn't eaten eggs, he would have seen an old hen lay eggs." Yu Xian nodded and changed the topic. It was fine to talk about money, but they couldn't always talk about old hens. He said, "It's such a young one, but he's quite scheming. It's a bit troublesome to help the master of the wilderness." Venerable Fire Dragon was silent for a while. He lowered his head and smiled. "Your Majesty, you're quite bold too. Your words are like thunder. You'll amaze the world with a single brilliant feat," the young emperor sighed in his heart. "Fine, he said the wrong thing. If this old fatty you beside him was pounding his chest and stamping his feet in pain, it meant that he was right. However, if he was smiling and kind, he was done for." Yu Panshui smiled and waved his hand. "Children's words carry no harm. Children's words carry no harm. Whoever cares is a fool. Whoever cares is a coward." Alliance scolded in his heart, "Fat beauty, don't be so shameless. Yu Panshui immediately replied, yes, yes, yes. Good, good, good. Even Yu Panshui couldn't take the nickname Fat Beauty. Fortunately, it was only a private nickname between brothers. He couldn't let it spread. When the Shanshui Palace was published, he couldn't end up in the same situation as Yan De. The emperor of the De Yuan dynasty coughed slightly. Young Qinggu of the Chongxian Bureau immediately cast a spell and isolated a small world. The emperor of the De Yuan dynasty then lowered his voice and asked, Imperial tutor. Young Qinggu continued to speak in his heart, even if you lose, you can't lose. If you didn't put on such a front, how could you ask for such a high price? It's unlikely that we'll really fight. Some words weren't suitable to be said here. The hearts of the people were no longer united. Especially the ruins of the Fuyao and Tongye continents. They were enough to feed a portion of the people. Coupled with the ferocity of the Wasteland Army, the people of the Snowy Peak continent, the Drifting Dawn continent, and the Central Plains Divine continent might not have any impression of it. But to the other continents, it would leave a deep impression. So much so that for the next 2 or 3 generations of mortals, they would always feel a lingering fear whenever they talked about it. As for the cultivators who had personally experienced the battles of the other continents, it was needless to say. In the future, whenever they thought about it, they would feel a little worried. Most importantly, the wilderness world could drive the army to the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi after forcefully conscripting them. How many people died on the way? Apart from the demon cultivators, how many millions died? How about 10 million? Anyway, corpses and wreckage were everywhere. According to the intelligence reports from the port, the number of demons and ghostly cultivators had increased tremendously in the past 20 years. Could the Confucian Temple do the same for the wilderness world? If they couldn't gather enough troops, what was the point of going to the wilderness world to fight? Was it courting death? Taking a step back, even if the progress was smooth and they kept pushing south, even if they conquered tens of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, how would they defend it? Who would defend it? Even if they defended it, what was the point? Wouldn't the losses outweigh the gains? Would everyone firmly believe that they could kill their way through the wilderness world? Then, the Confucian Temple would reward them according to their contributions. Everyone would get a share of the loot. Of course, there were plenty of cultivators in the vast world who were willing to fight for their lives with hatred in their hearts after surviving a great battle. However, most of them just wanted to live a good life. After all, they weren't the demon cultivators from the barren lands of the wilderness world. They wouldn't be filled with desire for a foreign land. Their eyes would light up and they would rub their palms together when they heard about the wilderness world. The subtle influence of the wilderness world was one of the results of Wenhai's 1,000 years of careful planning. The flower mistress of the 100 Flowers Blessed Land whispered, Sister Green Immortal, the other party seems a little reckless. The lady of the Green Immortal Mountain smiled and nodded. If Wenhai's careful disappearance in the Aquarius continent, the ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, who had fought with the Holy Master for many years, completely disrupted the wilderness world and opened the entrance to the ruins of End at the same time to help the demons of the wilderness world return to their homeland, and the disappearance of the young secluded official at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, that would be the true end of the war. Then in the short span of several years, the wilderness world had not been idle at all. Warlords had risen to rule over a region, and the internal strife had been bitter. Compared to the rest of the wilderness world, it was a completely different scene of chaos. Then, several years ago, there was a turning point. The 2 great monsters of the moon-bearing mountain lineage, the 2 direct descendants of the great ancestor of the wilderness world, suddenly announced to the world that they had chosen Firen as the new master of the moon-bearing mountain. Then, they worked together with Wenhai's Zhou-Mi lineage's sword immortal advisor, Zhou Qingao, and united the forces of several deceased sovereigns. Finally, they worked together with the Yeluos Fei and several other old sovereigns. Together, the three of them suppressed the other warlords and used thunderous methods to dominate the world. Following the previous 20 territories of the wilderness world, they divided them into 40 territories and formally erected boundary steels on the borders. For the first time, the boundaries of the wilderness world were clearly drawn. Within each territory, for 50 years, they could fight and kill as they pleased. In any case, after 50 years, only one faction would be able to control a territory. In the end, the moon-bearing mountain announced 3 ironclad rules. First, for 100 years, all Ascendant Realm great monsters were not allowed to leave their territories unless they obtained the permission of the moon-bearing mountain or relied on their military achievements. After 100 years, they would regain their freedom. Second, all Immortal Realm monster race cultivators and unrefined Jade Realm sword cultivators were required to hand over their true names and personally make a trip to the moon-bearing mountain. Their true names would be recorded by the moon-bearing mountain. In addition, all unrefined Jade Realm Chi cultivators were allowed to establish their own sections. The military achievements of the 60th Army would be recorded and the records kept. Firen's promised that the moon-bearing mountain would be fulfilled within 100 years. Third, whatever the moon-bearing mountain said, they would do. Those who did not obey would be killed. In truth, all of the peaks of the wilderness world had heard of these inside stories. After all, it was far too easy for the wilderness world to infiltrate the wilderness world. Putting the 4 ultimate ruins aside, there were 3 huge ferries built south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Other than Zhu Zi of the Mahist family who was building a city silently every day like a diligent farmer, the other 2 ferries, as well as the entrance to the ultimate ruins in the wilderness world, Zhao Tianlai who carried an immortal sword instead of a peachwood sword, the female martial god Pei Wan, Hua Yin, and the others had all stayed there for a period of time. Of course, they would not stay still and travel so far just to stand there and drink the northwest wind every day. Each of them had their own means and secret methods to travel to the hinterland of the wilderness world. Moreover, there were rumors that the city lord of the White Emperor's city in the Fuyao continent had secretly sneaked into the wilderness world. Therefore, only the Sage of Rites knew whether the real Jing Juzhong was here or not. However, compared to the closed-door meeting at the Confucian Temple, the meeting at the moon-supporting mountain that took several months was even more intense. There were those who did not accept Firen as the master of the moon-supporting mountain, those who scolded Wen Haizhou for being a sinner for 10,000 years, and those who were arrogant and felt that they had to become one of the newest sovereigns. In total, a few of them had been detained by the moon-supporting mountain as guests. A few of them had even died. Yuan Shou killed one with a swing of his staff, while Firen killed 2 with her own hands. Before Firen made her move, the few sovereigns and the moon-supporting mountain all thought that she was a sword cultivator who was at most in the immortal realm. The Sage of Rites finally spoke. He smiled and said, "Let's not be in a hurry to make a decision. Let's talk first." Firen smiled and nodded. "Then, the Confucian Temple, please give us an explanation." The vice leader of the Confucian Temple, Old Man Han, who was the closest to the quasi-saints, said slowly, "First, we can work together to close the 4 ultimate ruins. We'll take back the Great Wall of Sword Chi and rebuild it. The 3 fairies must remain in the wilderness world." The great demon Chongguang sneered. "First my ass. You have no sincerity at all. Work together to close the ultimate ruins. If we don't close the ultimate ruins, the timing of the 2 worlds will be mixed together. The Confucian Temple will have to work hard to redesign the scale of time. Even if the Sage of Rites does it personally, it won't be easy, right? As long as we don't close the ultimate ruins, we'll be sharing the fate of the wilderness world. The longer we delay, the harder it will be for the Confucian Temple. Do you think we're stupid? Or is the Confucian Temple not sincere at all? At this point, the great demon looked at the sage in the middle. He cupped his fists and apologized. "We don't mean to offend the Sage of Rights." The Sage of Rights smiled and nodded. Old Man Han said, "We don't have to trouble the wilderness world to close the ultimate ruins. The Great Wall of Sword Chi is the border of the wilderness world. Now that we've firmly occupied it, we don't have to talk about taking it back. If we don't take it back, can you take it away?" Old Man Han shook his head and answered his own question. "We can't take it away." "Then, are we going to rebuild the Great Wall of Sword Chi and merge the two into one?" "That's nonsense." The vice hierarch of the Confucian Temple continued, "We'll build 3 academies at the 3 crossings. You have to promise the Confucian Temple that you won't stop the wilderness world scholars from coming to the academies to study. Then, you can't deliberately target the scholars of the 3 academies when they return home or travel the wilderness world together. Of course, you can't assassinate them secretly or make things difficult for them. As long as the moon-supporting mountain agrees to this, the wilderness world won't allow any level 14 or ascendant realm cultivators to sneak into the wilderness world without permission." Fei Ran smiled and didn't say anything. Xingchen smiled and said, "Without permission. Is it not considered, without permission, if they report their names at the crossings or pass their flying swords to the moon-supporting mountain?" Old Man Han shook his head and said, "Of course not." Zhou Qingao asked, "Then, what's the total number of Confucian scholars in the 3 academies?" Old Man Han answered, "There's a total of 3,000 Confucian scholars. They're recruited once every 60 years. The wilderness world and the wilderness world each take half." Zhou Qingao said, "Then, after 600 years, the wilderness world will have 15,000 Confucian scholars." Xingchen said, "That's fine. However, there are 2 prerequisites. These Confucian scholars from the wilderness world aren't allowed to open a school or teach the Tao when they return home. They aren't allowed to take in any disciples. The wilderness Confucian scholars from the 3 academies aren't allowed to set foot within 1,000 miles of the academies. Not even a single step." Old Man Han smiled and said, "That won't do. Unless we use these 2 prerequisites in exchange for the Confucian Temple to quadruple the quota. If you agree, we can move on to the next matter." Yuan Shou, who was standing on his flying sword, sneered and said, "So what if we don't agree? You're making it seem like the wilderness world will become the wilderness world if we don't agree. How many buy-ins do you have? How many immortal swords do you have?" Old Man Dong suddenly smiled and said, "Zhu Yan, you should be satisfied that you're able to return to the wilderness world alive. Among the sovereigns, this old beast deserved to be killed the most." Yuan Shou, who was called by his real name, had a ferocious expression. "Old Man Dong, let's find a place to fight with Grandpa Yuan." Zhao Tianlai, the great heavenly master of Mount Longhu, smiled and said, "I happen to have one." "Zhu Yan, how should I put it? Pick a time and place. Do you want to come to Mount Longhu, or do I want to go to Mount Yuetuo? Either is fine." Yuan Shou spat on the ground, but he didn't say anything else. Yuan Shou and Great Demon Chongguang had experienced the Great Heavenly Master's 5 Thunders execution in the Yugue sect of the Tongye continent. He's quite capable. Moreover, with Zhao Tianlai's style of doing things without saying anything, he would most likely go to Mount Yuetuo for a one-on-one fight. If they could kill him by ganging up on him, they would kill him. However, Zhao Tianlai's escaping skills were also superb. The people from the Confucian Temple were fine. They were used to discussing matters in their ancestral halls, or temples. Therefore, the nascent soul stage cultivator who later turned from a young man into a lonely old man, before he went out of the city with his sword for the last time, he actually secretly flipped open a page of a manual and carefully copied one of the seals according to the manual. There were only 4 words in the seal. Colorful clouds suddenly appeared. When the old sword cultivator drank alone to send himself off, he didn't even realize that he was crying. The old man only felt that the wine tasted terrible. However, since the first day he drank, he had never tasted anything good. The old man actually wanted to say something to Liang in person, say a few words of gratitude, or something like that. He also wanted to tell the young hidden official that he did the right thing by not saving those sword cultivators. He wasn't a coward. However, the old sword cultivator only cared about drinking that terrible wine and didn't do anything else. On the battlefield, he died silently and apathetically. In fact, he wasn't the only one. Many sword cultivators were like that. At the Confucian temple, apart from listening to the discussion, most people were sizing up the upper 5 realms in the wilderness. Liu Chao's first disciple, sword cultivator Zhu Gong. The city lord of Golden Emerald City. Her robe was obviously an immortal artifact. It was divided into yin and yang. It had the aura of the great Tao. There was also a golden-armored divine general who was riding a horse and holding a spear. There were 2 pocket-sized meteor hammers on his waist. They looked like toys for children. However, they intercepted 2 meteors from outer space that fell into the wilderness and were carefully refined. At the end of the secret document in the Summer Palace, the hidden official's sword cultivator once wrote the words, "must kill." There were only 3 demon cultivators in the immortal and immortal realms who were given such treatment. The other 2 were sword immortal advisor and a female immortal realm demi-human cultivator. Her Daoist name was Ruru and her Daoist name was Shuoren. It was rumored that she was the Daoist companion of the sovereign great monster Huang Luan, and it was also rumored that she was the eccentric remnant of Huang Luan's 3 corpses. She had many treasures, and each of them was of extremely high quality. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the Old Dragon City, she had made quite a few moves. Today, Ruru was dressed in a female ceremonial robe. She wore the Beko Keikyung building lineage's fishtail crown, but she also wore the yellow-purple Daoist robe of the Celestial Master's residence. She held a jade rui in her hand. She wore light makeup, and her figure was plump, making her Daoist robe seem a little tight. She looked at the young and handsome sword immortal Qi Tingji, but Qi Tingji ignored her. The 3 demi-humans of the 4 Banes of the Yeluo stood side by side. Yang Ji had been left behind in the vast realm, and they had now submitted to imperial concubine Fei. As for the Loach of the 4 Banes, it had been imprisoned long ago. It had probably already fallen to the vicious hands of that young hidden official. The traitorous great sword immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the gatekeeper Zhang Lu, was also present today. In that battle, Zhang Lu had not used his sword from start to finish. He had not gone to the walls to kill the demi-humans of the wilderness, nor had he followed Xiao Chua to the vast realm to use his sword. He had only been drinking at the gate. At this moment, Zhang Lu was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, drinking alone. Xiao Chua had given him quite a lot of wine several years ago. According to their agreement, for every mountain she destroyed, she would give him a pot of fine wine. In truth, Zhang Lu, who had once been a gatekeeper, had a rather good relationship with Lu Ji, Alliance, and that youth who had yet to become a hidden official. He was even good friends with Ning Yao's parents. He was also good friends with Yao Chongdao. On the battlefield, they had saved each other's lives. Even at this moment, Lu Ji still felt no ill will toward Zhang Lu. Before Alliance came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, especially before the Battle of the 13, Zhang Lu and Alliance had similar personalities. However, Zhang Lu was better at gambling and drinking. Qi Tingji glanced at Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu sensed his gaze, but he did not make things difficult for Elder Sword Immortal Qi. He only paused for a moment before suddenly taking a big gulp. Because of Zhang Lu, Qi Tingji thought of an extremely secretive past. Could Ning Yao reach the Ascendant Realm within 100 years? This was an extremely important consideration. After Qi Tingji left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was actually gambling. He was betting that his luck was indeed bad. He was betting that Ning Yao would definitely reach the Ascendant Realm within 100 years. This was because the Daoist saint had once helped Qi Tingji with his divination and said, cultivating the Qi family will be quite smooth. As for ruling the country and bringing peace to the world. When the old immortal of Divine Firmament City said this, he only shook his head and smiled without saying anything. However, Qi Tingji did not take it too seriously back then. Bringing peace to the world. The wilderness. Or the vast realm. It was something that did not even need to be thought about. Who would have thought that a fifth world would really appear in the end? Old Ancestor Jiang and the two beside him laughed in their hearts. In the eyes of the demons of the wilderness, this huge battle was lost without rhyme or reason. Even many of the great demons in the military camps were confused. This was because they did not understand the meticulous planning of the Grand Ancestor of Moon-Bearing Mountain. They could not guess the three best, middle, and worst plans that were exposed by Jing Juzhong. They did not realize that after the Battle of Aquarius Continent, the wilderness was actually about to lose the middle plan. Hence, most of the demons are still unconvinced. In their eyes, there are only two places that can truly fight and are qualified to be considered as opponents. The Great Wall of Sword Qi and Aquarius Continent. The rest are all trash. Old Ancestor Wei nodded. Hence, now that the Great Wall of Sword Qi has ascended to the Rainbow World, and the Dali Cavalry of Aquarius Continent, Xiaohu, is dead, half of the continent's mountains and rivers are still in ruins. This is equivalent to losing half of their battle strength. Perhaps the beasts of the wilderness want another battle even more than us. If the battlefield is in the wilderness, there is no need to stretch the battle line, it is exactly what they want. If they were to rush to a foreign land, they might be unwilling to fight. But if they return to their homeland, they will fight in their own territory. For the wilderness, it is too familiar. Su Bai said worriedly, previously, our Tongyi and Fuyao continents were on the defensive and did not make use of our geographical advantage. The various dynasties and the immortals on the mountains did not even have close cooperation. Hence, the battlefields of the two continents were like a sheet of loose sand. Of course, this has a lot to do with the fact that we have never had such a huge battle experience. Now that we have the experience, they have it too. Hence, if we change the battlefield of the world, they might learn from the lessons of our two continents and make a series of extremely targeted preparations. Old Ancestor Jiang smiled. After the meeting in the Confucian Temple, regardless of the result, we will have a battle simulation. Su Bai hesitated for a while and asked, can we ask the hidden official for help? Otherwise, our simulation will be unrealistic and become a pavilion in the sky. He had to admit that the person who understood the wilderness the most was the young hidden official. It was not even Qi Tingji who was more skilled in swordsmanship, nor was it Alliance. It was Lu Ji. Because Chen Pingan was in the summer palace of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he participated in, witnessed, and commanded every single battle. The young hidden official knew the details of every battle, the key to victory and defeat, the pros and cons, and the precise number of casualties. Moreover, Chen Pingan knew the details of all the upper 5 realms demon clans that were participating in the war like the back of his hand. He also knew the actual combat strength, fighting style, and advantages and disadvantages of the various large tribes in the wilderness. In short, if there was no other choice and they really had to fight, the hidden official Chen Pingan, this young man, would be the most important person in the world. Yuan Zhen, Su Bai, and Lin Junbai, These young talents who were once the military advisors of the Confucian Temple would quickly become Chen Pinggan's subordinates. The young foreign sword cultivators from the hidden officials' lineage, such as Xian Kant, Chao Gun, and Song Gaoyuan, would definitely be included. The Confucian Temple might even make an exception and recruit the remaining sword cultivators from the five-colored world, such as Deng Liang, Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, Dong Bud, and Guo Zhuzhou. They would help Chen Pinggan again. Of course, it did not mean that there would be no war in the world without these young people. If the School of Military and School of Moism worked together with the School of Vertical and Horizontal and the School of Yin Yang, they would be very confident. In the early years of the Confucian Temple, there was a small-scale meeting. Among the 100 schools of thought, only 9 schools were chosen to participate. Other than that, there were also 4 old grandmasters from the Shang clan and the Yao clan. However, during that meeting, the Confucian Temple only had a second sage, the chief, and the deputy chief. However, the 2 old grandmasters from the military school purposely did not mention this to Su Bai. There was a very high possibility that the wilderness wanted to take advantage of the geographical advantage. They wanted to fight the world without the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the sword cultivators. The moon-bearing mountain and all the peak powerhouses of the wilderness did not care about the lives of the ants at the foot of the mountain. The more dead they were, the more their numbers would accumulate. The heavenly fate would gradually gather on a small group of immortal realm and ascendant realm demons. Even if they lost another battle in the wilderness, no matter how badly they lost, the worst that could happen was that they would continue to retreat to the south. Although there really is an enemy guarding the Beko Keikyung building for the past 100 years, according to my brother Yu's temper, he might fight with that goat horn braid until the sky falls and the earth rends. Then he will go to the heavens beyond and fight until the little girl cries. That goat horn braid is not willing to admit defeat. He will probably stay there for the rest of his life. Alliance sighed and rubbed his chin with his palm. But that sticky candy Lu is someone who wants the world to be in chaos. Most importantly, Lu Laosan is especially jealous of my title of romantic handsomeness. The last time I went to the Beko Keikyung building as a guest, he guarded against me like I was a thief. He wanted to cover all the female immortals in the 5 cities and 12 buildings with gunny sacks. I'm afraid of comparisons. This guy competed in looks and bearing and lost miserably. He will definitely come up with some disgusting tricks. Zhuo's eyes were cold. After a moment of silence, he said, "If she returns to the wastelands, I will go to Q Sword." Alliance said softly, "Q Sword is no problem. I can even accompany you. I am familiar with that place. I am a local snake. It is no different from strolling around my own territory. But let's make it clear. It is enough to determine victory and defeat. Don't fight to the death. There is no meaning in that. In my opinion, it is hard to say who Xiao Chuo will really harm in the wastelands. Today, whoever she disliked, she would punch them half to death. Tomorrow, whoever she disliked, she would hack them to death with her sword. Moon's supporting mountain can't control her." Zhuo's reply was only one word. "Split." Alliance slapped his forehead. He was most annoyed by Zhuo. "No problem. First, I will discuss with Chen Pinggan. Then, I will go to the old elementary scholar's side and whisper in his ear. Chen Pinggan's bootlicking skills are first class. In addition, Alliance, will add flowers to the brocade. With the 2 of us working together, we will be invincible." Zhuo said, "I advise you not to drag Chen Pinggan with you. Go to the teacher's side and talk nonsense." Alliance felt wronged. Am I that kind of person? You have wrongly accused me. Zhuo did not say anything. Chen Pinggan did not seem to be in a good mood. Qi Tingji was in a daze and Lu Ji did not dare to look at him. Alliance could only squat down and continue to sip his wine. The old elementary scholar smiled and asked, "Old Fu, what do you say?" Fu Xing smiled and asked, "What do you mean? Can you please give me a reminder?" The old elementary scholar complained, "Who are we brothers? Why are you asking when you already know the answer? Hurry up and praise my last disciple. I am the dignified sage of literature, yet I have not called you old brother Fu. Instead, I call you old Fu. You are full of knowledge. Why are you hiding it?" Fu Xing was helpless. He thought for a while and slowly said, "Romantic is not in Tan Feng Xing. The taste of sleeves is the longest." The old elementary scholar sighed and was full of admiration. "Amazing." Fu Xing smiled. He had finally let him go. The sage of rites raised his eyes slightly. The place he saw was not the painting, but the moon-supporting mountain in the wilderness. In the blink of an eye, a short figure suddenly fell from the painting. The movement was too big, and dust flew everywhere, covering the sky and covering the sun. A large area was in disarray. It was Xiao Chua who broke through the sky and crashed into the wilderness. She fell directly onto the moon-supporting mountain. The people of the Confucian temple watched as the little girl with 2 ponytails bent her knees and stuck her butt to the ground. She slowly stood up and patted the dust off her body. She raised her fists and gently swung them, sending a few demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms flying. She tapped her toes and hovered in the air. She looked around her and kicked her legs twice to soar higher. When she was taller than everyone, she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Xiao Chua looked down at the straight line to her left and right. Her eyes were cold. She raised one of her slender arms, and then used her other arm to knock horizontally. She seemed to be indicating that she wanted to kill all of them. Everyone was expressionless. The old elementary scholar calmed down and looked at Fei Ran, who seemed to have expected this. The missing sovereign stage monster Niu Dao was most likely thrown into the blue sky by the moon-supporting mountain. Perhaps Fei Ran even gave some Daoist seeds from the wilderness to the Beko Keikyung building to help Daoist number 2 to make up for the 500 spiritual officials. Xiao Chua saw Zhang Lu, who was standing far away. She frowned slightly but did not say anything. Instead, she tossed a pot of immortal wine to him. Zhang Lu caught it, opened the mud seal, and started drinking. Fei Ran looked at the city lord of White Emperor City and asked with a smile, "Mr. Jing, have you seen enough?" Jing Juzhong nodded and said, "More or less." As soon as he finished speaking, a monster cultivator on the moon-supporting mountain shattered. His golden core, nascent soul, and soul were all shattered. Jing Juzhong smiled and said, "Buy one, get one free." Another monster cultivator, who was the imperial tutor of a barbaric dynasty, suffered the same fate. Some of the demon race cultivators who were caught in the crossfire cursed at the fiend Dao overlord who ruled over the world. But more than that, it was a kind of fear. Not only the monster cultivators on the moon-supporting mountain, but many people in the Confucian temple also felt their scalps go numb. Few of the cultivators who could reach the peak of the mountain were stupid. Furthermore, each of them had their own specialties. Some of them had special skills, such as secret spells and divine abilities, or trump cards, which could catch their opponents off guard. However, anyone who had a sect, a family, or a direct disciple of a monster cultivator of White Emperor City would be afraid of him. Jing Juzhong once said something that was extremely conceited and annoying. "In my life, I only look down on people who have brains but don't use them." After Xiao Chua appeared, an unknown skinny old man walked slowly with a walking stick. He seemed to have just arrived at the moon-supporting mountain. The old man casually chose a remote spot and stood still. Then, he looked at the talisman, Yu Xian, and the grand heavenly master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Then, he held his walking stick in his arms and bowed to the two Taoists with a smile. Then, he faced the Buddhist monks who were discussing matters in the Confucian temple. He placed one hand in front of his chest and lowered his head slightly. Finally, he bowed to the Sage of Rites. The Sage of Rites nodded. He was a guest from outer space. He had been missing for many years. Lu Ji was puzzled. Who is it? Qi Tingji sighed. Firen and Qian's grandmaster, the one who opened the rat hole. Alliance pinched his nose. I heard that the Daoist ancestor passed the test by riding an ox. He had some ideas. Chen Pingan's body instantly bent. Then, he slowly straightened his back. The old man who was the uninvited guest smiled and said, in the previous discussion, those who reached an agreement will form the Mountain River Alliance. Those who didn't can agree to it. Anyway, it's not too much. You just want to rely on the 3 academies to educate the wildlands bit by bit. If you want to play around, go ahead. After all, you scholars love to do things that don't pay off. We only have one request. As long as the native demons want to come to the wildlands, the Confucian temple won't stop them. As for those who lost the war, they can stay there. You can kill or capture them if you want. The moon-supporting mountain won't care. What do you think? The Sage of Rites smiled and shook his head. The quasi-sage said in a deep voice, we won't discuss this. The old man held his walking stick with both hands and nodded with a smile. Then pretend I didn't say anything. You two can continue the discussion. Fu Xing frowned. The old elementary scholar stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes. Firen smiled and looked at Master Dong. Then let's continue the discussion. Master Dong was silent. He seemed to be talking to the Sage of Rites in his mind. However, Master Dong was obviously surprised. It was not because the Sage of Rites said something, but because he didn't say anything. It was as if the Sage of Rites didn't hear his question about whether to continue the discussion with the moon-supporting mountain. He didn't know what to say and whether to take a step forward or a step back. The old elementary scholar was a little sad. He didn't know who said that. How did it go? It seemed that there were some positions where there were no young people, only old people. At this moment, a man in a green robe with a sword on his back stepped forward without any warning and said, then let's fight. He took a step to the left and right. If he lost the next battle, his surname would not be Swa but Yu. Alliance stretched and ran his hands through his hair. He strode forward and said indifferently, great. Qi Tingji stepped forward. Lu Ji stepped forward. Yu Xian laughed and waved his sleeves. Venerable Fire Dragon walked with him. He wanted to experience the torrential waters of the Yeluo. The great heavenly master of Mount Longhu, Zhao Tianlai, also stepped forward. Since he had promised the Confucian temple that he would travel for 60 years, the savage world was also outside of Mount Longhu. Chao Ci stepped forward. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was where he practiced his fist techniques and built a thatched cottage there. Now that his cultivation was high, he naturally had to go out of the city. Yuan Ju took a step forward. Lu Jubao smiled brightly. I'm going to earn money. This time, I'm going to earn money that the Confucian temple doesn't care about. With a grand plan, fortune will roll in. Song Zhengqiang sneered and stepped forward. Dolly and the Aquarius continent had nothing to do with him. Since that was the case, he would go to the moon-supporting mountain. Lu Qi smiled. I haven't been to the savage world yet. Let's go take a look. Su Zi walked forward with a smile. Zhang Tianxia took a step forward. She had heard that the Yelluo River was deep and the fish were huge. It would be a pity if she didn't go. Lady Tantan of Lushui Pit, if the savage world was called Howren, wouldn't her authority as the master of water on the continent double? As for fighting, it didn't matter who she fought. Lady Azure Immortal Mountain, she wanted to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi had drunk the wine of Azure Immortal Mountain. However, the wine was fake. She had to bring the real thing. She wanted to offer wine to all the nameless sword cultivators who were heroes and bandits. Since she was going to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, why not take a look at the south? She wanted to go. Su Bai took a step forward. Old Ancestor Jiang and Old Ancestor Wei smiled at each other and took a step forward. Mr. Fan of the merchant family smiled and threw money. The Old Ancestor of the School of Vertical and Mr. Fan took a step forward at almost the same time. They looked at each other and laughed. Lu Tue, the vulture-like young man, had a fierce look in his eyes and a malicious look on his face. Maldif *Ker, in my hometown in the Fuyao continent, my sect suffered heavy losses. Not to mention the fact that an Ascendant Realm cultivator's realm dropped, the sect's direct disciples were all gone, and the mountains were all destroyed, causing me to almost become a bachelor. This is a rare opportunity to kill these beasts in the savage world. Yupan Shui stretched out his hand and grabbed the neck of the silly young emperor, taking a step forward together. The imperial tutor of the Shao Yuan dynasty, Chao Pu, took the emperor with him. The old scholar smiled and asked, "What do you think, secondary sage?" The secondary sage smiled and said, "Let's go." The old scholar nodded vigorously. Yes. The two sages, the three sect masters of the Confucian temple, Fu Laozi, and other accompanying sages all moved forward. Sui Shan, the mountain god, and the 5 Lakes water lord followed. When the sage of ceremony took the last step, the rest of the people followed suit. In an instant, the young swordsman in a long green robe and cloth shoes bent down slightly, no longer trying to suppress his body. In an instant, he changed into a bright red Daoist robe. His entire body seemed to have no flesh, blood, tendons, or meridians, but was purely made up of thousands of threads. The swordsman, who looked neither human nor ghost, slowly straightened his back and looked up. He said in a deep voice, "Then let's fight." He set a small target first, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. (787). The two worlds were still facing each other from afar. However, at this moment, everyone took a step forward on the vast world straight line. About 30% of the people followed the young hidden official in a long green robe and cloth shoes. They all wanted to fight with the wilderness. The remaining 70% followed the Sage of Rights. 30% was very little. It was a lot. Within this 30%, there were 3 ascendants and 1 immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, for sword cultivators. There was Yu Xian, the talisman who was about to reach the 14th realm. There was the Grand Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, the City Lord of White Emperor City who could hide 2 pawns in Moon-bearing Mountain. There was Pei Bei and Chao Xiai, the master and disciple of the 10th realm. There were also young people like Yuan Zhen and Su Bai who were the future pillars of the vast world. Moreover, many of the Confucian sages of the Confucian temple didn't want to take that step. They just had to wait for the Sage of Rights to take that step first. Therefore, it wasn't 30%. It was at least 50%. What did this mean? It meant that the Confucian temple of the vast world would really start a war at any time to return the favor to the wilderness and reap the benefits. Once the war started, it would be extremely tragic. It wouldn't be a small fight. For both sides, there would be no room for negotiation. Because this was not the bluff of a certain old master of the Confucian temple bargaining, nor was it the hot-bloodedness of a certain sage of the Confucian school who would stop while he was ahead, just to make a small fuss for the sake of the greater good of the world. For example, Alliance would definitely look for that blabbering demon cultivator. He would ask Jian Shao Ling about life and death. Heavenly Master Zhao would bring the Heavenly Master Seal and the 10,000 immortal swords to enter the wilderness and spar with Yuan Shou. As for what this grand Heavenly Master would do before finding Yuan Shou, he would go on a trip to the mountains and rivers. Of course, he would subdue demons and devils. Jing Juzhong, who had been hiding his strength all along, would be like a fish in water, acting without any scruples. Pei Bei, Chao Xiai, Song Zhangqiang, and most likely all the martial artists in the vast world would rush to the wilderness. This also meant that all the foreign sword immortals who had returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi would once again return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They would once again fight side by side and ride their swords together towards the south. There would be martial artists throwing punches and sword immortals delivering swords. Lu Qi and Su Zi's poems would manifest their great Daos in the wildlands. The Mahist Juzi would once again build a city in the wilderness. The Mahist Rangers of the three other families would once again unite against a common enemy and risk their lives in a foreign land. Venerable Fiery Dragon of the Lying Ground Peak would teach the world what it meant to be poor. He knew a little about fire and water. Once the battlefield changed and they were in a foreign land, all the great cultivators on the peak of Howran Mountain would no longer have their hands tied. What he was most afraid of was the sorcery, flying swords, and the fists and feet of the Grand Masters of martial arts from the top of Howran Mountain. The assembly, advance, garrison, and advance of every army were all carefully calculated and arranged. Every step would be full of the color of, in pursuit of the maximization of interests, anybody could die. There would be no burden of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Who would die and who would live in the defense of Howran? If one were to ask oneself honestly, there would be a lot of difficulties. There were worries everywhere and everything was sloppy. Attacking the wilderness, there was no need to think too much. After all, they were already in the battlefield. Whether it was the cultivators on the mountain or the elites at the foot of the mountain, whether it was driven by the righteousness of the country, the temptation of expanding the territory, or revenge at all costs, it was just a matter of life and death with the wilderness. Lu Ji took a deep breath and was in high spirits. She rubbed the sword hilt with her thumb and asked, Zwa, Alliance, why don't the three of us make a trip to the moon-supporting mountain? She was learning from the eldest sword celestial, Dragon King, and Guan Zhao from 10,000 years ago. The three of them asked for a sword in the wilderness. Qi Tingji was after all the leader of a sect. It was not appropriate for him to ask for a sword in the moon-supporting mountain. If the elephant sword sect only lost a chief consecrator, it would not be a big problem. Zwa said, I will ask Sword Shaoling first. If I can still use my sword, we will go to the moon-supporting mountain together. Alliance lowered his head and twisted the corner of his clothes with his fingers. He complained, Sister Lu did not even call me Brother Alliance. I am so sad that I can't even lift my sword. Lu Ji's expression was not good. Can't lift your sword, who would think too much about it? But because of this bastard, it was first widely spread at the Great Wall of Sword Qi and became a dirty joke. Then, it became a joke among the male and female sword cultivator Dao companions. The atmosphere of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was stirred up by Alliance. It was like a waterfall that appeared out of thin air and suddenly fell. Then came the second shopkeeper, and it fell again and again. It was just that it was more subtle. Lu Ji said, wouldn't it be better to establish a lower sect in the wilderness than in the Fuyao continent? Qi Tingji smiled and said, there is no need to choose. We can have both. Liu Ji could be the first leader of the lower sect in the Fuyao continent. As for the future leader of the lower sect in the wilderness, she could just pick any south-traveling sword celestial. Allian stared hard at the ground, as if he was hesitating whether he should take the extra step to show off. He was wearing a scholarly robe, but he did not dare to speak or drink too much wine. His reputation was ruined in an instant. Alliance felt wronged. He said in his mind, "Sister Liu, why don't you take the extra step with me?" Liu Ji rewarded him, "Why don't you just walk to the opposite side?" Alliance glanced at the opposite side. Liu Ji sneered, "If you have the guts, you can touch my legs however you want." Alliance stomped his feet and beat his chest with his hands. He said, "I can't live like this anymore." Alliance's eyes suddenly lit up. He asked, "If I don't have the guts, does that mean I have to let Sister Liu touch my legs however you want?" Liu Ji put her thumb on the hilt of her sword. "Sure, I can chop off all 3 of your legs." Grandpa Yu could send the emperor to sit on the dragon throne for decades. Therefore, the emperor had to listen to him and be more filial than his own grandson. Don't be like the last emperor of the Desheng dynasty who complained to the Confucian temple in private. He didn't follow the rules and crossed the bottom line set by the ancestors of the 2 families. What was the result? Regarding the rules and regulations of the Confucian temple, the Yu family was more knowledgeable than some of the headmasters of the academies. Yu Panshui and the young emperor would talk about their own matters behind closed doors from time to time. The young emperor was puzzled. "Grandpa Yu, you haven't seen the hidden official before. Why do you think so highly of him?" Yu Panshui laughed, "Because I hope that there will be another young embroidered tiger in the world. Even if he walks the same path as Cui Dong, he will be able to finish what he started." The young emperor was shocked. "Grandpa Yu thinks so highly of him." Emperor Liu of the Deyuan dynasty hesitated for a while and asked softly, "Imperial tutor, I heard that the hidden official has toured the Dragon Palace before. He has a good relationship with the Taihui Sword Sect, the Fuping Sword Lake, the southernmost Hemp Sect and the Spring Dew Garden in the east." Yang Qing of the Chongxian Bureau laughed fearfully. "They are indeed very good. Actually, the Deyuan dynasty and the Luopa Mountain do have some ties. A few years ago, there was a green snake in the nascent Seoul stage who came to the North Continent to visit Jiangji-do. The Deyuan dynasty's immortals and local officials along the way worked together with the Duke of Lingyuan and the Marquis of Longting to open a path for him. Therefore, Your Majesty, just wait. The next time the hidden official comes to the North Continent, you might be able to see him." Emperor Liu nodded his head, but his thoughts were complicated. Yang Qing laughed, "Even if I'm willing to give him the title of imperial tutor, Chen Pingan won't accept it with his personality. However, if it's some other foot mountain with sufficient authority, as long as Your Majesty is on good terms with them, they might not reject you. Chen Pingan's Luopa Mountain actually has close trade relations with the North Continent. If you want to take a step forward, it'll be difficult to bypass the Deyuan dynasty. This will be Your Majesty's opportunity." Within this, there was the most illusory human heart. Just like Venerable Fiery Dragon, he was still thinking that whoever wanted to fight in the Confucian temple could do whatever they wanted. After all, he was going to focus on his cultivation. In the previous battle, he gave it his all. The entire Flat Earth Peak, Peach Mountain and Xian Finger Sect's direct disciples, as long as they could fight, went to the Aquarius continent to fight. Therefore, the Confucian temple shouldn't talk to him about the world. The Great Wall of Sword Qi and the arrangement of troops by the lineage of the hidden officials in the Summer Palace were all manifestations of the same kind of achievement and knowledge. As long as the entire vast world, from the Confucian temple to the peak of the mountain, then to the top of the mountain, to the empire at the bottom of the mountain, to the wells of Jianghu, could prepare for the battle wholeheartedly. Why couldn't they fight? The Juelu continent had once defeated the Jadeite continent to the point that it lost the word north. In that case, the vast world could defeat the desolate wilderness to the point that it lost the word desolate. After that, it would belong to the vast world for thousands of years. Many of the old cultivators who held high positions in the vast world were very young today. There were many positions that one would have to carefully weigh the pros and cons and calculate the gains and losses carefully if one wanted to get close, especially if one wanted to gain a firm footing. One must not hesitate in life and cherish it. Yu Xian sighed, the atmosphere is new and the hearts of the people can be used. Venerable Fiery Dragon laughed, whoever has more money, whoever has the loudest voice, whatever old Ute says goes. Yu Xian joked, Wealth God Lu has more money than me. I heard that he had approached you secretly in his early years. As long as the North Continent was willing to return the word north, there would be a 5,500 celestials agreement. The two continents agreement lasted for 5,000 years. Within every 1,000 years, the Jadeite continent was willing to fork out a huge sum of celestial money to support the 100 potential sword celestials from the Juelu continent's Crouching Ground Peak, Tai Hui Sword Sect, Floating Duckweed Sword Lake and the other large sections. They would spend money to help the sword celestials to become Aura's core earth celestials. Anyway, as long as Venerable Fiery Dragon gave a list of 100 people, the Jadeite continent's Lu family would spend as much money as the Juelu continent. If any of these sword celestials could reach the upper 5 realms, they would be able to earn 10 more places for the Juelu continent. Venerable Fiery Dragon laughed, I'm just a cultivator, not the leader of the North Continent's underworld. I have the final say, right? Yu Xian nodded, of course, you have the final say. Wealth God Lu only gave up because you said no. Venerable Fiery Dragon did not want to talk about such trivial matters. He stroked his beard and laughed, Old Yu, I'll introduce Chen Pingon to you later. Yu Xian stroked his beard and chuckled, no need, no need. This hidden official has long heard of me. Otherwise, he wouldn't be chanting talismans to his first disciple every day. Yu Xian is an immortal. Scholars pay attention to the fact that one of us knows Chen Pingon first. Based on this rule, it's hard to say who knows Chen Pingon first. Venerable Fiery Dragon sighed, I finally know why I'm poor and you're rich. If you want to earn big money, you have to be shameless. Yu Xian shook his head and said, No, I've never been poor since I was young. Venerable Fiery Dragon said, This shows that you're gifted. Yu Xian said, Looks like the unification of the immortal path will have to be delayed again. Venerable Fiery Dragon said, Old Yu, I admire you for this. You're smart when it comes to small matters, but you're muddle-headed when it comes to big matters. It did not sound like a good thing, but Yu Xian smiled and nodded. He seemed to enjoy it. Sage of Rites asked the young reclusive official telepathically, You're not being impulsive. It was a strange question. Sage of Rites had already taken a step forward, but he still asked. So it seemed unnecessary. The red-robed man shook his head and answered telepathically, We can fight. After pausing for a moment, the young reclusive official added, If there's a chance, we have to fight. Sage of Rites laughed, It's not a chance. Zhou Mi will definitely return to the human world. Chen Pingon asked directly, How many years will it take in the worst-case scenario? 100 years if it's short, 1,000 if it's long. It's hard to tell the exact number for now. When the meeting is over, I can hand over a detailed strategy in private immediately. But I'm worried about one thing. Tell me about it. I'm worried that Zhou Mi wants to use half of the wasteland to buy time for him. In the end, he can exchange for the collapse of Sage of Right's great path. Then, no one will be able to stop him from returning to the human world. Unless we end the battle quickly and surpass Zhou Mi's calculations and take over the wasteland as soon as possible. Then, I'll change the rules of the two worlds into one. It'll be difficult. Difficult? How difficult? Is it so difficult for a young outsider who has only cultivated for a few years to become a reclusive official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Sage of Rites, who looked like a middle-aged scholar, smiled and said, I'm Sage of Rites. I've been reading for many years. Chen Pingan was silent. Indeed. Sage of Rites was like the leader of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the Sword Celestial. Even if they didn't say anything, as long as they stood there, they would be able to make everyone feel at ease. The top forces of the wasteland gathered at Moon-Bearing Mountain either looked at Sage of Rites, who was known as the best fighter in the world, or at the young reclusive official who had only left the city for a few years. For a moment, they felt somewhat helpless. They actually had the illusion that they had returned to the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They had been chatting quite well earlier. Why did they suddenly flip the table? As expected, as long as this young reclusive official was around, nothing good would happen. Previously, when they were fighting the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the young reclusive official obediently stayed on the city wall and chatted with the gray-robed man every day. The wasteland's advancement in the battlefield of the Tongya and Fuyao continents was like cutting tofu with a knife. It was difficult to even sharpen the knife. It was like two families in the marketplace had a conflict. After a fierce fight, neither side was able to kill the other. Both sides had not recovered from their injuries. Then, with their own thoughts, they decided to chat for a while. They set up a table on the street and began to negotiate. The ruffian who had barged into the other party's territory was currently crossing his legs and acting like he had nothing to lose. In any case, he wasn't stingy. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. After all, he didn't have any valuable belongings. On the other hand, the other party came from a scholarly family. If it wasn't brushes, ink, paintings, and satin, would he really be willing to risk his life? Who was he trying to scare? Then, when they weren't paying attention, the scholar opposite them suddenly flipped the table and took out a knife, wanting to slash someone. The key was the scholar's family, friends, and neighbors. All of them had read a few books of the sages. Even if they weren't true disciples of the Confucian school, they still went crazy along with them. Why was it that the savage world had conquered the Tongya, Fuyao, and Jinjia continents as if it were a game? Even if there were occasional clashes, the general situation was still unstoppable. Only the Great Wall of Sword Chi was so painful. Other than Qin Qingdo overseeing the Great Wall of Sword Chi, other than the fact that sword cultivators were as numerous as the clouds and everyone was ready to die, what really made the savage world unable to advance in 10,000 years was actually the unity of the people's hearts. No matter what the world said or saw, the sword cultivators didn't care. If they wanted their home to be destroyed, they had to die first. Therefore, the sword cultivators only cared about standing on the front lines of the city and delivering swords to the battlefield in the south. With pure sword hearts, they didn't even care about life and death, let alone profit and loss. One side had already taken a step forward, while the other side remained in place. It was meaningless to take a step forward, or even an extra step. Was it possible to take a step back? Then they could only stand in place and not move. Yuan Shou stepped on a flying sword and stretched out his arm to hold the end of a long staff. He pointed at the scarlet robe from afar and shouted, "Kid, scram. Little kid, you're lucky to have survived. You should burn incense and hide to enjoy your achievements. However, you don't know how to be content. How dare you say you want to conquer the world? You don't know how much you're worth. Now that there's no longer the Great Wall of Sword Chi, at least 2 hidden officials will die with a swing of my staff." Ancestor Ape, who had destroyed countless mountains and immortal ancestral halls in the 2 continents of Hauran, had a domineering aura. He looked down on the world and was insufferably arrogant. Its real name was Zhu Yan, and it was in the thousands of threads of the young hidden official. Although it flashed and disappeared, Yuan Shou could still see the words through the connection of the great Tao. This made the naturally arrogant Yuan Shou even more ferocious. If he didn't get rid of this young hidden official, there would be endless trouble. So be it, the two worlds would fight to the death. It would be best if the mountains and rivers continued to shatter, including the moon-bearing mountain and the old blind man's 100,000 mountains. At that time, Yuan Shou might be able to gather a large amount of mountain roots and destiny to ascend to the 14th realm. The great battle of Howran world couldn't even break through the Aquarius continent and Dawnflow continent. This caused Yuan Shou's great Tao benefits to be less than half of what he expected. He couldn't break through the bottleneck of the great Tao at all. As for this ancestor of the moving mountains whose real name was Zhu Yan, its opportunity to ascend to the 14th realm of Tao integration was the phrase, borrowing other people's stones to improve jade. It seemed like it was the geographical location of Tao integration, but in reality, it was the human location of Tao integration. The number of mountains in the world that were smashed by its staff would be the same number and style of mountains in the 14th realm in the future. Moving rocks, shifting broken veins, piling up mountain roots, accumulating many little things to create a new 5 mountains in his own dojo. His great Tao was immortal and his body was immortal. In the early years of the Martyr's Palace, even with Fei Fei's help in the dark, both sides benefited from each other and took what they needed. Yuan Shou still only brought out 2 dojos that he wanted. Later on, he smashed countless mountains in Fuyao continent and Tongye continent. Finally, Yuan Shou accumulated 2 more mountains. As long as the 5 mountains stood tall in his dojo and the Kunlun dojo was created after Tao integration, Yuan Shou would be able to step on the great Tao alone and ascend to the heavens. What Qingming world, what Western Buddhist kingdom, as long as there were mountains and soil in the world, it would be Grandpa Ape's territory. When there were no more mountains in the world, all of them would be moved into his dojo. Then, he would be the newest 15th realm cultivator after the ancestors of the 3 sects. Heaven and earth would live together, stepping on the stars and shattering the sun and moon with his staff. What Sway Mountain, what Dragon Tiger Mountain, they were all just a bunch of bamboo chopsticks. Grandpa Ape didn't even need to use 2 hands, he could crush them with 1 hand. When the time came, killing Bai Yi who didn't have any immortal swords would be a big deal. Fei Ran raised 2 fingers and pressed down lightly in front of her. She actually pressed down on Yuan Shou's staff slightly. Yuan Shou's face was gloomy. He turned around and was about to have a good talk with the young master of moon-bearing mountain who didn't contribute at all during the great battle but benefited the most after the battle. Unexpectedly, a ripple immediately appeared in his heart lake. It was the laughter of the old man with the walking stick. Zhu Yan, I'm not angry. What are you angry about? Do you want to lie at the bottom of the well or do you want to learn from Alliance and stay as a guest at moon-bearing mountain? Yuan Shou snorted coldly. He put away his staff and placed it on his shoulder again. The great demon Guanxiang had an innocent expression and said helplessly, when did the scholars of the world become so overbearing? You guys were the ones who said that both sides were going to discuss matters. This is just the beginning of the conversation. You guys are the ones who said that you want to fight. Can't you be a little more reasonable? The official was not in the mood to speak. Anyway, Fei Ran was in charge of the overall situation and there were the established strategies left by the teacher. There was nothing to worry about. The official of the south was the official of the north. In the past, this saying was more of flattering the young man with the great wall of sword chi. It couldn't be that after a few years, it would become his official, right? Zhou Qingao, who was beside him, was blessed by the heavens after returning home. He was not inferior to the new master of moon-bearing mountain, Fei Ran. This was because Zhou Qingao had obtained the cicada sleuth skin of the sovereign stage great demon, and there was more than one. The great demons that Zhou Mi had fused with included the 14th realm great cultivator who changed his name to Lu Fian. There were also a few sovereign stage great demons, Baiying, Qiayun, Yao Jia, and Huang Wan. Zhou Mi ate the great Dao. As for the remaining skins of the great demons, they were dispensable to Zhou Mi. They weren't completely useless, but they didn't have much meaning. Rather than taking them away, it was better to leave them behind. Therefore, the Jiaxin tent youth, Zhou Qingao, who had an extremely poor aptitude for cultivation, became the person who unexpectedly gained the most. Before Zhou Mi ascended to heaven, he used the slew of the skeleton throne great demon by Ying's true body to create Zhou Qinggao's yang spirit body. Then, he used the slew of the great demon Huang Wan and Qiayun to refine and integrate them into Zhou Qinggao's soul and spirit. He built a brand new longevity bridge and ascended to heaven in one step. Moreover, Zhou Mi had already left a celestial mantra on the moon-supporting mountain for Zhou Qingao, who was originally unsuitable for cultivation. It was the willow tendon realm secret technique that Lu Qi had created. It was best at turning something rotten into something magical. Zhou Mi's deep study of this Dao technique and this shortcut might be comparable to Lu Qi's. Therefore, the current Zhou Qingao not only directly ascended to the pure jade realm from the third realm of Qi refinement warrior, but also broke through another realm in just a few years and became an immortal. This was what it meant to be the last disciple of Wenhai Zhou Mi. In less than 10 years, he was already an immortal. As for the first disciple, Si Qin, he received 3 immortal weapons, all of which were long swords. Previously, Si Qin carried 5 swords in the sword box on his back. In the great battle, he lost 3 swords, which was why he carried 6 swords on his back now. Swordsman Liu Bai, relatively speaking, received the least gifts from Mr. There was only one immortal weapon, the small world robe, and another half-immortal weapon, the green hibiscus crown. Xiao Chua, who was sitting cross-legged, grinned. She raised her arms and grabbed 2 ponytails with both hands. This little guy who took over her position was quite capable. Zhang Lu drank his wine while sizing up the tragic figure opposite him. It was hard to imagine that the young man with a sword on his back who carefully traveled the inverted hanging mountain would become like this today. The long sword on swordsman Zhu Gong's back was vibrating non-stop. When Chen Pingan became this familiar appearance, Liu Bai's expression changed slightly. During the years of sword practice on the city wall, she and Li Zhen were actually the swordsmen who interacted with Chen Pingan the most. And the two of them had died once in the hands of the young hidden official. As the direct disciple of the moon-bearing mountain's ancestor, Li Zhen had died in that battle. It was also that soul-stirring exchange of life that made the wastelands know for the first time that there was someone who could replace Ning Yao in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After that, the 5 swordsmen of the Jiaxin tent, including Liu Bai, were all listed in the moon-bearing mountain's 100 sword immortals. And their rankings were very close. Zhu Gong, Li Zhen, Yu Si. Tan, Liu Bai had carefully set up an ambush, but it still failed. Liu Bai's neck was twisted by Chen Pingan in the process of that ambush. Zhou Qingao said loudly, "I can completely understand why the hidden official is so determined to fight." The Great Wall of Sword Qi suffered the most losses. The swordsmen of the Ascension City in the 5th world are indeed the most qualified to seek revenge against the wastelands. Furthermore, the literary sage's lineage, Mr. Cui of Dali Imperial Tutor and Mr. Qi of the Cliff Academy, are no longer around. As the last disciple of Mr. Wen Xing, the hidden official has the same reason to reason with the wastelands. It's only right to repay grievances with justice. Zhou Qingao smiled and said, regardless of whether it's his identity as a swordsman of the Great Wall of Sword Qi or his current identity as a scholar of the literary sage lineage, Chen Pingan is the most qualified to say, fight. He has the most clear conscience. The final battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not fought at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Although it was said that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was bestowed by the hidden official's lineage of the Summer Refuge Palace, it was clear that the 60 military tents of the wastelands were bestowed by one person. It was not that Chen Pingan was so capable that he could successfully scheme against the entire wastelands with his own strength. It was that Chen Pingan had eaten all the thoughts of the hidden official's lineage of swordsmen, all the secret records of the Summer Refuge Palace, and all the battle plans of the wastelands. He had even eaten the prestige of the eldest sword immortal, allowing any of the hidden official's lineage's messenger flying swords to easily suppress the peak sword immortal candidates like Yu Qing and Mi Hu. On the battlefield, the great demon looked up to the sky and snapped the head of a great sword immortal surnamed Yu who was traveling south in the wastelands. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was filled with rage, but the Summer Refuge Palace had sent word that they would not help. Although there were many who went out of the city to deliver swords, it did not create a situation where the entire battlefield was affected. After that, in the battle between the two sides, the flying swords were as vast as the river, and the sword Qi was as unrestrained as a waterfall. The Great Wall of Sword Qi's swords were so precise that they could subdivide the battlefield. Every Earth Immortal sword cultivator had their own rules regarding who to attack, when to attack, and where to attack. Therefore, the young hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the second highest throne, Wen Hai, seemed to be on the same path. Just like the people in the Confucian Temple meeting, they did not care about the wastelands having a few more Ascendant Realm sword cultivators, but no one wanted the Master of the Moon-bearing Mountain, the future Master of the Wastelands, to be a new Wen Hai. Therefore, the demons on the mountain peak of the wastelands also did not want the Great Wall of Sword Qi to become a new Great Wall of Sword Qi. This bastard is really insidious. Yu Panshui clicked his tongue in wonder. Your Majesty, have you learned it? This is what you call knowing how to talk. It was just a few sentences, but there was a lot of meaning behind it. Most importantly, it was not pure nonsense, and it was easy for people to overthink. He was hinting to the people in the Confucian Temple meeting that if the two Great Walls of Sword Qi were to fight again, not many people in the Great Wall of Sword Qi would die. The reputation of the Sage of Literature's branch and the status of the Confucian Temple would also rise. As for the Sage of Literature's branch, there were only Lu Shilu, Chen Pingan, and an old scholar. Anyway, there were only a few of them. But what about the Sage of Right's branch, the secondary Sage's branch, and the Confucian scholars of the Academy? The young hidden official could avenge his personal grudge and gain the most benefits. Why would they not fight when they had such a great advantage? Would the Great Wall of Sword Qi still be willing to fight with a young hidden official who could guarantee his success? That young man only needed to hide behind the scenes and strategize. The person who would die would not be him anyway. In the first battle, he could return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi alive from half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Of course, he would not die in the next battle. Here was a fallacious logic, but elsewhere was a righteous logic. The world was the same. This heart was bright, but others might only find it dazzling. Therefore, these words were not for those who followed the young hidden official to hear. Words picked on people. Even if many people did not listen to it today and did not take it seriously, when the real battle started, they would start to listen and think more. The young emperor nodded vigorously. Yes, 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 he agreed with Fatty Yu. The emperor of the Xuanmi dynasty admired the young hidden official more and more sincerely. Unexpectedly, he could make the great demons of the desolate land deliberately target him. At the beginning, the strange ridicule seemed to be ridicule and seemed to be disgusting the hidden official. But why didn't the desolate land ridicule Huayin and the god of fortune of the Liu family? It was not worthwhile. They looked down on him. It seemed that he must find a chance to call him brother in the future. He must hug this thigh. If he hugged this thigh, maybe Fatty you would be more polite to him in the future. There would be no more the king and his minister, grandfather and grandson, in the imperial study every time. Fatty you often took out a pair of scissors from his sleeve and cut his nails. He also glanced at the emperor's crotch from time to time. Madam of the Green Immortal Mountain frowned. If the flower lord of the 100 Flowers blessed land felt that she was in the same position as the young hidden official, there was no good way to deal with it. Many things would be more muddy the more she explained. But if she did not explain, she could only suffer in silence. Guanxiang suddenly laughed and said, "So what if Lord Hidden Official is a little selfish? No matter how much the Confucian Temple rewards him, he deserves it. He survived with his own ability and became a sage with his military achievements. I'll be the first to object if anyone dares to complain. Has their conscience been eaten by a dog?" However, when the Confucian Temple announced that you were reinstated, I didn't complain anymore. The Sage of Rights asked again, "You're fighting just like that. Aren't you afraid that you'll become the second Chui Dong?" Chen Pingan became silent. After he spoke. In fact, Chen Pingan had already felt that the road under his feet, as if it was the will of the heavens, involuntarily turned into a fork in the road, as if at the end of the road stood the senior brother who had once betrayed the orthodoxy, vast embroidered tiger. At that moment, Chen Pingan finally understood why his senior brother, Chui Dong, chose to betray his master and ancestors. Why did he leave the Confucian lineage and give up his identity as the sage of literature's first disciple? For some choices, it seemed that only by being alone on the great Tao could one not have any burdens or guilt. For example, the discussion at the Confucian Temple. If they really went to war with the desolate world, it would be detrimental to the Confucian lineage in the long run. Any casualties on the battlefield would be a permanent stain on the Confucian lineage. Any loss on the battlefield would be a flaw in the achievements of Chen Pingan and the Confucian lineage. In the next 100 or 1,000 years, the Confucian lineage, the Confucian Temple, the Academy, and the dynasties at the foot of the mountain would make all the scholars of the future hold their own opinions and quarrel with each other. Even if the Confucian lineage could spread and the Confucian lineage could continue to spread, it would be difficult for them to study in peace. This was not to say that the whole world was like this, but the way of the world was complicated. Out of 100 people, even if there were only 2 unreasonable people, they would be forcefully stirred into a puddle of muddy water. What if there were a few more people who seemed reasonable and spoke a few more words of fairness that were partial to the whole, or someone stood on the side and said a few more words of sarcasm that fanned the flames? Therefore, at a certain moment, Chen Pingan's first thought was to leave the Confucian lineage and temporarily keep his identity as the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for what would happen to Luopa Mountain in the future, he could only take a step forward and plan ahead. In fact, Chen Pingan could pretend that he did not know about many things when he returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He could also not think too much about it. He had done his best at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pingan had a clear conscience because he had done his best. He did not want to leave his hometown for the first time at the age of 14. It was as if he was not on a long journey to a foreign land. Even if he was there, he would still be a foreigner. He also hoped that there would be a long period of time in his life where he could stay at home peacefully. Because the righteous lands had managed to defend the Aquarius continent and the South Swirling continent, Shomi had joined forces with the moon-bearing mountain Grand Patriarch to preserve their reserve power. Because of that, the Wildlands plan had become Zhoumi's plan. But this game of chess was not really over yet. Actually, it was just the ending stage. Fei Ran, Zhou Qinggao, and the others were still not chess players, and had not gotten rid of the identity of Zhou Mi's chess pieces. Next, it was Zhou Mi's turn to guard the ruins of the ancient heavenly courts, and overlook the entire human world. Yu Mountain had to fight for a certain opportunity for Zhou Mi. For example, within 100 years, Yu Mountain had to hold back Hao Ran Jiaxing and delay the Sage of Right's mending of the heavens. Yu Mountain was willing to give up a lot of territory in the savage world, and had to drag the Qi cultivators of Hao Ran Jiaxing, from the peak cultivators to all the young cultivators, into the mud of war. But Yu Mountain had to guarantee one thing, and that was that Hao Ran Jiaxing could not really lose Hao Ran Jiaxing. This was an extremely delicate and careful choice. Hao Ran Jiaxing could not completely lose Hao Ran Jiaxing, or else Zhou Mi would become a water without a source, a tree without roots, and a new heavenly quartz with a new owner could only be left alone outside the heavens. But they could not let Hao Ran Jiaxing rest and recuperate, and let the Sage of Rights restore Hao Ran Jiaxing's time. If Qin Pingan did not participate in the meeting at the Confucian Temple, he would not have to worry about these things. But since he was here, what should he do? Then he might as well end the war quickly, destroy Hao Ran Jiaxing, and kill all the peak cultivators of the demon race. He would win a real 10,000 years of peace. After hearing Cui Dongshan talk about Hao Ran Jiaxing, there were already people who spoke up for Hao Ran Jiaxing. They said that Hao Ran Jiaxing's world was barren, and they could not even survive. How pitiful. Therefore, Hao Ran Jiaxing was wrong, but it was actually pardonable. He would strive to make the not necessarily that even his senior brother Cui Dong felt, and make it a foregone conclusion in one go. Otherwise, when Zhou Mi successfully returned to the world, the next war was destined to be even more tragic. Because Zhou Mi was not willing to be a mender, he wanted to rebuild everything in his hands. Not to mention the life and death of Hao Ran Jiaxing, he did not even mind rebuilding all the living beings in Hao Ran Jiaxing's world, the mountains and rivers in Hao Ran Jiaxing's world. Since that was the case, the Sage of Rights could not say anything, so let me do it. The Sage of Rights asked, "You won't regret it?" Chen Pingan said without hesitation, "No. We all want to become strong, and we should do something for this world." The Sage of Rights nodded lightly. I haven't come here to drink for a few days. Why are there so many no matter cards? I've already let down the beauty and the sword. I fell to the ground, laughing as I left. So what if I'm not a sword cultivator? I just have to come here to drink. I've been diligently practicing the sword year after year, but I still haven't reached the upper 5 realms. But after drinking a few bowls of that mute lake wine, I really drank until I became mute. There's nothing to write today, I'll make up for it after drinking next time. Recently, the deputy manager didn't come here to drink, and the number of girls who buy wine has decreased. Drinking is tasteless. The no matter cards on the wall are shaking violently. But I'm not drunk. Let's not compare swordsmanship or alcohol tolerance. Dong San and Qin Shi have to call me brother. Boss Sword Immortal, you didn't accept me as your direct disciple, because in all honesty, are you afraid that my swordsmanship will surpass yours? On our side, the Jade Unpolished Realm is only a sword cultivator. I heard that the Golden Core and Nascent Soul sword cultivators in the vast world are sword immortals. I was almost killed by this kind of thing. It's really a pity that the deputy manager isn't a woman. Today, I've changed into a tighter dress, sitting on a short bench to drink wine, as if a hidden official is squatting by the side of the road and watching me. As long as I drink wine, I'll chop Dong San Gung with my sword, punch the bastard, and kick the deputy manager. I heard that the fairies in the vast world have to spend an hour to apply rouge and powder on their faces. Wouldn't that be 7 or 8 tails? Can it really look good? I had a dream, I don't know where it was. When a man and a woman love each other, it's a round mirror, a round moon. After the emotional pain, it's broken countless months, I don't seem to like it as much, but I remember more. Sitting on a small bench as a storyteller, the deputy manager is a bit suave. Sword cultivators from other places all go home early. Chenpingan is from my hometown. Seeing this beautiful scenery, I'm very grateful. The Sage of Rites flicked his sleeves and put away the painting, smiling, we'll talk again. As for when and where they would talk again, the scholar didn't say. He only put away the catoptric deflection at the Confucian temple. Many plans are made, but a single decision is made. The real meeting place was still the ruins of the heavenly court. The next moment, Alliance and the people around him looked at each other, their expressions serious. Because Chenpingan was gone. At a riverside. For some reason, the ancestors of the three sects didn't show up. The Sage of Rites. The Secondary Sage. The Sage of Literature. Bai Zhe. The Old Blind Man. The Dragon Slayer. The Old Head of the East Sea Temple. The Old Monk in Chicken Soup. The second head of the Taoist sect, Yu Do. The third head of the Beko Keikyung building, Lu Qin. The Palace of the Year, Wu Shuangjiang. There were also a few people whose identities Chenpingan couldn't recognize. Without exception, except for Chenpingan, they were all at the 14th level. Wu Shuangjiang smiled, we meet again so soon. Chenpingan nodded. Lu Qin waved his hand vigorously, Chenpingan, it's me. Chenpingan ignored him. The old scholar standing at the side said softly, just listen to him. Chenpingan nodded, squatted down, and tried to scoop some water with his hands. As his hands cupped the water, Bai Yi appeared. She was tall and had a pair of golden eyes. The old scholar stomped his feet, hey, senior. Damn it, it's the fairy sister. Chenpingan withdrew his hands and stood up. She was holding a head in her hand. She was wearing a golden armor. (788). In the end, two uninvited guests appeared at the riverside. It was actually one of them. The 14th level cultivators who had been standing at the peak of the mountains for many years still had a discerning eye. The two great Daos were connected, but they were separated into two. When the tall white-clothed woman and the golden-armored man's servant appeared together, all the cultivators looked at her, or rather, them. They all looked at her. The head and the golden armor were both spoils of war. The legendary ancient sword wielder, one of the 5 supreme gods. Other than the Sage of Rites, Bai Zhe, the old head of the East Sea Temple, and the old blind man were all familiar with her. However, even if it was second brother Yu Do, third sect leader Lu Qin, Wu Shuangjiang, and the others from Zhanlong, as well as many other great cultivators of the 14 realms who participated in today's meeting by the riverside, this was the first time they had seen this deity with their own eyes. In the battle to ascend to the heavens 10,000 years ago, the human race finally succeeded. Aside from the human race's sages who sacrificed themselves, the sword wielder asked for the sword, the armored man, the internal conflict between water and fire, and the gods' disdain for humanity were all key factors. If any link was missing, the human race would have ended up in an extremely miserable state. 10,000 years ago, on the earth, the human tribe was in an abyss of suffering. They had been reduced to puppets raised by the gods and used as a source of incense to refine the immortal Great Tao. They were also hunted and killed by the demon tribe on the earth as a source of food. In the beginning, the human race was too weak. The high and mighty gods used the 2 ascension platforms as a path to cross countless suns, moons, and stars to descend to the human world and conquer the land. They often helped the weak humans who were confined and killed the rebellious demons who crossed the boundary. Apart from this, the sword first descended to the human world, and then came the sword in the sky and the reign of techniques. The human race began to cultivate sword techniques, and that was the beginning of climbing the mountain. This was also the reason why the sword cultivators alone had the greatest killing power and were suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Yudo wore a fishtail crown on his head and carried the immortal sword Taoist scripture on his back. His Taoist chi and the sword energy of the sword sheath rippled. It seemed that even the second Taoist, who said that he was invincible except for the ancestors of the three sects, couldn't suppress the surging sword intent of the immortal sword. Of course, it could also be Yudo's casual stance of seeking the sword. As for the three direct disciples who were responsible for overseeing the Tao ancestors' 5 cities and 12 buildings in the White Jade capital, Yudo and Lu Qin, who had been missing for a long time, the 3 of them had never participated in the meeting by the riverside 10,000 years ago. Lu Qin had a lotus crown on his head and an aureole perched on his shoulder. He chuckled at his senior brother and said, "As a junior, you must not be rude." Chen Pingan didn't say anything because he looked a little absent-minded. The person holding the head in his hand was dressed in white. He was tall and had a familiar face. He wore a smile on his face and looked at Chen Pingan with an unusually gentle gaze. However, Chen Pingan found it strange. On the other hand, Chen Pingan felt that the woman in the golden armor, whose face was blurry, was familiar. It was like a sword master with a sword attendant by his side. The one Chen Pingan truly knew was the latter. It was as if the former had only stolen the latter's appearance. The two of them were like the relationship between the true body of a cultivator and the yin spirit. But if one only talked about achievements and not merit, with 2 rises, one could firmly occupy a place in the top 5 famous generals of the world. As for how Wu Shuangjiang went to the Qingming world, how he started anew, how he joined the Qingming world, how he began to cultivate with the identity of a Taoist official, it was likely that it would be another old story shrouded in clouds and mist. As for why Wu Shuangjiang's path of cultivation was so smooth, it was naturally because Wu Shuangjiang's path of cultivation was like training soldiers. He smelted the strengths of 100 schools of thought, like a famous general leading an army, the more the better. The person who had once been the blind old Taoist, Jia Qing, who had slain dragons, joked, "Mountain Master is truly blessed. You even managed to meet someone like this and even managed to grab hold of him. My years in the small town weren't in vain. Riding Dragon Alley. Grass Head Shop. Slaying dragons was like cutting grass." A true dragon King Zhu, to a man who had once slain all true dragons, was nothing more than the head of a grass dragon. If he wanted to slay it, he could slay it. Chen Pingan cupped his fists in greeting. The blind old man laughed. "A dead man's egg is exposed to the sky. If he doesn't die, he will live for thousands of years. From the looks of it, there will be another meeting in the future. Will the hidden official appear once more?" The old Taoist leader of the Eastern Sea Monastery nodded. "Let's strive for a similar meeting in the future. At least there will be a few old faces left." Regarding auspicious signs, the first few pages of the old almanac of the 3 sects recorded 2 great stories. One was that when the Confucian sage master was born, a Qilin visited and spat out a jade book. Then there was this old Taoist leader of the world's smelly old Taoist ancestor. He was once called appearing when the world was about to prosper, hiding when the world was about to decline. Other than that, there was Jun Qian, who had a deep relationship with the Western Buddhist kingdom. She only chased dragons and snakes, not mosquitoes. The Sage of Rites didn't seem to be in a hurry to start the meeting. He allowed the 14 realms of the mountain peak to reminisce with the young man. As for Wu Shuangjiang and Yudo, they didn't even look at each other. Wu Shuangjiang, on the other hand, chatted with a female Taoist leader of the Qingming world beside him. How the 10 people of the Qingming world came about was actually very simple. The more times one fought with the true invincible, the higher one's ranking would be. Sun Huizhong of the Xiandu Temple was regarded as the unshakable 5th person because he had sparred with the second Taoist leader many times. The female Taoist leader beside Wu Shuangjiang was once the 4th person in the history of the Qingming world. However, she rose like a comet and disappeared like a shooting star. Very quickly, she disappeared from everyone's sight. Later generations only knew that she had a battle of the same realm with Yu Dou in her early years. Both sides fought to a draw. At that time, Yu Dou had just ascended to the upper 5 realms and so had she. However, in that Dao-seeking battle, Yu Dou did indeed bring out the immortal sword Daoist cannon. The old Xiuzai asked the secondary sage beside him softly, "How are the elders of my last disciple's fate? Good or bad?" Of course, he only picked up the good ones. Lu Chen's scheme in the small town, the danger in the lotus blossom blessed land, the Dao-seeking battle with Wu Shuangjiang on the night boat, and the feud between his last disciple and the true invincible of the Beko Keikyong building, the secondary sage laughed it off. The sage of rites slowly stood up and said, "Yu Dou, Shen Qing, and I stopped more than 10 returning deities including the one in armor. The one with the sword killed the one in armor." The sage of rites, the second leader of the Beko Keikyong building, and the old monk in chicken soup. The 3 of them traveled far into the sky together to stop the leading deity and return to the ruins of the old heavenly court. The saints of the 3 sects needed to prevent this ancient supreme deity from meeting up with Zhou Mi. In the end, the one in armor was killed by the one with the sword. Although the head in the tall woman's hand and the golden armor had already proved this. However, hearing this news from the sage of rites, even if the people in the meeting were all at the peak of the 14th realm with a pure Dao heart, they still couldn't help but feel a little shaken. The one with the sword can't continue to use the sword for the next few decades. The sage of rites said, "Besides, we have no reason to continue to trouble you. It's not appropriate for us to do so." The tall woman waved her hand, indicating that the sage of rites didn't have to be so polite. She sat by the river of time. The golden armor on her body had disappeared, and she returned to her white clothes. However, a long sword and a golden scabbard appeared beside her, which she nailed into the ground beside her. She put her feet into the river, then raised her head and waved at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment, but didn't deliberately maintain a standing posture to participate in the meeting. Anyway, since his master said so, he just listened. So Chen Pingan sat cross-legged beside her. He didn't care about etiquette, and believed that the sage of rites wouldn't care about such complicated formalities. She pointed at the long sword with the scabbard and chuckled softly, "It used to speak, and I listened and watched, wasn't it fun?" Chen Pingan rolled his eyes and just reached out to grab a handful of water of time. She smiled and said, "Oh, ordinary cultivators in the pure jade realm can't hold this water of time. Immortals will be worn down when they try to hold the water of time. The ascendant realm in the world will try their best to avoid the river of time. Master, you're good, you want to explore it." In the past, Chen Pingan had walked through the river of time several times, but he had to carefully avoid the depths of the water. Now that his cultivation had reached a small level, Chen Pingan was actually very surprised that he could successfully hold the water of time in his hand. Chen Pingan stopped angrily, mainly because he couldn't help but weigh the weight of the water of time, and then consider whether it was worth it or not. If he acted according to his previous style of doing things, he would accidentally get it into his sleeve. Chen Pingan asked in a low voice, "Are you seriously injured?" She said, "I just have to try not to delay the generational agreement. But in this way, I can only honestly abide by the agreement. I have to return to outer space and find a few ruins." Haoren is no longer suitable for sword refining. In the beginning, Lin Junbai had to be like this. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Only then could he blend in. Later on, when the conditions were right, success came naturally. He naturally made people forget about life and death. The young man hurriedly added, Junbai, this matter was secretly told to me by great-grandfather just now. It's fine if you've heard it. Lin Junbai nodded, be careful with your words and actions. Let's work together. Lin Junbai also spoke halfway. He added, neither hurriedly nor slowly, later on, I'll help you ask the hidden official for a jug of authentic green immortal mountain wine. One couldn't be too reserved. When interacting with friends, one had to be relaxed. If one had to be a good friend, one had to be a bad friend. The eyes of the Fan family's talent named Qing Run lit up. That's great. That's right, Junbai. If I'm not wrong, the hidden official is definitely an extremely talented and elegant scholar, right? Do you need me to hold a banquet at the Mandarin Duck Zhu? Otherwise, I'd be too embarrassed to visit the hidden official empty-handed. I don't dare to take out ordinary women and make a fool of myself. You've seen the talisman beauties in my study. Will the hidden official dislike them? Fan Qing Run was a famous playboy. His study was named Xinging. He had a penchant for calligraphy, painting, bamboo, and stone. He called himself Flower Farmer and was also known as Apricot Flower Spring Rain. Many of his graceful poems were widely circulated in the central divine continent. For example, Young Girl Who Keeps Playing the Zither After Drinking. There were also beautiful concubines sitting in the moon, drinking wine with flowers. He was obsessed with gold and stone, engraving no less than 1,000 square meters. He boasted that his life's work was the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, wine, and beauties. Lin Junbai smiled, the hidden official is very easy to talk to. Don't be nervous. As for the talisman beauties, I'll pretend I didn't hear it. You know, it's all your own idea. Fan Qing Run might seem like he didn't do his job all day, but he was actually very talented. Half of the Fan family's businesses were actually managed by this young man behind the scenes. Everything was neat and tidy, and he didn't stink of money. This was very impressive. Otherwise, Lin Junbai wouldn't have become good friends with him. Fan Qing Run understood. I understand. Lin Junbai patted Fan Qing Run's shoulder. His face was full of smiles and encouragement. In his heart, he said, Brother Fan, you're on your own. After the meeting, Lu Jubao and Yu Panshui both received a secret letter from Jing Juzhong. It had appeared in their sleeves out of thin air. Jing Juzhong said that it was embroidered tiger's compensation, and that he would only take it out after the meeting. Yu Panshui felt like he was in hot water. He was worried that once he opened the letter, he would be possessed by Jing Juzhong. Is there anything special about it? Is it similar to the Lizhu Grotto heaven in my hometown? Does this 5-colored world contain 5 fated opportunities? Or 5 supreme treasures? Chen Pinggan's path of cultivation was complicated. However, he was at a loss when it came to divination. He could compete with Jiang Shangjin. The old scholar sighed, back then, I stabilized the heavens and earth with Bai Yi. I saw some clues, but they might not be the true path of the great Tao. Some fortuitous encounters were relatively simple. For example, Bai was one of them at the world's thatch. As for Sage Li, it would be difficult to ask him anything. Naming it the Five-Colored World was originally Sage Li's idea. He definitely knows the inside story. Unfortunately, Sage Li is good at everything except for his stubbornness. Once he sets his mind on something, even the heads of the 10 Taoist temples could not change his mind. The old scholar suddenly said, "Go ask Sage Li. There might be a chance. It's more reliable than Mr. Asking." Chen Pingan said helplessly. Sage Li seemed to have predicted this. "He warned me not to think too much." The old scholar said softly, "Don't be afraid. Sage Li is just scaring you. You are a junior and have worked hard. It would be a waste not to shout. Sage Li is well-mannered and will not be angry. Besides, Fairy Sister has made a great contribution. Even the blind old man can see it. There is a scale in people's hearts." Chen Pingan nodded vigorously. "Mr. is right. Sage Li's hint could be a hint, right?" The old scholar hit his palm with his fist. "Let's talk like this and smooth out the complicated logic, right?" Chen Pingan was reassured. Whether it worked or not, when he went down the mountain, he would ask Sage Li for help. If the Five-Colored World was really hiding 5 fated opportunities of the Great Path, waiting for various forces to fight for it, he would help Ascension City find one of them early and follow the vine to find the melon. It would be too much to take the lead, right? Moreover, the 5th world was found and opened by the Confucian Temple, and Ascension City was a member of the vast world. Not to mention 1 world, 2 worlds would not be too little, and 3 worlds would not be too much. The old scholar began to talk to his last disciple about Sage Li's temper in detail. He talked about which traps should not be stepped on as it would backfire. He also talked about what could be talked about more. Even if Sage Li's face darkened, he should not feel guilty. Sage Li had many rules, but he was not inflexible. Chen Pingan listened attentively and memorized everything. He asked tentatively, "Mr. Sage Li can't hear what we are talking about, right?" The old scholar patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry. It's not Monk Shin Qing. Sage Li is most particular about rules and etiquette." The old monk, who was walking in front of them, chanted again. On the other side of the river. Sage Li stretched out his finger and rubbed between his eyebrows. 2 thieves. Bai Zhe smiled. "Senior, you have good taste in choosing people." He was talking about the series of subtle ups and downs in the young man's heart when he saw the sword master and sword servant. Some people were good at deceiving themselves. For example, they would subconsciously hope that the sword master and sword servant were one. Some people would be disappointed and greedy. They would be worried if they went from being first in the world to being second in the world. Gods could see people's hearts, which was their innate supernatural power. The small mustard seed was as big as Mount Sumeru. This sword-bearer probably did not care whether the person he chose was good or evil. However, the sword-bearer who had been silent for 10,000 years, no matter what his original intention was, would value the purity of the latter's heart when he finally chose a sword-bearer for himself. The river of time would flow and scatter. The sun, the moon, the stars, and even the great Tao would flow erratically and deviate from its trajectory. If Chen Pingan originally believed that it was a sword spirit, but because of the sudden appearance of the sword master, there would be unimaginable consequences. What she needed was a sword-bearer who could guard his heart. Back then, the young man could use Ningyao to kill the sword spirit in his heart. Today's young swordsman could use the sword spirit to kill the sword master. She needed this vein that had not moved for 10,000 years to continue to climb higher, gradually to the top, and finally to the sky. She said, "Someone else helped me choose them. I was just bored at the time." The 4 celestial swords that Wu Shuang had summoned were all imitations. In fact, the first 4 celestial swords were all imitations. 10,000 years ago, she had stripped off a part of her divinity and refined it into a long sword, becoming the first sword spirit in the world. She wielded the sword in her place. Because she had already reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, she was destined to be unable to advance any further. It was equivalent to repeatedly using the sword on the battlefield, becoming meaningless. The 4 celestial swords of the future, Taoist canon, Tai Bai, 10,000 arts, and naive, had not been greatly refined by cultivators. In other words, cultivators were cultivators, and sword spirits were sword spirits. The naive sword spirit had the appearance of a little girl, and the Taoist transformation of the 10,000 arts sword spirit was a little Taoist child. In fact, they were all manifestations of a part of the sword master's heart. At the same time, the sword spirit preserved more of its own intelligence when it was born. The terrifying thing about the divinity of deities was that it could completely cover other divinities. This process did not have any ripples. And these ripples could become the inner demons of later cultivators. And even the obsession of ordinary people would fall one by one on the side of the Buddhist kingdom in the West. Someone once said that the length of a person's memory was the length of a person's true lifespan. And one of the reasons why White Emperor city Xinjiuzhong was so feared was that this demonic powerhouse was the best at modifying a Qi cultivator's memory. Moreover, he did it flawlessly, passing off the false as the real. She laughed. You might think that I was testing Qin Pingan before, but actually, I was not. I just thought that it was interesting and wanted to tease him. Because she believed in him. She said, the Qin Pingan of the past was actually not so boring. He was very interesting. A taciturn person did not necessarily mean that he was boring. For example, in the past, a youth carrying straw sandals with a basket on his back sneakily crept across the stone arch bridge. He was very interesting. What made the youth not so interesting seemed to be the way of the world. She placed her palm on the hilt of her sword and glanced at the second chief of the Beko Keikyung building at the peak of the moon-supporting mountain. Truly invincible. Self-proclaimed. That kid Qin Qingdo did not have the face to do so. The sage of right smiled. He is quite deserving of a beating. Deserving of a beating was deserving of a beating. But he had to admit that this Yudo's Taoist techniques and swordsmanship were very high. If each of them tried their best, the sage of rights would lose in the Qingming world. In the vast world, Yudo would lose. As for the sky beyond heaven, there was no such thing as favorable timing and location. Unfortunately, it seemed that there was no chance to determine the winner. But the sage of right still felt that his chances of winning were higher. If he was more steady, he would have a 70% chance of winning. When it came to fighting, after all, Yudo was still young and was a junior. There was no shame in losing to him. The sage of rights looked around and lowered his head to look at the river of time where the golden light was gradually dissipating. Bai Zai's mind suddenly shook as he looked at this little teacher. Because Bai Zai was at the riverside and was the closest to the sage of rights, he sensed some clues. The sage of rights nodded and said telepathically, for all cultivators of the 14th realm, this is a major test. As for Qin Pingan, he can temporarily stay out of it. Or it could be said that he has actually passed this major test. The examiners were the ancestors of the 3 sects who had yet to appear. The sage of rights was only the one who distributed the test papers this time. The sage of rights said, Senior, are you really going to attack the moon-supporting mountain? Actually, you don't have to do this. She turned her head to look at Qin Pingan who was climbing the mountain. She smiled and squinted her eyes, saying slowly, I will listen to my master. He is now the sword wielder. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.